your mind.
Believe me, that's being tested. I don't know if it's on YouTube, but
so you don't have any footage. Listen,
I've seen documents that speak about this.
Listen, from the 50s till the 21, right? Till 1921, right? From the 50s, you can't just Google some footage and send it for us right in the back chat.
Not everything's available on the internet, bud. Sorry.
So everything's available, but I've never in my life seen any little rockets work in a vacuum, in a big vacuum.
I believe they wouldn't be testing that in a vacuum.
So they don't test anything before they do trillions of dollars and put your life in danger and send astronauts. They don't test little
testing, but that testing may not be in a vacuum.
They test with humans. So here, guys, we're going to put you in a vacuum for the first time, Gregory, and it's going to be great. You're going to love it.
I mean, there are other ways to
my life came up. So you're going to tell me that I'm not going to die. I'm not going to suffocate when I get into the rocket.
I mean, would you want to be the one to be put in that vacuum first before they ever did anything anywhere?
Well, they do testing, but they don't do the testing in a vacuum.
They do testing, but they don't do
these problems. They're supposedly doing motion. They're doing activity with this supposed vehicle in this environment, but they never test it in the supposed environment it's going to be operating in. Do you really believe that millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, etc. investors are going to invest all this money into this technology to supposedly go to this supposed area and it's going to work in such area?
I was no assurance
that it's going to actually work.
I was talking about Apollo, not the billionaires, okay? I was talking about Apollo program, where I know my company...
Which had investors to fund it. So what I'm saying is making sense.
We had a contract with NASA to build landing gear, okay? We built that gear to specs that were better than what NASA asked for, because our engineers were pretty good and had a lot of experience in building this kind of stuff.
They didn't have any experience in a vacuum.
What's saying past what I just said? Do you believe that investors are going to invest all this money into this project with no assurance that these vehicles are going to work in the supposed environment they're supposed to be moving in?
Yeah, and how could you say X could be better than Y if you've never even been to the situation? You've never been to the medium. I don't get it.
Because, well, that's the thing, yeah. And we were talking about the astrophysics.
Actually, I designed it better.
Okay. We were talking about, that's the thing. Like we're talking about the astrophysicists earlier. They're quote unquote experts in a place they've never been, never tested, never validated. And they're literally just receiving data from people who claim they are doing that. So it's pretty intense. And like we say, even with the engineering, like, yeah, they can be engineering actual technology, but they don't know where that technology ends up and what it's actually used for. So it's just in terms of compartmentalization is how this deception has been able to be pulled off, in my viewpoint. It's all about compartmentalization. Just like the secretary at Enron didn't know what the people at the top were doing and vice versa. So there's all kinds of...
That's what I said at the beginning.
Yeah.
That's what I said at the beginning. I said it's a non sequitur conclusion to say just because they're building these technology, these machines, to then conclude, therefore, they're really going to the great void is a non sequitur.
And oh, by the way, the Enron files that were going to be used in the lawsuit went up in smoke in Building 7 on 9/11. If you didn't know,
that is an absolute lie. Complete lie.
I don't know about.
Enron wasn't even being investigated on 9/11.
We got to do something on the server of people calling each other liars because, like, Rakia just said something. Okay, well, whether or not he's read that or how he knows that, to make a claim that he's literally sitting there thinking, how am I going to lie to these guys? That's not what it is. So to call him that
is a lie.
It's just slander.
He may not be lying, but that statement is a lie.
Yeah, to be fair, he didn't call me a liar. He said my statement was a lie. I have just heard that. I didn't know that as firsthand experiment. I have just read that, and it could very well be an untruth. But I'd like to know if it is. So prove to me that it's not true. Because I've also heard that
Iran wasn't even being investigated at the time.
Okay, I hear you saying that, but I don't see you proving that. But another thing I heard by the government, like by the agency, was that the other bombing that happened by Timothy McVeigh, that one of our Congress ladies that tried to become president, had moved all the files that were going to be used in a court case from the Iraqi war, all the veterans taking shots to go over there that were being, ill and going to file a lawsuit against the government. All those files were in that building, moved there 2 weeks before the bombing happened by Timothy McVeigh. I mean, these aren't just stories. These aren't just YouTube stories. These are congressmen and congresswomen that are coming out saying this is what happened. This needs to be investigated. So the Enron, you're saying the files didn't even exist before that
The
date?
files existed at Enron, certainly, but the SEC didn't have them because the SEC had not yet started investigating. So
okay, but were the files in the building?
No.
Did the files get destroyed in Building 7?
No.
That's just a fabricated story?
It's a fabricated story.
All right, thanks.
So why would the congressman lie about that? I'm just wondering.
Well, I'm talking about.
No, I didn't hear it from the
World Trade Center
9/11. The Building 7
about...
wasn't from a congressman. The Timothy McVeigh building thing was.
Well, also
it had to do with Hillary Clinton.
Also in Building 7, wasn't there CIA and FBI headquarters offices there?
Yes.
Probably, yeah. I know there was a whole alphabet of DOD was there.
Yeah, a lot of people think they actually coordinated that whole event from Building 7, and then that's why they had to take it down, because they weren't going to just leave all of the candy trails of everything they did, there. So it's like that had to just come down with it.
Yeah, that's speculation, but doesn't have a lot of. There's no real evidence to support that. That's just pure speculation.
I'm not that interested in that, like what you think it is. That's fine. I'm interested in what the truth is, and I think it's very interesting that CIA and FBI headquarters were right there. And I have absolutely no question that both of those organizations were completely and totally integral and essential to how they pulled that off.
Well, the North Tower collapsed, and the North Tower collapsed, hit World Trade Center 7, doing structural damage to the building, catching the building on fire. Luckily, the building had already been evacuated. There were a couple of people still in there. Barry Jennings was still in there, but it was largely evacuated. And the collapse of the tower severed the water lines that could have been used to fight the fires. And the FDNY was on scene. Remember, the FDNY had just suffered an enormous hit, right? 400 firemen were killed and missing, including most of their chiefs.
And which part of that made a steel building almost free fall symmetrically from top to bottom?
You beat me to it. You
don't know how structure buildings would fall in that instance. I guarantee it. There is no way a steel structure falls like it did on national TV from any type of damage from any building or fire. It doesn't make the building fall like that all at once. No way.
I can show you a building in Brazil that caught on fire and fell straight down.
Please show us.
Yeah,
show us
really.
800. Show us 800-degree fires, office fires, melting steel, collapsing the building on its footprint in free fall speed.
Hold on a second, because I know about this building in Brazil. How long was it on fire for?
I don't know. It was on fire for a while. The point is, it caught on fire.
Yeah. You just hear things on YouTube, man. You don't use your logical sense. You're using You're using a debunked video from YouTube as fact. You're not using your
noggin. Why is it debunked?
You're not using your head.
Why is it debunked?
You're not using your head.
Why is it debunked?
Because steel, with its melting point above 2,200 degrees, does not melt from 800-degree office fires or 1,200-degree office fires.
It doesn't melt like that symmetrically.
It didn't melt.
You're right, it didn't melt.
It weakened. Still doesn't have to melt for the building to collapse.
And it weakened in how many areas to make it free fall at each corner?
Sure it will.
Symmetrically fall from top to bottom from each corner.
I just posted a video where there's a steel building that falls straight down.
How did you know that video exists?
How did I know it exists? Because I
studied you looked for debunks.
I studied this stuff. Yeah.
You studied it, so you know how steel structures collapse without explosions. Why? You know it must be really.
I just showed you a building that fell the exact same way.
You just showed me a video of a. I'm not attacking you. I'm saying there's a art to this, right? They're experts in explosives that I can show you video after video. Even though they're experts, many of their explosions don't take down the buildings. And you're telling me an office fire did it symmetrically in free fall? And you're going to show me one YouTube video from Brazil
of a comparable building that fell straight down into its own footprint.
Steel City, what's the point of a destruction team if you could just set the building on fire? No need to pay the destruction team for all these millions of dollars to destroy the building. Just set the building on fire and be done for free.
It's much better. It's much better with controlled. Because you can actually control it, right? You can design it to fall certain rate, certain speed.
Steel City, you keep missing the points that are made. If I can destroy my building into its footprint symmetrically by just setting it on fire, I don't need to pay the destruction team.
Yeah, just crash a plane into it and watch it set on fire and hope it collapses.
Right, so you see how ridiculous this is. The very existence of a deconstruction team debunks the notion that office fires.
No, that there is not one. There's not one controlled demolition expert that believes the towers were brought down by CD. There's not one expert.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Yes, we have a lot of them. We have a lot of them.
Haven't seen any documentaries that expose the truth about that event.
Yeah, there's a bunch of engineers that are going to lie to you because they were part of A 9/11 trying to get money. There's not
engineers
one member.
Are going to lie. Are you kidding me, bro?
There is not one control.
They have their license. Are you kidding me?
Engineers are going to tell a bold-faced lie like that, risking their entire livelihood against the official narrative.
And you're saying there's not one explosive expert that said those buildings wouldn't do what they did? Prove that to me. You've talked to all of them? You interviewed them?
There's not one that's come forward that has made the statement that the towers were destroyed by controlled demolition. Not one.
Really?
Yep.
That's a bold statement, brother. Not one. You're making some really bold statement that fit your narrative for some reason.
Wow.
I know. Because I know what's correct.
Because you know. 20 years. Because you've studied it, right?
Because I studied it and I've studied with other folks.
So you
but all the engineers and architects are lying, right?
Yeah, so you must not be aware of 911engineers.com, right?
You're a joke, man. You've lost all your credibility with me. Who is
you're unaware?
Oh, I'm hurt. I'm hurt.
Yeah, I know you're full of tactics. Still listen, Still City. Yeah, you've lost all your credit with me, man.
I'm waiting for you to bring some information.
I'm waiting for you to be logical instead of fitting your narrative with everything, every topic, bro. We switched topics, and now you're an expert on this, and you know that all explosive experts never came forward and wouldn't disagree with you. You're being ridiculous, bro.
There is not one person who implodes buildings for a living.
Disingenuous.
There's not one person that believes the towers were destroyed by controlled demolition.
You can't possibly know that.
Look. So you're not aware of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth? So seriously, you're not aware of architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth?
Yes, I am. Very aware of them. They don't have a controlled demolition expert in their midst. Not one.
All right, let's just dial it all back.
Contrarianism.
This doesn't really have to be like a whole fight, so let's just try to dial it back, get back into a conversation. So Steel City, I want to know, what is your opinion on the architects and engineers with 9/11? What do you think about that group? Because there's a lot of them. I mean, there's a lot of engineers, architects, professionals in various fields, my understanding from all around the world. So what are your thoughts on them?
It's a small minority that's growing at incredibly slow speeds. Over the last 20 years, they just kicked their founder out of the organization, Richard Gage, because he was a COVID denier, and they didn't want to be involved with him. They have a number of folks that, it's one thing saying, I think the towers were destroyed by explosives.
Right. So we've talked about this before. I know you get very passionate about the 9/11 topic, and you have a strong, I guess, desire to tell people the mainstream story or whatever. But as you and I talked about it, like last time, or when we've talked before, I remember actually that you were a bit red pilled in it. So, like, what do you actually think? I mean, you don't believe all the mainstream story, right? So you just back some of it.
I believe that there's a very good possibility that the government was involved in a way of they figured out what was going to happen and they didn't try to stop it. That's almost certainly true.
Okay, it's so you do think there's a conspiracy involved?
Yes, it's very possible that they learned what was going to happen and actually maybe helped it along a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, but I don't believe that there were explosives in the building. They didn't need them because the building didn't have to come down.
There's a difference between there not being explosives versus there being explosives. What are the difference between that is the case versus it doesn't need to be the case? So which one is it?
I don't believe that there were explosives in the buildings. I don't believe explosives in the buildings were needed. I think the planes that hit had a very good chance of destroying the building over time.
So you're telling me, let me get this straight, just in general, and I'm like I said, just in a discussion format, not in any heavy debate thing. But so you're telling me here that you think that everything was just going fine, America going along, and you're saying that one day the military, CIA, FBI, Pentagon, etc., you're saying that they got word of some people hijacked an airplane and then somehow they knew that they were going to fly them into towers or something, and then all of a sudden became involved and said, "Yeah, this is great. Let's make a show of this." Is that what you're thinking, or?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That the military,
in other words,
the military found out this was happening, and they were just cool with it. They're cool with the Pentagon.
I wouldn't say the military. I would say like the intelligence networks. I think just as Roosevelt wanted Pearl Harbor to happen, I think that there were.
I'll tell you. Sorry to interrupt, but I'll tell you who you find out who knew about this. You go look at who made a short on any airline stock the day before, because there was an absurdly ridiculous amount of shorts within the the days leading up to 9/11 on shorting airline stocks. Like, they know how many shorts happen every day, and on these days,
that's actually kind of stupid. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, that's like making $10 million profit on a $40 billion gig.
I'm just telling you, you'll know who knew by tracing down these people that put these put options. Like I said, there was a shit ton more than any other day. Yep. Like, it wasn't like a freak. It wasn't like an accident, or there was just a few more. There was like a freakishly absurd more amount of short put on airline stocks.
I agree that's probably some guy that was on the outlier thinking, "Hey, I can make an extra 20 million while we destroy the world." I don't think that was part of a master plan.
Well, wait, back to Gio's question. So when did the government's involvement begin?
I don't know. I'm totally speculating. I believe it is. I believe it is extremely possible, but I don't know the details. I mean,
okay, so you don't know when their involvement began. Okay, that's fine.
No, they were either involved or they were criminally negligent in not seeing it coming, because there's so many warnings. Those hijackers. They tried to hijack planes in the Philippines a couple years before this. There were plenty of warnings, and the fact that they managed to commandeer these 4 planes, and there's even some good evidence that they tried to get more than just the 4 planes.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, this level of incompetency is next to impossible.
Yeah, so it's like somebody somewhere was, hey, pull back on security.
So you're telling me that the United States figured out that there was some kind of an attack coming, and you're saying that they kind of on the fly decided to co-opt and go along with it?
Attack of who?
Yeah.
It's just interesting, the difference in perspectives. I mean, yeah, I think the entire thing not only was planned, but it's been planned for over 30 years. It's been planned since the buildings were built. And it's complete and total psyop from the top down. I mean, yeah, you and I would have drastically different opinions on it. I mean, I think the whole thing was a staged media psyop in addition to a controlled demolition. They used a directed energy weapon. They did not use planes at all. So yeah, there's you and I would be on far spectrums of difference. But that's an interesting theory you have. I haven't heard that one too much. I think most people think it's either a planned operation, or I guess some people think it's real. I've never heard someone say that, oh, they were going to do it, then all of a sudden on the fly, the government decided to let it happen.
What directed energy weapon did they use?
The ones that they stole from the old world that they usurped.
They can use sonar.
They were not, but they weren't weapons then. They were tools. They were directed energy tools that they used for creating architecture, like for 3D printing architecture and a whole bunch of other uses. But they've been turned into weapons by the people who usurped and stole the technology.
But just,
this is the whole Judy Wood stuff.
What directed energy weapon did they use, though?
It's one that essentially dustifies physical matter. It turns matter into dust.
But what was the nature of the weapon? Where and where was it?
I think it was positioned above the towers at high altitude, and they used the hurricane that they brought in to facilitate the energy requirements for it, because there was a hurricane that came up right and paused right off the coast of 9/11, literally when that all happened, and then it continued on its way and went up off to the right. So yeah, they used the hurricane in addition to devices high up at altitude, in addition to components on the ground as well.
This is all speculation.
And they used,
this is really speculation, though.
They used thermite explosives that ripped out the layers of the building so that the building would look like it was falling, but the directed energy weapon is what was used to actually turn the whole thing into dust. Literally, at the bottom of the rubble pile. The bottom of the rubble pile is missing. There's no rubble pile. I mean, there's some. The amount that should be there for the number of towers, the amount of material that should have been there for the number of floors is not even close. It's missing.
It was ground into
literally
dust.
The towers.
I disagree with that completely.
Yeah, it was ground into dust. And so, what?
By what?
I still don't know the nature of the directed energy weapon that was used to, and how do you know that it happened at all? What kind of directed energy weapon was it? What kind of energy? Where was it? And how do you know this?
Yeah, those are all good questions. All things that we can discuss. Yeah, and one thing I was going to say before, Brenda. Yeah, you made a good point about the dustifying. Yeah, the mainstream story, they actually have to admit that the material isn't there. So that's not a conspiracy theory or anything. That's the reality. The material wasn't there.
It's pretty reasonable.
What do you mean it wasn't there?
I don't want to be interrupted. Please don't interrupt me. Let me finish. So the material wasn't actually there at the end of the day. So what the mainstream story says is, well, the towers just fell and it just grounded into dust, which doesn't make sense because that doesn't happen. Like just dropping concrete doesn't. There's some dust that comes off of it, but it wouldn't just it wouldn't evaporate the material. The material's not there.
There were huge amounts of dust clouds. What are you talking about?
The dust clouds were massive because it was a directed energy weapon. Correct. The material at the base of the tower, the rubble that should have been there, isn't there. That's what I'm saying.
Because it was turned into dust, and then there were huge clouds of dust.
The structural steel was there.
Yeah, we're on the same page, Brenda. But what I think is it's the directed energy weapon that turned that matter into dust. Because just buildings falling doesn't. There's some dust that can come up off that, but you're not going to get metal desks and stuff to turn into dust.
Why?
Just from falling?
There's 100.
Have you not been on Earth before, Eleanor Cyrene? Have you ever seen a desk fall? Have you ever seen concrete fall to the ground and then just turn into dust? Just transform into dust?
Yeah, that's not what happened, though. You had 100 stories.
Okay, that's his point, Eleanor Cyrene.
Excuse me. You had 100 stories on top of it. The kinetic energy developed melted steel. That's why there was melted steel, is because of the kinetic energy of the buildings falling.
That's nonsense.
There's directed energy. There's a directed energy weapon in the back chat, Brenda. You want to take a look at what one type is? Look in the back chat. Called Leonardo. Dragonfly. Take a look. That's just one source of the government's jet weapons they carry on them right now, Brenda. Directed energy that they don't have, supposedly.
So I guess airlines that fly out of they crash to the ground when they hit the ground at whatever speed that they fall at, then they just turn it to dust, right?
There was tons of steel at ground
And
zero.
the people turn into dust too. Don't forget.
No.
Yeah, all the bodies,
the
everything.
contempt that I'm expressing, the contempt that I'm expressing is this suspension of logic, just this refusal to scrutinize the narrative, just defend the narrative at all costs.
I know that. Yeah, the rubber pieces turn to dust, the steel pieces, the metal piece, everything. Force, everything.
It's wrong.
Well,
if they had some stones in their pocket, they would turn to dust too. They'd burn.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line, I mean, in terms of the directed energy weapons, there's a lot of just like, it seems like there's sort of more heated than we need to be. I mean, it's a whole topic that we can discuss, but there's actually a lot of reasons I think that. I don't just think that just because it turned into dust is the only reason, although it was completely turned to dust. I also think there's other components, many other actual direct evidences of the phenomenon that existed in and around the towers during this whole event. And there's several of those that are very, very direct, observable evidence. Now, I wasn't there physically, so if I physically I don't have that evidence, but I've seen many, many pictures, photographs of the environment that indicate a very, very unique and pretty strange phenomenon that were happening in and around that region that indicates that there was something of an energy change in that field that's very noticeable, like where normal physics were not functioning as they usually do, and things that normally are impossible became possible.
Wouldn't there be like wedding rings or diamonds or like, because all those people are like, wouldn't somebody have wedding rings or jewelry or like, I don't know, that's just weird. Like those should be some of the things that were found too, right?
They were
very
found.
nuanced question. I like that question.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like in the rubble pile, like I mean,
Yeah.
they even admit in the mainstream story, in the rubble pile, there were thousands upon thousands of missing file cabinets, desks, chairs, shelving, carpeting. All that stuff was just gone. It wasn't there. Like all they had left was like they had some, some things that were there. I mean, we can see the pictures of it. It literally looks like they're just microwave toasted off the face of the earth. Like the material. And the weird thing about it too is that the dust clouds were so thick and massive. I wasn't there physically, so I can't say. But apparently, and this is well known, is that the amount of dust was so thick and so massive that when you take down big buildings, they never do this. Like it was completely bizarre. And of course, I think the mainstream story, they're like, oh, the weather, kind of stirred it around. But this was like an enormously strong, thick smoke that just lingered in the air. So whatever this energy weapon did, it not only turned it to dust, but it turned it into dust that didn't act like normal dust does. And it hung around and lingered. It's like, that's such a demonic like thing. It's so dark what they did, like literally just turn the world black while they did that whole psyop.
There were tons of steel found at ground zero. So
very minimal.
No, it wasn't minimal.
My understanding is it's about 5. It's only 5.
Comprehension is suspect because he's not saying that the entire building turned into dust. That a significant amount, more than what we expected, given the official narrative, turned to dust.
Yeah, it's like 90% of it. There was only like 10% of what should have been there at the end.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
And the steel girders, that estimate, again, I wasn't there, so I don't have any way to verify. But from my understanding of what they shipped off to China, well, that's the other weird thing, is they shipped it all to China. But there was only about 5 or 10% of the steel that should have been there. We also we can also see video when it's coming down of things turning to dust. You can see entire metal and concrete parts of the building that turned to dust in front of our eyes. So we actually have video proof of it as well.
So rather than contradicting him, Steel City, can you refute him?
Yeah, I just posted some videos of steel that was found on site. What happened was they took all the debris and they shipped it to a landfill in New Jersey, Fresh Kills, and they sorted through it there.
Can you show us any? I was just wondering, can you guys show us any live footage of any steel being burnt live from like any type of stuff that you say? Like,
mean burnt live?
Yeah. Like some steel that you know is steel sitting there, like big things of steel, like you equivocate to the girders or the in the building, like steel,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And then like have something hit it to the equivalent of what you expect that was like the plane or the little tank, you know, like a little scale version. Like have you ever seen like that happen and like you watch it like burn it live?
I'm not aware of any simulations for the towers.
Have you ever seen where they like have a rocket just like drive into a piece of cement? It's about 2 foot.
Yeah, they did a test. Saranac Labs, I believe. They took an F4 fighter jet, Phantom fighter jet. They wanted to simulate the weight, so they filled the gas tanks with water, and they shot the F4 at a retaining wall. Basically, it was meant to simulate a fighter jet crash landing into the water cooling towers of a nuclear power plant. So this F4 crashed into what was meant to be the outside concrete wall.
How thick was it?
Oh, I don't know. What are they? 28 feet thick or something?
28 foot thick.
Yeah.
28 feet thick.
So what happened?
28 feet.
That's a lot. So what happened?
The F4 turned into shredding.
Powder.
I mean, it was shredded.
Yeah, you don't even need 28 foot. You only need like 2 or 3 foot. That'll destroy.
That's like 3 or 4 of me laying down.
That's a lot.
Well, that's the test they did.
So how far did this jet dig into the seam? Did it go 3 foot into it? Did it go 6 foot deep? I mean,
have you seen it?
No, I'm asking you. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
I'm just wondering, like,
I'm asking you.
If a jet can go through like a building that's like how many ever foot in diameter, I'm just wondering like how far it went into the cement wall.
I don't think it went very far at all. I think it was, even though it was a simulated, with fuel. Okay, they put water because they didn't want to deal with the explosion, right? So they used water as the weight. Sure, I can find it on YouTube. F4 Phantom.
Well, that to me is just weird. If you want to actually simulate what's going to happen, why wouldn't you just have just a cement by itself out in the desert somewhere near no one, and then hit it with the rocket, like just different feet? Why would you ever do it next, like on a real? I don't know.
I just posted it. It was a specific test. It wasn't. It was a test, like I said, to simulate, our nuclear power plants. If you think about it.
Yeah, but how are you testing it if you don't put fuel in there? You're not going to see what the actual reaction is. Explosion.
They didn't want to see. They wanted to see what the jet would do, not be obscured by the fire.
Yeah, but to me that makes no sense. If you want to see what damage the jet can do,
it wasn't my test. All I can tell you is what they did.
I know, but just humanly to me, if I'm going to put my money into it, I'm going to do it the whole way. I'm going to put fuel in there and see what the big boy can do.
Well, they had the reasons.
What is the topic now? We were talking about the rubble at the base of the towers. Like, back to that, because I did step away for a minute. Back to that, like, Steel City, I mean, do you have any refutation to the fact that the material wasn't there, or do you admit that? Because the mainstream admits that, so I assume you do too.
The mainstream does not admit that.
Well, it's a visible fact. You just can look at the picture of after it went down. It's right there.
Yeah, there was a lot of debris there. It took them months and months to clear it all out, and they shipped it all to fresh kills.
But there wasn't.
What discussion of geos are you rejecting? Steel City?
Yes.
Yeah.
But what assertion that Geo just said are you rejecting?
That there was virtually no steel at ground zero.
That's not what I said. That's
Okay.
I said there was
Okay,
only about 10% of what should have been there. That's what I said.
Virtually no 10%. Okay. I reject that. There was more than 10%.
Why do you reject that?
Because I've seen photos of an enormous amount of debris, both at ground zero and at fresh kills.
Okay, so how do you know that enormous amount, quote unquote, that you saw there is not the 10% that Gio's talking about?
Because it's way too much for it to be 10%.
How do you know?
By eyeballing the amount that's visible.
So you looked at the picture and you arbitrarily determined, no, it's not 10%, it's more.
Yes. I did. I wasn't there. I wasn't weighing it. But
Okay,
I bet you whoever's saying it was only 10% is doing the exact same thing, looking at it and saying that looks like it's only 10%.
Okay, so your contrary statement, your rejection is unsubstantiated or nor justified.
No, it is. It's substantiated based on visual evidence.
You just admitted it was arbitrary. No. Stop. Pause. You just admitted to me that it was arbitrary. Did you just told me that? So it can't be substantiated and justified if it's arbitrary. You just told me it's arbitrary, therefore it's not true.
Supported.
If it's supported, then it's not arbitrary. It can't simultaneously be arbitrary and supported. Which one is it? Pick one.
Where are you going with this?
I'm going with, is the rejection and the contradiction substantiated and justified or not? You just told me earlier that it was arbitrary. Now you're telling me that it's supported. It can't be both. Which one is it? Is it arbitrary or supported? If it's supported, what substantiates it?
The visual evidence.
Well, what I've seen in terms of that, and yeah, I like I said, I wasn't there in person, but when buildings have a certain number of floors, of course, it depends on what's on the floors. I mean, if they're completely empty versus full. However, obviously, the Twin Towers had apparently all kinds of offices and buildings and desks and tons of stuff in it. So, but when buildings fall, there's always a proportionate amount of rubble at the base of it compared to how many floors it was. That's a consistent in terms of engineering, like actual engineering. And so when these Twin Towers came down, there should have been a certain number of floors worth of rubble. And that amount is about 90% missing. So that's the challenge. We're not saying there wasn't some rubble there. There was. But the number, and this is straight up on engineering. I mean, this is not something that is just a made up thing. I mean, when buildings fall, they make a certain pile of rubble, a certain number of floors of rubble compared to the floors it was. And that's where it wasn't there.
I want to see who made that claim, because the only place I've heard that claim from is from Judy Wood with her space beam claim, which isn't accepted by A911 or anybody.
I mean, I don't take down buildings or anything. I've never done that, but yeah. I have looked into buildings and when they come down and the amount of floors worth of rubble that should be there. And then I've analyzed the 9/11 photos and of after it came down, and that material is not there. So,
but the towers were 110 stories high, and they destroyed buildings within 300 feet of them. So they didn't fall. They didn't fall in their own footprint. So they had a wide dispersion. So, and they also collapsed into the underground as well, because there were a lot of subterranean stuff there. So they crashed through all that stuff, and there's no evidence that steel was missing.
So you're saying steel girders and concrete, real heavy, dense stuff was projected more than 300 feet, or at least 300 feet away from the building?
Some portions from the top of the tower, yeah, up to 300 feet away.
When you watch the collapse of the
how does that happen?
Watch the collapse.
When you watch the collapse of the towers, did you notice that there are objects moving up, around, and down?
Up, around, and down.
The parabolic trajectory?
I think as the building was collapsing, if I remember correctly, that it involved the steel was snapping, right? So there are some small pieces of steel that had that shot upwards for brief periods of time, just due to the chaos.
What's interesting about the towers just being gone, like toasted, is that also these fires in Northern California, like Paradise and several of these, it's the same phenomenon. They'll go through an entire neighborhood and it'll be fried to the bottom. There's no bathtubs, there's no toilets, porcelain, which never burns in wildfires. There's the whole thing. It's just gone. Everything's literally gone. It's the same phenomenon at 9/11. Like
untouched by the trees.
And then the trees are not even affected. Yeah. But it's the same thing in those houses. Like normally when a house falls, even in a house fire, there's a certain amount of rubble that's there. But yeah, in these Northern California, it's just everything is gone. It's just literally smoked. And then cars are like grounded to the road and then their rims are melting into beads of liquid, which also never happens in forest fires.
Yeah. By the way, let's not forget that police chiefs have come forward and testified that the types of fires and the damage they're in did not coincide with a typical fire, that it was some other type of something.
Or anything they'd ever seen. Yeah, exactly. Anything they'd ever seen. Even like the chief of these fire departments in Northern California, these are not like people that are, questioning that there's directed energy weapons. These are just actually the chiefs. And they say that it was the hottest, most aggressive, fastest moving, quote unquote, fire they'd ever seen. They couldn't literally do anything. It was just, so yeah, that's even coming from them, that it was unlike anything else. But yeah, it looks to be the same phenomenon. There's a bunch of the same things that seem to be present in 9/11 and those fires in terms of the very strange phenomena, electromagnetic and electrostatic, and the temperatures that were used to basically completely annihilate, things like porcelain and physical matter in a way that, and just
you know how they hook up electricity to like a rod and then the rod gets red hot?
Yeah. You mean induction?
Well, no. I mean, if you hook up power to metal and you get it so hot, put so much energy into it, it'll melt that shit. It'll turn red. It'll glow red and melt.
One of these pictures I saw, there was melted metal right next to a bottle of water, like a case of water, bottled water. And the bottled water was fine, didn't melt. But there was literally like liquid metal next to it on the ground.
That is a red flag.
Yeah, the liquid metal is interesting. Also, the steel girders that were literally turned into pretzels. And when I looked into it, like the melting point of those metals is like, it was thousands of degrees higher than any forest fire, or not forest fire, but in terms of 9/11, and any just building fire that would be, coming down like that. And these steel girders were literally like, they were turned into pretzels. Like the way they were twisted around. That's another effect, like the Hutchinson was working with as well, of these. But yeah, like you said, also the melted cars that are like toasted cars that are like being grounded. That's another one. Yeah, there's a bunch of very strange phenomenon that seem to be going on in these extremely high temperatures. Another thing is that during hurricanes, oftentimes cars will get lifted up and then they'll get put on top of something else, like during the hurricane. So like somehow the car becomes coming off the ground. And that also was present during 9/11. So 9/11, there was actually a hurricane that was off the coast, but it was not, it was like a sunny day in New York or whatever. So it wasn't like directly there. So I'm not saying, but when hurricanes are actually directly in your area, like I'm saying, cars can get picked up and lifted and put on top of fences and stuff like that. And then after the hurricane leaves, someone's car is on top of a fence. And during 9/11, that same phenomenon was observed, and the hurricane was there. So I think, in my viewpoint, this directed energy weapon, it has the ability to essentially ground metal to very high levels, and it also has the ability to make things essentially sort of anti-gravitational as well, if you want to call it that. It's able to do both, because people also reported like Some people were like semi-floating that were around the buildings. Now that's somewhat anecdotal because that's hard to say, but there are people who said they were there and they were like literally like starting to float a little bit. So that's another interesting kind of strange phenomenon.
Jesus.
I just posted a article going back to World Trade Center 7 and Enron. So the SEC opened their investigation on Enron on November 1st. So 2 months after, or a full month after.
Which
9/11.
doesn't mean the files weren't there already.
How could the files be there? Enron was not in the building. SEC hadn't started an investigation. How could the files be in World Trade Center 7?
Well, that was part of the article, how the files were there before the investigation started.
They wouldn't be
there's
there.
some discrepancy. Anyway, all right. Anyway, I mean, I know you're gonna argue it.
You can't
you know
see
that.
somebody else's files without an investigation underway. It doesn't make any sense. Well, all it was is somebody speculated that years later. And
No, it was before the indictments were issued. The investigation was years prior. It was before the indictments were issued.
Well, the investigation is the first thing. You're not going to have indictments until you make a investigation. All right. Okay.
Could it be that the airplanes that we see flying are actually caused by the direct energy weapon and aviation is a hoax?
You could say that all you want to. You can say anything.
Yeah.
No. I mean, these things can be recreated in physical reality. Hutchinson was doing it. There's videos he has of him doing it. Making metal basically turn into almost putty, even though it's not hot. So it can do something to matter where, like metal, where without even making it hot at all, it can actually contort it can twist it. Can also make things hover as well electrostatically.
Gio, I got to drop work tomorrow, but good conversation.
Cool, man. Yeah.
Have a peaceful day.
Have a good night.
Have a peaceful night. Said day. Gregory, it's nighttime.
I'm getting home from work soon. It's fucking 6 a.m.
I mean, what's intense about the idea of these directed energy device type things, the concern about it, I mean, like whatever they did, right? It's like, all right, they did it, it's in the past to some degree. However, if they're still using it in things like these, quote unquote forest fires, but the bigger picture is that if they're using it, that's just a huge issue, because if these psychopaths have that kind of technology, they could use it to cause a lot of pain, suffering, death, upon the world. Possibly they're even planning to use it for this Project Bluebeam idea, like the fake alien invasion. Yeah, so if they start pulling that thing out, people's houses are getting toasted and they think it's aliens or whatever. So yeah, I mean, as much as we can, try to at least get the word out enough that people can know that it's going on before they hurt more people.
Because when you're aware of such possibilities, then you know how to interpret various phenomena when they occur. You know that this is a possible explanation for the phenomena. And therefore can't be deceived regarding that.
Because there's no demonstration of it actually existing.
How's that a sequitur counter argument to what I just said?
You said that because this can be demonstrated to be the cause.
I didn't say that at all.
No...
You didn't hear me say that.
Oh, then I must have misheard you.
It's okay, it happens.
Wasn't the Project Bluebeam supposed to happen on the London Olympics?
Gio?
What's that? I had to switch my phone for a second. What'd you say?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember the Project Bluebeam was supposed to happen on the London Olympics.
No. Project Bluebeam is a project that has been discussed. Well, there's certain documents of it as well, but Also, Werner von Braun talked about it. But no, this is something that has been discussed about happening later, possibly around 2030, somewhere in the late 2020s, 2030s, somewhere. I mean, there's the whole Agenda 2030 as well. But no, this would be something that they'd be building up towards. And Werner von Braun said that this was going to be the final card, as it were, that they were going to play on humanity in order to get some sort of a one world control kind of a system set up.
I read when before the London Olympics happened, I read from somewhere that it's going to happen over there, and I was actually waiting for it to happen, but it never happened. That sounds like the second coming of Jesus. Like it's happening. Just prepare and wait, and it just never comes.
No, dude, I think it's coming later. If they're going to do it, it's going to be done. Probably they're going to try to pull it off in the next 10 years. I think the entire globe deception keeps the alien story going, keeps people believing in that. Now they're claiming to do the whole civilian space travel thing. So they have to keep this. I mean, this is all just my viewpoint, obviously. I can't, I'm not saying I'm predicting the future, but I think it's all connected, because to make the idea of a globe Earth, now you're this isolated, little ball in a huge vacuum. And that huge vacuum, they claim, oh, it's so vast and it's so huge and there's light years away. And then they're the ones that are, they're trying to go to Mars or probe things or whatever they claim they're doing. So they've built this whole story and people believe it to where they think it's real. And then they've built the idea of aliens link right in with that. Like, who knows who could be out there that might be after us or whatever, or that could have different things. So they've been building that story. And nowadays, pretty much everybody believes that. I mean, even 60, 70, 80-year-old people are like, yeah, I bet there's aliens. Pretty much everyone now, they've got everyone thinking there's an aliens. And so to then pull off a huge event, scam of sorts, a huge psyop deception of, basically, and they've got Space Force set up. So now they have a part of the U.S. military and the DoD that is involved with Space Force as well. So, now they have that. And so, yeah, they absolutely could use directed. It seems very likely with all that being the case. And they're already using the directed energy weapons. I can see they use them at 9/11. They use them in the forest fires. I've studied enough to see that there's absolutely something going on in my viewpoint with that. So would they then try to link that technology along with some kind of a fake alien, war or some kind of a fake invasion or a war? Seems very likely that they're going to probably at least plan to try to do that. But we'll see if they pull it off or if we can wake up in time, which I think we will.
You just falsely equated something that hasn't happened with something that never happens. They're categorically two different things.
Even the evidence that is being presented is, because we know it happens, rather than here it is and here's kind of things about it. We know it is.
For what? For what you were talking about? About directed energy weapon technology?
Yeah. This directed energy weapon technology that can bring down buildings, light forests on fire, do all of these incredible things.
Are you saying that directed energy is not a well-known weapon?
Not in that type.
Okay, so from what I understand, it may be at the fringe of military exercise, but I'm pretty sure that the concept of direct energy weapon is something that is a public thing. Like you can search this and find out what it is.
Yep. Hey, cool. Why do you say that it's not well known?
Well, hold on. He's actually just getting to it. Go ahead, Riggs. It's the fringes of military technology that is still being researched.
But they have it.
So,
but they have it, right?
But it doesn't do.
It's beyond conceptual. They have these things.
But what does it do?
Well, what would it do? What's the
bars?
point of a directed energy weapon? Like, how do you infer
Does
that?
it make you feel sick and kind of get a headache and a little hot feeling, or does it pulverize buildings? Because last time I looked into it, it only could make somebody uncomfortable.
Depends on how you tune it. Do
you have any evidence for this?
Well, it would have to be a spectrum device. Cool. It depends on how you tune it. Do I have evidence?
Right,
no, I'm driving.
Dismissiveness. Can you please tell me why you believe that this is not a well-known weapon? Because that's what you just said.
Because it's obviously not a well-known weapon. If it was, we would be talking about it by a make and model, similar to the way we talk about an M16, an M4, an AR or AK-47. These are well-known weapon types. A directed energy weapon that's capable of taking down a building is not a well-known energy type.
Okay, so I just asked you, why do you believe what you believe? You just tell me because I believe it.
Well, hold on, man. Like,
no, you asked me why I said this wasn't a well-known weapon. I gave you a very succinct reason.
Because it isn't.
Because it's not. Have you ever? What is the? What's the nomenclature for
you believe that? It's
what's
just
the
a
nomenclature
reiteration of what you believe is the case.
Okay. What's the name of it?
So you haven't answered the question yet.
I'm asking you. What's the name of it?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not defending anything. I'm asking you about your position.
Nobody knows about it, dude. That's my position. Nobody knows about it.
Okay, I just asked you.
Apparently,
why do you believe that it's not well known? You just reiterated
because no one knows about it. I think it's not well known because no one knows about it. I don't see why that's confusing. Because no one in this room knows anything about it. No one that I have talked to knows anything about it.
Hey, calm down, man. What I'm trying to say is that directed energy weapons exist, and there are very possibly different types of directed energy weapons, and especially the ones that we wouldn't have access to, we would not know about, especially, right?
You just said that we would not know about them.
All right. Well, I'll just say from my perspective. So there are directed energy weapons that the military has publicly, released that they have. There's a bunch of different types. I mean, you could even Google, it's on Wikipedia, directed energy weapons. They even use that terminology. So there are directed energy weapons that are used in all kinds of military applications. Now, what I personally think is the case, and what I'm saying, is that indeed they have like clandestine versions of directed energy weapons, ones that they do not release to the public, ones that they don't tell anyone about, that they have for their own usage. I think they stole them from the old world. I don't think they invented them. So they're not some kind of gods that created some ultimate thing. They stole them from the people they stole it from. Nonetheless, they do have them, and they're certainly not telling us. That's what I personally am saying. And I think from everything I've looked at, I wasn't at 9/11 in person, so I can't say anything about physically being able to verify. But from photographs, from everything I've seen, from all the video, from every single thing I've put together, I absolutely do think that they use this a unique type of directed energy weapon at 9/11. I also think they used it at the Oklahoma City bombing, and they used it in these forest fires in Northern California, and actually other fires in Australia and all around the world as well. So yes, Kool-Aid, I am suggesting that there is a clandestine, hidden from us technology that they do have.
Okay, that I can't argue with, but it being a well-known thing.
Well, I think what they were saying is directed energy weapons as a thing are well known. Like that is, you can Wikipedia that, but the type that I personally was referring to when it comes to like 9/11 and stuff, yeah, that is all we can see is the evidence of it and the destruction and what it seems to have caused. We can't know what exactly it is or what the name of it is, but I'm sure the people who are using it do.
But it even acts differently in those three scenarios that you just gave. So if I was doing a bomb damage assessment on this and I said, hey, these are completely different. One is a very focused, very tight beam that only hit these two little places. The other one hit large swathes of the wilderness. I would not conclude those are the same weapon.
No, I think they are slightly different.
Right.
Yeah. The one that starts forest fire, see, I think when you think about like lasers, microwaves, some of those core, that we're aware of, it seems to me like the ones that start forest fires have some kind of a laser effect of extremely high temperature and the dustification together. The one they used at 9/11 looks to be more just the dustification one because they brought it down with explosives and then they just use that for the dustification. So kind of like Riggs said, there may be different tunings and different components that can be used. They are slightly different, but the phenomenon are very similar of what we see in the environments that they're used.
With that, like when the reason why I brought when you're talking about levitation and I brought in airplanes, if I said that there is not a weapon, but a levitation thing that'll cause every airplane to fly, that flying is impossible, that you need that thing to fly, would you accept that because I said it and there's evidence because airplanes go in the air? Or would you need some extra evidence for the claim?
Maybe you have to ask that again. Say it again.
The airplanes don't fly. There is no such thing as aerodynamics. There is a thing in the sky that levitates airplanes. Would you accept that?
Just from you saying it now, what do you mean accept it? Would I think it's true?
Yeah, because you said that you have evidence for the direct energy weapon because there's buildings that are being collapsed. And I'm saying that the evidence for this levitation machine is airplanes fly.
No, I never said anything about buildings went down. The phenomenon that I think that is evidence of the directed energy weapons would be the very unique phenomenon that happens at the sites at which it's used and the way that physical matter looks to be contorted and twisted in ways that are not correlative with, in the case of 9/11, a building coming down, in the case of forest fires. That's what the actual the actual evidence itself of what occurred at those sites is what I'm referring to.
But you said forest fires are evidence of the direct energy weapons because forest fires.
No, I said forest fires are I think that directed energy weapons are being used to create forest fires because of the evidence at the sites of the forest fires that doesn't correlate with what normal forest fires do, but in fact seems to indicate something else entirely in terms of the actual physical phenomenon. Like, for example, the fact that the trees didn't burn and the neighborhoods did. That's one thing. That's very strange. I mean, always in forest fires, it's burning the forest and then it may catch and burn some houses or whatever. In this case, the entire neighborhoods are toasted, literally toasted, gone off the face of the earth. And the trees are all intact around it. So that is very strange. And some houses are standing and some are fried. It's like, how does that work? And the grass is all green and the trees are all alive. You can even see times like some of it looks like you can see where they're actually pointing it. It's like a laser that's burning through the grass and shit. Like you can actually see like the actual, sometimes like the way it swings through, but.
So it just can't be that there's someone putting out the fire and that's the limit where they could put it out. No.
So you just ignore all of what he just said?
No, I'm just making questions about what he said.
I mean, because I just heard him say that given the evidence and given what is known about DEWs and given what the results are most often, almost always, after a real wildfire occurs, there's reason to believe that it wasn't a wildfire the cause of this damage.
Sure, and when we see levitation somewhere, I can say that helicopters behave exactly like magnetic levitation. So maybe helicopters don't fly aerodynamically; they're just magnetically levitating. Because there's evidence.
So you're falsely equating someone evaluating evidence and making a conclusion versus you literally just saying people are just saying things. So your snarky hypothetical response is not equivalent to what Gio is saying.
Why not? There is no evidence of.
Because in your snarky hypothetical response, it's just people saying things versus saying things based on the evidence and based on what is known about DEWs and what is known about the result of wildfires.
Yeah, and I just said that based on the evidence of magnetic levitation, that's exactly how helicopters work.
It's still not equivalent.
Why?
Because to say that helicopters are functioning the same way that the levitation devices work is a non sequitur. You're just looking at the levitation device and then looking at the helicopters and then concluding that helicopters don't work the way they're commonly explained to work, but really work the way that levitation devices work. It's just a non sequitur conclusion, as opposed to what Geo is saying, that he's making a conclusion based valid given the premises.
It's exactly what Geo said. These forest fires aren't forest
No, it's
fires.
not. In your hypothetical scenario versus the levitation and the helicopters, someone is just making a non sequitur conclusion about how helicopters work.
So just like Theo's saying how direct energy weapons work, because there's no
You're just gonna keep contradicting me and not taking into consideration what's being said.
No,
well, I'm talking. No.
Intellectualism.
Yeah, no, Greg's correct. You are doing that. Yeah, you're basically just making a complete like non sequitur thing and saying, well, just because I say there's some levitation thing that's how airplanes fly. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm referring to is observing the actual evidence at the sites. For example, if you look up what temperature forest fires burn at, and also look at houses that have been burned by a forest fire, the porcelain is always intact, always. But at these fires, these strange ones in Northern California, that even the chiefs of the fire department said that they were the hottest they'd ever experienced. They couldn't even get in there to put it out. It was just absolutely brutal. The porcelain is gone, melted or dustified all the way to the ground.
This is the pseudo intellectualism that makes me contemptuous. This foolish contrarianism. That's what makes me contemptuous.
I mean, you can look at the temperature where porcelain cracks and pulverizes, and it's consistent with forest fires.
Yeah, house fires where the toilets and sinks were just rubble, pretty much broken up into lower.
No, they might be broken up. Sure, yeah. No, they might be broken. They might be broken because the ceiling fell on it or whatever. I'm talking about they're gone.
Do they disappear?
The material.
You see pieces of toilet there.
Right. That's the difference. Of course, you'll see some broken toilets and some, metal things that fell on, broke a bathtub or whatever. But I'm saying that in these Northern California type fires, the porcelain is completely gone. Also, even like the refrigerator is gone, the washer and dryer. Those are usually always the frames of the washer and dryer are always left in house fires and forest fires. Like there's always the frame of it. So those things also were literally just melted to nothing.
So do you have like you said that these are caused by the direct energy weapons because you know what the direct energy weapon can do? Do you know what the direct energy weapon can do?
Well, I guess what I'm saying directly is this: I've analyzed. I've not gone up to these forest fire sites and looked myself. Nor was I at 9/11. Nor was I physically at the Oklahoma City bombing. So all of this I'm going off of is evidence from photos, pictures, people claiming, et cetera, of what's there. And I've looked at all that and have seen phenomenon like I'm describing. Many of these things I'm saying that don't correlate with what they claim they were, and forest fires, 9/11, et cetera. And I'm looking at that direct evidence. And then from there, I am using my own, let's just use the word intuition, to decipher what this technology is in my viewpoint, who has it and who's using it, and somewhat of how it works. I can't say I know every single exact, piece of equipment as to how they're doing it, but I have thought a lot about that as well. And then I've looked at that in terms of the larger agendas, the larger kind of psyops, et cetera. And then lastly, I've tuned in deep within myself to correlate with where that technology came from. And I have deciphered that it does come from not these people who have it now.
Sure, but how do you know that it's technology that caused it?
Well, it's a device. It doesn't just happen for no reason.
No, yeah, I'm not saying that it happened for no reason. How do you know that the reason is? Yeah, why do you know that it's caused by technology?
Now, are you asking that question for a good reason, or are you just being a contrarian?
No, I'm asking it for a good reason, because there can be, let's say there's gas lines that are built some way in California, and that's the cause why the toilets are pulverized or something. How do you know that it's actually a machine doing these things?
Are you just supposing this hypothetical, or do you have reason to believe that this happens in this scenario you just supposed?
No, I'm asking for Geo's justification for it being technology that causes it.
But what I'm trying to introduce, because I don't see it being introduced, is the detection of irreasonable questions. So are you supposing this hypothetical because it actually happens, or is it just some hypothetical that you're tossing?
Well, it's all
hypothetical. I asked a question from Geo. I didn't do anything else. I asked what's your justification, saying that it's technology.
Yeah,
Okay.
all of this is hypothetical and speculation.
I would say, well, you can label it whatever you need to. It's not what it is for me, but if it is what it is for you, that's fair. But what I was going to say is that, how do I know it's technology? Well, I would say that I'm pretty aware of nature and how nature functions, and I personally have never seen anywhere else in this world those effects in that way. So there's that, and then it seems to me very clear if they use it at 9/11 that it is owned by whoever pulled that off. So in terms of it being a technology, I mean, what are you just saying? Like, why do I think it's a device rather than nature, or rather than just a fluke, or some kind of virtual reality, like
some kind of
notice also this guy Mailman, he contrasted technology with gas line. They're both technology.
Sure, but I'm just meaning, like, how do you know that it's a weapon that someone is using?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
That was better.
Okay. I mean, I definitely think they turn it on and it goes. Yeah, if that's what you're asking. Why do I think that? I mean,
no. Like, if I see something that is weird and it hasn't happened before in nature, like outside somewhere, and then I said, I've never seen this before, therefore it has to be someone using some kind of a device to cause this phenomenon.
In other words, why do you believe that it was deliberately caused by a weapon?
Yeah.
Okay, rather than just someone else using it for the hell of it, you mean? Or
no, as opposed to accidentally.
Let's say intentional. Yeah.
How do you? So his question is, how do you know that it was caused deliberately by a weapon as opposed to it happening accidentally?
Accidentally,
not from a weapon.
Accidentally, not from a weapon. Okay, how would that occur?
Well, I don't know, but I'm
asking you, why do you believe that was deliberately caused by a weapon?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I put food in the microwave and I turn it on and it heats up and it cooks some soup, it's pretty obvious to me that there was a technology that caused my soup to heat because there was no other.
There was a microwave.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have the direct energy weapon. You've never seen it. So you don't have your microwave.
No, I've seen the causes, what it's caused. Yeah.
Sure, but if I have hot soup on the table, I can't say that it was heated by a microwave. It could be an oven. It could be a stove. It could be anything.
Okay, so...
No, but you could sure taste it and figure it out.
Yeah.
So what else in your mind, just even if you're... Because I kind of feel like the answer to this in my mind is that it's like it's present in what it is. Like it...
Can I help you? Are you trying to say that given the evidence is indicative that this is the result of a deliberate weapon rather than some sort of accidental natural cause or accidental artificial hiccup?
Well, yeah, there's a lot in all that. Yeah, like what are we even... I mean...
Because it seems like you just said that the forest fires and the 9/11, those are two different things. One is just to pulverize, one is to do something else also. So those are like not the same weapon, maybe. Or maybe they are. We don't know.
And I'm just imagining this beam of energy being focused in such a way that it knows to stop at the ground, that it wouldn't continue into the ground and blow a hole in the ground. You know, I mean, that it would just hit the house and just buzz the house up and not affect anything else like the ground. It would blow a hole in the ground, it seems to me.
If it pulverizes porcelain, then it should melt concrete and asphalt and everything.
You're kidding me, right? I mean, different frequencies are going to do different things. Y'all are jokes, man. And we've seen forest. We've seen forest fires for years and years, like all our lives. What do? And when things are said to be caused by forest fires, but they're 100% different. And all the experts in the area that know where the gas lines are, i.e. the fire chief, are saying that this is totally weird. I've never seen this in my career. Then you look for alternative reasons for this happening. When you know that directive energy weapons are capable of this, or you think they are, then you might go to there. You might go somewhere else, but Geo is going to.
But you imagine
that's why I asked.
That you imagine the amount of energy that would be required to produce such a beam. It would be like a power plant that would be required to produce such a beam of energy.
So you didn't hear what they just said, Left Lane?
Yeah, I did hear what they said. I still have my questions.
That wasn't a question. That was a refutation. So what they just said to you was there are different frequencies that have different effects on different material. The frequency that would affect porcelain is not necessarily the same frequency that would affect the earth underneath it or the concrete underneath the house.
It still requires wattage. I don't care what frequency it is.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, but you didn't hear what I just said, or you don't understand what I just said.
Left Lane isn't talking about the toilets now. He's talking about the amount of energy needed for that weapon to function.
No, either he just whistled past what I just said, or he didn't hear what I just said. I hope it's the latter. Different frequencies are going to have different effects on different material.
You're talking to me about what I said, and I'm answering you. It doesn't matter the frequency.
They said.
It's still, I'm talking about the wattage required to operate the energy weapon.
Okay, but that's not what you were talking about. So now you're scattergunning between different points of.
No, that's what I said to start. That's what I said to start with.
Okay, so I'm talking about your contradiction of them saying that this is caused by a DEW. They responded saying this is nonsense. Different frequencies are going to have different effects upon different material.
Yeah, I made 2 points. Thank you.
I mean, is there a different frequency needed to pulverize porcelain and pulverize asphalt? I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. You were asking me before why I think it's an actual directed energy weapon. I mean, I'm sitting here kind of pondering on that. I mean, I think one thing I'll say for myself, like all I can do is look at the evidence. Obviously, I can look at what I can look at because, like I said, I wasn't there physically, and come to some level of conclusion with that. But I think the way that I come to conclusions, there's sort of a final process, which would, I guess I'll just use the word intuition, even though I think there's some people might have different perceptions of what that is. But, it's more than just a gut feeling, but I have my own ways of sort of verifying and validating what is going on. So I usually will take in as much evidence as I can from the outer world, but then my kind of final, where I come to my final conclusion would be ultimately within myself of wanting to connect with what is true, what is the truth of it. So to me, I absolutely think the truth of the matter is that they are using directed energy weapons. I understand that all we have for evidence is just pictures and things like that. I don't have the name of it. I don't have pictures of the actual device. I don't know exactly all of how it works and so on. But I do, for within myself, I do know that I've come to the conclusion that indeed they do have this weapon, because it also resonates deeply with me, like in terms of how they use this in the old world as well, and how it didn't start out as being a weapon. So there's kind of that component to it as well.
What do you mean with that, using it in the old world and not being a weapon?
Well, one of the ways I think they used to use it is they used to use it to clear land so that they could build architecture, spiritual center places for spirituality and cities and so on. Like they would use this to actually clear land.
What do you mean old world? Do you mean like in ancient times?
Well, this opens a whole nother discussion, but I think the world was usurped in the 1800s. The current world we're in was usurped by the people that are in power now, and they have sold us a lot of fake history, fake cosmology, fake science, and they've stolen the free energy technology that existed before they did this, and they used it to basically annihilate most of the world in terms of basically the same thing they're doing with the forest fires. They're just burned out. I mean, Chicago, New York, San Francisco, all of these, Paris, all of these cities were literally burnt to the rubble, to the ground. Nagasaki, all of these, but Nagasaki was later. But where in the late 1800s and early 1900s, like before World War I, all of those cities literally went up in flames and were completely. And when I look at the pictures of those, it looks the exact same as what they used in the forest fires and in 9/11. So I think they've had this weapon for quite some time and have been using it to terraform the earth.
Then I mean, there's no point in discussing it because I mean everything points to that weapon. And then yeah, sure. I mean, my kitchen, I boil water, and I mean it can be caused by the direct energy weapon for the water boiling in my kitchen.
Oh god.
Now, man, look, listen. What it really seems to me is this pre-commitment to rejecting this possibility. Now that's folly.
Well, I'm well sort because if you're saying that in the 1700s they had a direct energy weapon to clear land, and there's no evidence of it.
What are you talking about? There's no evidence. We've got stones all over the place indicating high temperature direct laser energy weapons. The only thing that would be capable to do what the damage that's been done to these stones and oxidize them at the rate they were oxidized at. I mean, there's all sorts of evidence. We've got the Nazca lines. We've got all sorts of things indicating technology and a high energy one at that.
Before that, Mailman, do you say there's no evidence of this after having done the research?
I mean, research into what? Pulverized pulse. I mean, I can research direct energy weapons, and my research would not come up with the 1700s energy weapon.
Now, are you saying that after having done the research, after having inquired about the topic?
No, I've listened to the evidence over here.
Okay, so all you know about this topic is what you've heard in here so far. Now, surely you know everything that's been said in here tonight so far isn't all the data that could be researched.
I'm going to look at.
I can make data myself too. But I mean, the Nazca lines was interesting. I want to know if those are made with laser and the evidence is there. If someone
okay,
saw
so
them.
before we get to that point, the point I'm trying to make is that your rejection is being spoken as though you've done the research, even from an omniscient standpoint, when you've done no such thing. So your rejection of it, as a matter of fact, is unjustified.
It's just a matter of
how much. Yeah, how much research? How much research should I do? I mean, have you're a flat earther, right? Have you researched the globe enough to understand it?
Yes.
Hey,
So I can just say that
really
you reject the evidence.
Sorry to interrupt, Gio. We got a new member here, Apocryphon. I don't know if he's been verified yet, but if you can help him with that.
Is it the same Apocryphon, my boy?
Yeah.
Our boy, rather?
One thing that would be a legitimate point to look at would be how much energy do these direct energy weapons that we know exist, that I saw somebody posted something, how much energy input is required to operate that weapon versus its output, and then, to consider how much energy output would be required to pulverize concrete or disintegrate porcelain versus how much energy input would be required. I think that would be a good point to look at.
Yeah, and also where did they get that energy? I'm
sorry.
Rakia posted a thing about the Navy and the direct energy weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where they got the energy in the 1700s. If someone says that there's free energy and we had lasers in the 1700s, I mean that it sort of cuts the discussion there, because then everything can be claimed.
Dysel, yeah, I sent him a message.
Man.
Listening to me, I had myself muted, and I was like, everybody just keeps ignoring me.
I heard you, Gio. Go.
Yeah, I sent him a message. It looks like he still has to agree to get to come. Yeah, the agree command. So I told him.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
One way I would think would be interesting to do it is to go because to me the actual test you'd have to do to say it was this directed energy weapons is you would need to have some forest fires or building collapses or whatever that you could categorically say were not caused by this, and then go, do any of those resemble some of the effects of what we're seeing here? Not just generally speaking, because I mean, like forest fires are very different in their different natures. Like most of New South Wales, not most of New South Wales, but a lot of New South Wales was on fire recently, but they were still very different fires to the ones we had in 2000, or 2001 or something like that, where they were smaller fires, but the fires went far faster and were far hotter. So they had very different effects, and I think that's what you would expect. But I'm not sure there would be a way to do it. Like, you need a null variable, but would you just end up saying, if you had that, oh, we did find a forest fire that did replicate what I'm saying as a directed energy weapon, would that just become proof of a directed energy weapon?
So when you have high energy weapons interacting with matter, there's a reaction that takes place. And most often, depending on the medium, whether it be like sand or rock, it's going to liquefy and turn into a glass. And we see these indications in these areas that are depicted to have these supposed high energy interactions.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's sort of, it's going, I expect to see X, so when I see X, therefore a directed energy weapon. But it's not what it needs to do, in my mind, to be reasonable research would be to go, I need to control this against when I know that it's definitely not. So that
you're asking for a conclusion based from deductive reasoning. Geo isn't necessarily asserting that. He's inductively reasoning. Both are valid.
Well, that doesn't sound like what Geo described before. Geo said he intuited that it is the case and then looks for evidence that it's the case.
That's not what I said at all. And you're very, very good at completely misrepresenting my position. I never, ever, 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 ever said anything like that. What I did, I said is the exact opposite. I said that first I looked into the phenomenon, looked at the evidence directly, and looked at that. Then I said I then ran that through my own system of intuition and of knowledge and of trying to tune into what is true. And then that's how I always do that to come to my final conclusion on anything.
That level of egregious misinterpretation of his argument is beyond just accidental.
That's kind of what I'm describing. It's starting with the conclusion and working back from there.
No, it's the opposite of that, which is why it's weird that you're misrepresenting that. I didn't start from a conclusion, and you're saying I did for some strange reason.
Right, he just explained to you his inductive reasoning. He just did that. And then you just misrepresented him immediately after, seconds later.
I started at the evidence.
What were the controls and what were the other possibilities you contended then? Because that's what I'm describing. Do you have controls? Do you have, I know this isn't a directed energy weapon? Or I contended these alternate possibilities?
Writing on eggshells, he's inductively reasoning. He's not deductively
I heard you.
reasoning.
I'm not hearing you. It's just not responding to the point that I'm making. I get that you keep saying it's inductive reasoning. I've heard you've said it's inductive reasoning. To me, even inductive reasoning would require that we go, it could be a variety of things, right? Forest fires.
I'm pretty sure that he's using a combination of both. I think it's unfair to say he's only using one type of thinking.
So I'm not even talking about the thinking. That's Gregory's on that trip. I'm just asking about what were the other. To me, a good way to reason is to go, there could be, of the possibilities I can think of or research, there are these 9 or 10, and this is the way I went through them to sort which was which.
Okay.
Specifically went to control.
On eggshells.
Have you done that?
No, I'm asking how Geo's done it.
Walking on eggshells, you do this for a living, right? you come here and create content for yourself by reasoning, even sometimes agreeing with the people, right? You've studied this deeply.
It's a good idea to agree, sure. Why
you've studied this,
do
right?
What you do and willingly interrupt and
as you interrupt me. No, you're interrupting me. While I'm
explaining to you his inductive reasoning, and then you're asking him about his deductive reasoning. Did you deductively reason? No, I inductively reasoned. Well, did you deductively reason? No, I inductively reasoned.
You're on the trip about inductive and deductive. I'm not talking about that.
Because you keep asking him, did he do deductive reasoning when he told you no? He is inductively reasoned.
Okay.
So stop asking him, did he deductively reason?
I haven't heard him answer.
Well, I think what you did writing originally, which is what I was sort of not agreeing with is you said that you tried to make a story as if I just came up with some random intuition and then just started randomly linking things together or something, which what I was saying is it's the opposite of that. I would say everything in my personal life, I always, when I first hear about something, I just hold it as I don't know yet. So the first time I hear of anything, if it's someone's theory or an idea or even a physical test or anything, I just go, oh, okay, cool. I'll accept that maybe could be true, maybe could be false, not sure. So I'm just going to kind of hold it, put it on the back burner, and have it be in the unknown category until I either look into it or do my own research. Once I start looking into it, I take in everything that I can, but whether it's evidence, whether it's experimentation myself, etc. I do that and utilize that and utilize logic as well, and then I also use intuition. I wouldn't say that there has to be any particular order of those, but I would say that the intuition, when I was describing it, that's my final step. Often is
I had misrepresented that. It sounded to me that that's where it had started from, because it was the first thing you'd said, but it didn't mean that necessarily that was your first step.
I just want to know, where are these energy weapons coming from? Where are they located? That's the point.
That might be your point.
Well,
Good
I
question.
mean, I'm just going to go out on a limb and speculate on this one due to the fact that I've had friends that supposedly have worked on satellites and say that they're not what exactly we think they are. They've got other things aboard the satellites. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it could possibly be coming from potentially something up above.
Yeah.
Satellite.
I think high altitude is definitely a major part of it. Yeah, that's like the main part of it. I mean, I think in the old world, and again, this would be just fully from my own kind of downloads and intuition. I can't say I have physical evidence for this, but I think that they used to use this to terraform land. I also think they used it to build certain technologies because it can create anti-levitation without any heat and without any damage to the material.
Anti-levitation.
He means anti-gravity.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, anti-weight. Yeah, I just sort of linked those in my mind, but yeah, can create physical matter to become buoyant in the environment so that you could build things like pyramids, for example.
Or you could zap someone up into their spaceship like a cow.
Like if you wanted to create a huge amusement park, spiritual center of pyramids and beautiful things, but you don't want to, but you don't have slave labor, because fuck slave labor. There's no reason to force any human to do that shit. So if you have this technology, you could use the one that they use in the forest fires to clear the land, boom, fry all the trees, everything you need to fry. And then you can use the anti-levitation quality of it to essentially, levitate stones and things to build buildings. I also think they also have some kind of like back then I think they had some kind of like almost like a 3D printing. The 3D printing version might be similar. They may be able to program it to where you could take like a stone, let's say, and then you could put this device above it, around it, whatever it may be. And instead of like the way they dustified the Twin Towers, they turned the towers into dust. Well, in this case, you wouldn't be dustifying the whole thing, but you'd be semi-dustifying it in an architectural way. So perhaps if they could tune it to create an architectural design and then basically, point that above the stone or whatever it may be, and just like a carving, essentially, it would be able to carve out that architectural design, and then they would have the levitation ability to build buildings without, human slave labor.
Well, that was a mouthful. Where do we find this technology? I want one.
Want one? You want a DUW? What you trying to destroy?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if what I'm referring to is the case, and I'm not suggesting anyone just blindly believe me or anything like that, I'm just sharing my perspectives. But if they had that, then it really wasn't a weapon. It was more of a tool that actually was used for creating incredible landscapes upon the earth for humans to enjoy. But they've just potentially are using it as a weapon against us now, which is unfortunate. Yeah.
That's an understatement.
we can get it back, but we have to contest what they're doing to the world enough as a human race, which I think involves waking up enough to where we can contest what they're doing. We can get to the North Pole, we can get all this stuff back, but not in the trajectory that these people are wanting to take it now. So hence part of what...
Where is this being streamed?
YouTube, Twitch, and DLive.
You need to change the second part of Apocryphon's name if it's going to show up in chat. I don't mean to be narking, but I don't want your channel to get nixed.
Oh yeah, Apocryphon. I guess that's like one of the main rules in this server, that we can't really go there with that type of talk. They don't want to get demonetized because of YouTube regulations and such. So because this is live streamed on YouTube, so I don't know if you're able to make a little adjustment.
True position.
If you can hear me, but if not, I'll just directly message you and let you know.
Yeah, he just said no worries, he'll change it, so that's all good. Cool. Yeah, I guess probably best not to have that. The AI is just going to pick up on it, and then I think what it does is
character recognition or something.
Yeah, the AI picks up for terms like that, and then it searches in and around when that term was used to see if it can find something that they want to pull up for review or whatever. So yeah, it's best to not have it on there. So I don't know if I know him directly. Maybe I've talked to him, but I don't know if he needs to, like, I could just give him voice verified probably if you guys know.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine and Gregory's. We known him for some time. He's cool.
All right, cool.
The good news is that it doesn't appear that they're hammering down on channels that mention it, mention that thing every once in a while. But if you focus on it and that's the topic, that's when it's mentioned over and over and over, that seems to be when they take action.
Yeah, they can, because if they do, they expose a true malevolent motive regarding this controversy. Oops, did I say too much? Well, Gia, what do we talk about now?
How about sailboats?
You fucking love your sailboats.
I've never been sailing.
Really?
No, I haven't.
It's beautiful. I feel the power of the
a little small boat, right? For like 2 or 3 people.
Right. I mean, you can do it all. My favorite boats are 60 feet long, or technically 58.5 feet, but
gotta be accurate, right?
Right.
I think I've only been on a cruise ship once.
Those don't seem like much fun to me.
That was a long time ago. I might have been less than 12, maybe. Depends on what you like to do. If you like to move about, yeah, you're not gonna want to be restricted on a boat with other folks. You got to behave yourself and sit still.
Have you put any more thought into that design that we discussed, Cool?
Not since my initial failure, I'll be honest.
Okay, no worries, man.
Yeah, I tried to do the design, but I failed, and I said, "Fuck it."
A torpedo or underwater craft that uses the same principle as the watch me forget the name of the route, but the route that swims upstreams.
You're out of your Sia Giovanni or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Garudia, Sia Giovanni. Yeah, there's a route based on its geometry, is able to exploit the flow against it and perpetuate itself against the flow. So
as in a plant?
Well, it's a tree root. Yeah, it's a tree root coming from the Amazon. This is what inspired Victor Schauberger to essentially create the turbine engine. But the beauty of this route is that not only will it swim with or against the flow, but also perpendicular to the surface, meaning like against gravity. So it'll go up a waterfall directly out of the water.
That sounds familiar. I think I've seen that on TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's just put this one in a bit of water and it's like swimming like it's alive. I would, if that was coming towards me, I would.
Yeah, you freak out.
Freak out and
The heart will
run.
melt.
So we were talking about using this as a design to create this perpetual ship that would need no power to generate itself and follow the convection cells of the ocean, going against the
just
current.
wait till the current goes against it. That's an interesting idea. It's a great idea.
And you wouldn't have moving parts, so it would be quiet.
Yeah, so it would be essentially a roaming, I don't know, would we call it a satellite, or we could use it for military application? I don't know.
If you just packed microphones on it, just, you could identify every engine that turns on in a enemy port. That's huge.
I had another design to add to it. If you were to put a sphere interlaced within that design, the sphere would actually essentially you'd be able to man it. So basically, it would be like a gyroscope within this geometry that would so you'd be able to sit upright without getting moved around anyway, and this thing would just spin around you. Actually,
who said that thing with the microphones?
Kool-Aid.
That's Kool-Aid.
Are you cunning?
Yeah, if you look at wind chimes, there's wind chimes that use this design. I posted a couple pictures a few days ago. I don't know if anybody saw the wind chimes, but
you done reconnaissance before, Kool-Aid?
Yes.
That's a reconnaissance experience answer.
What's going on, Greg? I missed it.
The suggestion of him putting the microphones on this hypothetical device is to put microphones on it so you could hear which ships are turning on in the harbor of the enemy. I'm like, what? I would have never thought of that. He done reconnaissance before? Yes, I have. That explains it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think we should put it. I think if we took one of those routes and we 3D rendered it, like scanned it and digitized it, I think we could play with it on a software system better.
That's my next step. I'm trying to find a 3D rendering that's not $1,000. I've already got a buddy of mine who's going to print it, so the papercraft worked well enough to move to the next stage.
Trying to find a 3D printer that won't make me go bankrupt and totally impoverished?
Right.
I'd like to be able to still afford to breathe after I'm done with this project.
But if there's something in it, there's some money there.
You two meet in person to do this little project? I say little.
Nah. It's Geo's if he wants it. Get this channel big.
It's yours if you want it, my liege. I'm at your request. Geo, you fall asleep?
No, I'm here. I did hear my name, but I was sort of listening, but also multitasking, doing something else at the same time. But what was something directed at me?
Oh, I was just giving you shit.
Just playing with your name. Are you looking at the stream, Geo, as we're talking? Streams?
Yeah, I got multiple monitors, so yeah, I got the Discord open.
Do they want us to talk about something? Or are we just enjoying the silence altogether worldwide?
Well, Gregory. I don't believe we've actually spoken before. I'd be interested in knowing your stance on the shape of the area we live on. Can't even say the word planet anymore.
Yeah, we live on a stationary circular planet.
Okay. Interesting.
It's very interesting.
Why do you say circular?
Given the nature of the extremities of the Earth, and the path that the heavens take, and given the path that the heavens meaning the celestial bodies, and given the path that aircraft take.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, once you have two counter-rotational points, it's hard to be any other shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Could still be a square.
Could be a square.
It could still
The
be
triangle
not
and the circle fit inside the square.
It could still be not a sphere at all. No way, shape,
Well,
or form.
if you suppose a square, I would like to hear the explanation of, the extremities, the highest land on Earth in existence called Antarctica.
I suppose a sandbox with super cold edges.
Well, this could be like a checkerboard. We could be one checker.
Like a sandbox checkerboard.
But isn't the extremities Antarctica? Doesn't it seem to move around all the land in a circular pattern?
I think that's
not move around, but lay it around rather.
It appears that way. But
yeah, it's interesting. Like the word Arctic and Antarctic. Like Arctic is because it's in the inner of the arc, and then Antarctic is because it's the opposite of the arc of the sun. It's the Antarctic.
Exactly. The outer exoskeleton, the exo. You're right. Now the inner superconductor is going to push the sun or moon and give it a push, and then the outer superconductor, and they're going to stay in between, and then that's why they go to the path they go.
Seems like if it was flat and square, we would just have an X and Y axis instead of latitude and longitude.
Why is it going to
be
a
trick your left lane?
Listen,
when
the sun and the moon. Hold on, one second. The sun and the moon can just go across the sky. They can go in a star pattern for all of it. Who keeps saying it has to be a circle? I don't get that. I haven't seen that.
And if when Truman hits the wall, right, and he did a full 360, he'd still see a full 360 around him.
Regardless, if the thing took a path like a pyramid up in the sky and went to 3 points to not a circle at all, regardless, it doesn't have to go in a sphere. Like if I see it go past from east.
You said sphere, you mean circle?
What?
You said sphere, you mean circle in your sentence?
I'm saying, above us. It doesn't have to go. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have to go into. Well, no, it doesn't have to go into an orbit, and it doesn't have to make a circle either. You know what I mean? So both of those.
Well, there's a difference between having to versus what it does.
No, it doesn't. Listen, if it's above okay, so I'm in a sandbox, right? And I got an object, and I move the object to one side, back to another side, to another side, back to another. It doesn't have to be a circle to do that. It doesn't have to be at all.
In your scenario, though, we don't the object moving above our heads isn't merely just moving in a straight line past us out of our vision, but we see it going away from us and to the left or to the right.
That doesn't make a circle exactly.
Yeah, it does.
I can take it.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not at all. Not from what I envision, what I see when I see the sun go. Okay, it can go, a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, right, and then it goes back. Like that doesn't exactly make a circle at all. It can make like a star. You know the pattern on the shirt of the starship, the Enterprise or whatever, the little logo, like a
Yeah,
pyramid.
the vector. The vector.
Yeah, it can do that.
But have you
Then you got to
seen
wonder
make a tight turn?
Well, you got to wonder what the dark side of the
What is
moon
a turn?
covers.
You're imagining
about.
a turn. If the thing is making a straight path in the sky,
Meaning like it meets a point and then comes
hold on,
to
Greg.
move in another direction in a tight vertice.
I think you're imagining
a
the
massive
turn
prism.
or the circle. If I look up and see it go from east to west, like, I mean, what? Isn't that a straight line?
But it comes back around behind me. So if I look in one direction,
It has to do
watch
that.
it
In a
roll
circle.
away.
It has
It's
to make
indicative of a circle.
Well, it can be a stop sign pattern. It can be a square. It could be a hexagon. It could be any pattern to get back to the other in the air. To
Right.
go
So with that suggestion, I'm entertaining this. And with that suggestion, do we see the sun move in angular patterns like that?
I don't see it move the way you're saying. That's my point.
So you don't see it move
I don't
in
see a big circle.
in a circular pattern.
I've never seen the sun make a big old
in a
circle.
curving trajectory.
No,
What
not
about
like
Demok? If you went up to the Arctic,
maybe
like
a football.
in Alaska, if you were in Alaska or something like that, where you get the 24-hour sun and you can literally watch the sun circle around you, what about that?
Now that would be different.
Because that's
would
what
that
happens
indicate to you a circular pattern?
That's what happens up in the Arctic. Like you can literally, you could point your finger at the sun and just make circles, spin circles. And if you kept your finger on the sun, like it literally circles around you.
Will that indicate to you, DMARC, a circular pattern?
If it seemed like it was making a circle above me in an actual circle, yeah. But if I see it just go from east to west and lag a little, that doesn't really mean a circle in my mind. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does it? Like if I make a half a football, does that make a circle to you?
Well, no, but in the Arctic, it will circle your sky. Meaning, if you went outside and you pointed north, and then you pointed east, and then you pointed south, and you pointed west.
No, I get that 100%.
The sun does that.
Right. But I was just saying that it could do that
earlier.
Right, but I was saying it could do that in a different pattern than an exact circle. It could do it in like an octagon or a hexagon. You know what I mean? Like it could do it in a
from the position you're arguing from. If you weren't at the position that Gio just suggested, then that would be possible. But that would be possible. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but how would we be able to
that would be debunked from the position that Gio just described?
Well, that's my question. Like, how would we be able to tell it's moving in a circle or not like a stop sign pattern, which would appear to be the same?
Because we would see a hard angular change in its trajectory.
You would?
Yeah, just like watching a plane turn in the air, you can see an angular change in its trajectory. You can tell that it's doing a curve versus an angular change.
I don't know, man. Depending on where it's at, maybe if it's close enough for you to tell what the hell's going on, but if it's really far away, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
You do have to be able to make out the detail of the thing. Like, yeah.
Because if I ever saw the sun make an angular change in its path, my heart would fail with fear.
I'm just saying, I always get the idea that it's going almost like a football pattern, not an exact circle pattern.
Well, yeah, that's how it'll appear to you. Like that's called like declination, like the declination of the sun. Essentially, its angle, from zenith, and then you have the azimuth as well. Right. But all of those. So, like for example, if you're in United States in the wintertime, the sun is going to. It almost like it makes a frowning face. You know what I mean? Like if you were to look south, be looking south. Exactly. When it rises from the east. It kind of comes up and then it makes, I know what you mean by the football thing. Yeah, it is sort of like that. It makes an arc. And obviously the more south it is, the lower the declination is. And then as it becomes closer to you, it rises in the sky, then that arc becomes less. And then Of course, if you were to go on the other side of it, it would do the reverse, like the, you know, so yeah, I think we're only seeing just one arc of it, you know, one perspective of it from our
circular trajectory.
But now, if I could see it all from a center focal point, like you were saying, you know, suggesting like in the North Pole or whatever, or wherever it could go, you know, all the way around. I mean,
well, you can, yeah, that's the thing too. Well, and then there's like the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn, which seem to be doing circles around the North Pole. You could get in an airplane and actually follow the sun, you know, fly around the whole world, quote unquote, around the world, just making a circle, and you could have the sun in your vision the whole time. And then
There's footage of that.
Yeah. And then the Arctic, it does circle around you. I mean, I guess there's some people that think that maybe the Earth is more of like a square shape, and then the sun like goes through a portal every day, like it disappears from.
Well, no, I don't think that. I think it's doing it's going back and coming back this way. But I was just saying, I was just saying in the idea of could it do other things? It could be.
Yeah, you're entertaining the idea of something non-circular.
Right.
If it's really being non-circular.
Where, from my standpoint, not from the point of like I saw the actual thing happen, you know, 100%.
Yeah, given your perspective from your standpoint. Yeah, that's right.
Right. I'm not saying it has to go like a stop sign. It could go circular. It very well could.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah. Well, then, that's interesting to think about. Yeah, like how to verify that. I mean, if we had the full map of the Earth and, you know, be able to kind of trace it all, because there's a position of the sun above the Earth. So if we were able to, you know, outside of using GPS and these government type systems, you know, if we were able to verify that ourselves, like basically plot the subsolar point on the Earth, we could actually measure the equator, which they call the circumference in their globe model, but we could actually measure that. And then we could actually measure the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. And then if we could then map out that land and the water, we could get a for sure, you know, the exact arc that it's making, as it were.
Actual orientation and distance.
If we could, hypothetically, like in your imagination, we could put some device that would leave a trail, a very solidly shaped trail, and then it would leave a trail behind itself through the sky. That's just in a fantasy, right?
Oh no, you could with like a pair of those virtual reality goggles. Yeah,
right. You watch it leave a trail in its orbit to see whether it's circular or whether it has sharp turns in its orbit path.
Like a heat and a light signature.
Yes, like when you play with like a glow stick and it leaves that pattern. Yes, sir. Well, not you necessarily, but anyway.
Yeah, what's interesting is to track the sun, you know, as we see it move across the sky, and we imagine that half circle, and then point at where we think it is at midnight and see if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it would. Because all you'd have to do is look up at the moon and be like, which part of the moon is shining? Okay, the sun's right over there. And it's going to have to make sense.
I would imagine, given how big the Earth is, that they would make like many, probably thousands, if not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of angular turns if it was always making angular turns rather than it being circular. And then I would ask the question, can we distinguish between this angular pattern versus a circular pattern with curve,
and
with no angles but curves?
Yeah, and the sun, how would it even be blocked out by like if it's blocked out by the Earth, how could it be doing anything to the moon or lighting or even being up in the sky still when you can see it off, like you can still see the glimmer of light like way in the distance. Like if you zoom in too, you see it's not below the dirt and pitch black out. It's the sun's up still, just out in the distance more. It's just farther and further and further away from you. Not distantly, just like across the surface of the planet. Not out further, like millions of miles. No, not up. I mean, just across.
Last Monday night, as I was coming up across the highway in New Mexico, I noticed the moon coming up, and it was a quarter moon, and the terminator line was almost horizontal, and the sun was lit on the bottom half. And if you drew a line through that terminator and then a line perpendicular to that, it would be like pointing almost down at the ground.
The terminal line on the moon?
Yeah, the terminator line on the moon. Yeah, it was almost horizontal, which means that the sun is on the other side of the earth.
No.
Well, that's based on the presumption that it's a solid object that has light bound on it, flying in a vacuum.
Well, that's based on the presumption that you think the sun is 93 million miles away, too.
Yeah. Yeah, all that has to be true. Yeah.
I think it's just the source of light outshining itself, and that's just the way it's going to act depending on the distance it is away through the medium that you have. You have a certain source of medium, and when the light source, the strongest source of light, that is your light source, gets away from another object, it's going to act weird, and then the medium is going to divide that. The medium is going to divide it. The object it reflects off is going to have a division of its own source of light. The medium is going to have a source, and the thing that's shining light is going to have light divided.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a strong source above and a strong source through it also.
I have a weird question. Like,
they
what if
interfere with each other? All the lights interfere because the more lights you have, the more shadows you have. Right?
I don't really like to talk about stuff we don't know about too much, but
no, we know about lights and shadows because you can't make a shadow without using light. You can't make one without light.
Okay.
Did you say the more lights we have, the more shadows we have?
Anybody, I
I almost got it out of my face.
Make shadows without light.
Almost.
I agree with that.
I almost got it out of my face. All right. So what if the moon is almost like a rainbow, in which it's always changing its position according to our position? Yeah, what if
Then
we
that would
see
be
the
the
moon
case.
like a rainbow?
Then that would be the case.
No, I don't think. No. I mean, anything's possible. I just
He said, "No, watch." D-Mac, that's what the reason I answered him like that is because he said, "What if?" Not "it is."
Well, I mean, it sounds feasible, but I just don't see that.
You see what I did there? When people ask "what if" questions, I just say, "Then that would be the case."
That's amazing.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
rephrase it in your
what
head
would you
as: is it possible that the moon is such
Yeah.
and such?
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, is there a phenomenon that we can associate to this kind of holographic quality, the way that we see a rainbow?
A video game,
for
like
something.
when you...
No, come on, man. Just
no, I'm serious. On a video game, you can't.
Is there a way that we can see something like this
on a video game? Damn it!
Hold up,
all right,
Demo.
never mind.
No, Riggs. What do you mean? Is there a way, Demo? Just what do you mean, Riggs? Is there a way how, like, that we can replicate it, or what are you trying to say?
Well, he's saying that as you know, as a rainbow. I mean,
I'm pretty sure he can speak for himself.
Well, I'm just expressing that I understand what he's saying. That as you move towards it, it moves, so it's not necessarily in a physical location.
We have rainbows
Of course,
that do
it's
this.
like holographic.
So what
it
are you
depends
asking?
on the observer. But I want to know what he was going to say in his next sentence when he was saying, "Is there a way that we can, what?" Do you know what he was saying there?
No.
Riggs? Alright. I guess Democ rubbed in the wrong way or something.
Yeah, he had trouble getting
Is
his
there a way
first-
we can see a rainbow be a
No,
rainbow?
not everybody has time to fuck around and say a bunch of bullshit about video games and stuff. Like, I have a few seconds
Yeah,
to
well, I
talk.
wasn't
I'm just trying to
fucking
get across a
around.
point.
Go ahead, get your point out, Riggs.
Well, I got my point out, but like, what is that the kind of phenomena
what are
that
you
it's
talking about
possible we
exactly?
could be seeing? Fuck's
Hey,
sake, man!
D-Mac.
If you want me to say it, let me say it. Otherwise, I'll just shut up, man. It's fine. I don't have to talk.
Go ahead. If he interrupts again, I'll intervene. Go ahead.
Just saying, if there is it possible the phenomena of the moon could be associated with a quality that acts as similar as a rainbow? Is there something we can associate this with? Like we have these. Okay, so we have these. If you've ever seen that optical illusion of the mirrored bowl, I forget the exact name of the illusion, but it essentially. No, I can't.
No, okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
But there's a bowl with a mirror inside of it. It's the shape of the bowl, and there's a hole at the top with like a, it's like the top of a pot. Okay, and if you place something in that mirrored bowl, you see it hovering like a hologram at the top.
That's neat.
Even though it's not there, you can put your fingers through it, and it looks like it's there, even though it's not.
Yeah, it's a projected holographic image. Yeah, China does it with fake suns and moons.
I'm just wondering, like, what
Come
would
on, what the fuck? He's
is it
asking if
possible
they
that
have this.
something?
They have it in China. They do it live.
Come on, D-Mock.
All right.
Sorry, Rick.
So, Rick, so you're asking, is there any substantiation to the possible supposition that the moon behaves similar to a rainbow, right?
It's basically a reflection.
Yeah, because we've always tried to like determine if this is a physical object, or I've heard a lot of I've heard more people argue that it's not physical, and that we see stars and other shit inside of the moon, and every time I try to validate that, it appears that it could just be an object in front of the moon, and it's sitting within a medium which is opaque. So then it makes it look like you can see through the moon. So this is not necessarily the case. It's possible that, okay, if I'm willing to entertain that the moon is not the moon that we see is not solid, then what are some properties that we could associate with this phenomenon, and how could we explain it? That's what I'm saying.
The way another source of light could hit it, like remember how Tupac was on stage as a hologram? If they shine a bright light at it, see the reaction. So if you could produce a little hologram and do some different things and shine some different light and see how it reacts, to see if it acts like the moon does, like the face of the moon. Does it absorb light? Does the light go through it? Can you see the light past it when it hits it? Like, does it actually act like a hologram that you can, present to yourself somewhere on like a little version?
Yeah, well, I remember seeing a video of the eclipse one time, and the moon had fractal shadows of itself all over the ground and everywhere, just like little holograms of itself.
I know that's why it's close, and it does exactly what I'm talking about, because the source of light always interferes with itself. That's right, and you'll get a whole bunch.
I think we should put DeMock on a stick and hold him up there and see if he can stick his finger through it.
Yo, Riggs, apparently that mirrored bowl thing that you're talking about is called a myroscope or miroscope.
Yeah, if you type miroscope into the GIF thing in Discord, there should be a couple that post. I've done it before.
Whoever mentioned fractal shadows, can you post an image? Because I'm trying to look that up.
It was on Crow 777's channel, I think. I can't find it now on my phone.
Can you produce it on a small scale? Is that what you're saying? In a little bowl or something, a little glass bowl?
But that bowl that you're talking about, the object is actually in the bowl, right? But it just looks like it's like levitating up to the top, like a hologram.
Yeah.
But the object's still there.
So, can you? I mean, if you can reproduce it, I mean, what are you asking? I mean, you should reproduce it and try to play with like little lights with it and stuff, and see like if that acts like what the moon does to you.
What did you call this thing? A myroscope?
Miroscope. M-I-R-A scope.
M-I-R-A scope.
Yeah, I took the video in the stream.
Myroscope.
So you have a bowl, and you have a lid, and they have a hole on top of the lid, and you put an object in the bowl, and then the image is projected up. The image of the object is projected up through the hole.
Yeah.
Above the hole?
Yes.
Wow.
At least that's how it looks.
That. Who thought of that?
Does it remind you of solar luminescence a little bit?
No.
Does it look like a moon?
No. It looks like whatever object is inside the bowl.
So if you put a cracker in there, it's going to show a cracker in the sky.
Well, here's the neat part, right? So it's possible that let's say that there is a physical moon somewhere. All we would have to do is light that object, and then wherever it's projected, it looks like it's lit. However, it's lit in its actual location. So that's just kind of an interesting thought, right? Is that even though you're not looking at the exact moon, the moon that is being projected could be lit from different positions at different times.
Yeah,
It's just more of a thought experiment. That's all I'm saying.
I just posted one video that I randomly found regarding the fractal holographic moon shadows.
I just think it,
and it's got that mirror bowl thing as well. I think maybe you check it out.
I just think it works like it does, and it's close, and the sun's close, and they're both the same size, and the sun's shining on the moon, and the moon, it absorbs a little light, it reflects a little light. It magnifies through the atmosphere like a Fresnel lens. I think it does exactly what it's supposed to do, how it does.
I think that is the most probable explanation, honestly.
Do you think it's physical?
I think it's absolutely begins as a physical something before it's projected. Yeah.
No, because I was asking Demok because he was like implying that it wasn't a projection.
No, I think it's physical. Yep, I think it's physical and the sun's physical. Just like the
Don't you
Earth
think
is physical.
Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence then that it's like the face of the moon is locked perfectly to the Earth?
No, that's how tidal lock works. That's not coincidental at all. That's perfectly how it would work. What do you
Why would
mean?
it be tidally locked?
Why would it not? If superconduction tidally locked,
Because if it was a physical object,
it's a physical superconducted disk, yes, and it's tidally locked to the Earth, yes. What else you need to know?
Okay,
Haven't
so
you
think it's a
seen the
disk?
disk that's tidally locked to the superconducted disk? Have you ever seen that? It just stays right there. You push it and it stays
Yeah.
locked. Yeah, I mean, what else do you need to know?
you think it's a disk then? A physical disk?
No. I said it works like that. I didn't say it's a disk. I said it's tidally locked like that disk.
Okay, but how does it look though? If it's a physical thing, how does it look?
It looks like how you see it. What do you mean, how does it look?
Hang on, what's the I don't understand what you're disagreeing about. What are you two disagreeing about?
I'm trying to get an idea of what he thinks the moon, like the physical, shape or
It's a circle rock. It's a circle or spherical rock.
Is it spherical or disc shaped? Like they're
It
very
could be
different.
either. I haven't really seen like the whole back portion of it yet, all the way. So I mean, I don't know.
That's fair.
Yeah, it could be half a rock. It could be half a sphere. It could be a disc. I mean,
My point is, if you have the conception of it being a sphere, it's too much of a coincidence for me that it's locked, that the face of it is locked in such a way that we only observe one side of it. That for me is too much.
Well, it's not a coincidence that it can black out the sun. I mean, nothing can't do that. And if you can see through it to see stars, and if it's nothing, and if it's just a little ball of light, I don't think a little ball of light's going to block out the thing that it makes it, which is the sun itself. That would be crazy to think that the sun.
Do you think that the moon is causing the eclipse, Demok?
It definitely is, yes. The solar eclipse, fuck yeah. I already put my life on it. What do you mean do I think? I know it is. There's no thinking about it. There's no thought to be had.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone does, but I was just wondering if you do.
Oh, I guarantee it is. 100 million%. Any amount of money you want to bet.
Gio, when you say it's too much of a coincidence, I'm trying to understand that. I'm following. Can you explain that further?
On
what? It was me.
That was percentage.
Oh, that was percentage. I thought it was percentage. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, percentage.
So, like Occam's razor would be like, if it was a sphere, you wouldn't expect it to, because we have two different, like, movement. We have a movement that we're talking about. We have the movement of this sphere that we call the moon, right? And we're observing it from all over the Earth, right? You would expect that if it was a sphere, you would see it from different angles. You wouldn't see the same face all the time, right?
A different pattern on the surface from different
Depends on
angles.
the height. Depends on how far it actually is away from the observer.
Of course, yeah.
So Occam's razor would say that you would, if it was a sphere, you would observe it in a different way. Kind of, you have, angles such that would be, conclusive that it would be a sphere.
Yeah, but in reality,
what
we see
to see what we see, if it was actually a sphere, that was.
Yeah, but Occam's razor, you can't have Occam's razor because you don't have any other thing to compare it to. Just like the globe thing that they can't produce. Like if you had 20 different models to put in front of us and compare and say, okay, well, that made sense for Occam's razor, but you don't have any. Like all we have is what we have is we look up at something and we have what we're doing right now, discussing.
Well, no, I think Occam's razor does apply because hypothetically, trying to imagine the scenario, I don't need to repeat what the percentage just said.
I mean, hold on one second. The reason I say that is because there's 20 different scenarios it could be. Remember, it could be see-through, it could be a hologram, it could be solid, it could be a disc, it could be a sphere, it could be half a sphere.
Yeah, but this is why I specified.
But if it's a see-through sphere, we would see multiple patterns overlaid.
I'm just asking, which one does Occam's razor follow? Which one of those?
This is why I specified before, like I even mentioned this, like what you thought it was, and you said you thought it was a physical sphere.
No. I want to know your Occam's razor thing. Which one does your Occam's razor say is out of the 7 things?
We could apply it to any one of the conceptions, but we're applying it to whether it's a sphere. For me, it's too much of a coincidence. If it was a sphere, that we'd see only this face. If it was a disc, I wouldn't make that argument because a disc you could expect that you would see only the same face, right?
Hold on, percentage. If you don't know how this creation was made or how it's supposed to work, what are you talking about? How a disc or anything could work? How do you know?
That's why I said if, because we're all speculating.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I didn't make the shit. Don't get me wrong. It's not. I mean, I'm just saying that I know that the moon is blocking that. Now, the other shit, I'm not up there with it. So the other parts I don't know. But I know for a fact when I see the moon go in front of the object, in front of my face, like I told you, I watched it live with my own eyes. I mean, I don't know anything else. That's all I know. That's all I've ever seen.
We could make a space program and go up there and land on it and play some golf and find out if it's real.
Well, time out. Quit lying, man. I know you're holding out on us. I know you know a lot more.
Why couldn't you just put a line?
Tell us the secrets of the universe, man. Tell us what the moon truly is.
Helium.
Is your icon Sanskrit?
Helium, the rock of helium. If you want to know, that's what the government's like. Solid helium.
Yeah, that's
metal
what it means.
helium, solid helium. Just like granite, gold, any other thing. Oxygen can turn to certain metals. Helium can be a metal. It can be a rock. It can be, yeah. That's what they're.
What were you saying? What were you saying about the Sanskrit?
Is that your icon? Is it Sanskrit?
Yeah. It means God.
They're hiding it. Hollow tubes, hollow magnetic, hollow copper, and hollow iron is what you need, and you don't have any heat problem. And if you put them in a coil pattern, you got endless energy forever. There you go. There's the secret.
Motherfucker. How'd you
and
figure
you
it
can
out?
put helium or hydrogen in there. Actually, you can mix both. Hydrium.
Did Jeremy leave? Why did Jeremy leave? He had to go to sleep.
I don't know, but I gave Jeremy $1 million idea. I wonder if he's using it.
Which one was that?
Well, about the Bitcoins that he buys and sells, about all the coin things he does. How he can make money doing it.
It seems that outsourcing is the way to go. Whatever you're going to do, just outsource everything.
Exactly.
There's no capital needed. You just find the customer and you outsource it.
Exactly. That's what I told him. I said, you get the product, you put a certain amount, you buy a certain amount, you change you just put like the product is this that you're selling for this amount. It has this amount of return, this capability. You put the true thing that has the capability, but you give them a certain amount. So if it's like 10,000 of them for $1, you give them 4,000 or 5,000 for the buck, and you get that return. So you take so much percent, you put it in, you can use it. Another percent you have to put back into it, of course, like, whatever. And then the other percent, you guys make whatever off of. They make money, you make money. And the more people you have go to your thing, and it becomes your coin, and after a while, because they go to that. They only know it as that. They don't know it as the actual thing that you're going through. And that's the way they do it anyway. Truthfully, they do that for gold. So they use gold as their dog scapegoat. And then they have coins or whatever. They use currency money for the scapegoat. And then they tell people about whatever, and they get this thing going. And the more people that buy into it, it becomes what it is, slowly but surely. It's exactly how you do it.
So do you guys think that the recent solar flare had like anything? Like, was it a nothing burger?
A nothing burger.
Solar flare.
I don't believe in solar flares like whatever they're talking about from 93 million miles away, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, but what if it is 3,000 miles away? Would it be true then?
No, I just don't believe in solar flares. I don't even believe in any of that dog shit.
Have you ever seen a solar flare?
Distance doesn't make the supposition of a solar flare true.
Have you ever seen one?
One has nothing to do with the other.
I've never seen a solar flare.
Yeah, I've never seen it do anything other than what it does every day. I mean, I've never seen it go go that crazy and then go back down. I mean, it's like flare up like a match. I mean, what do you mean?
I was in China one time in the North China, and I saw the sun like blinking. It was like flashing, like the sky would go dark and light and dark and light, and it did it for about an hour. It was the most amazing experience.
Anybody record that?
Are you being serious?
Yeah, it was fucking weird.
Are you sure it wasn't like clouds, overcast?
Now hold on.
The sun actually.
Explain that one more time. Let me explain that one more time.
It kind of looked like it was eclipsing itself. It was going black and bright and black and bright, and it did it for about an hour.
So it was shining and then not shining, akin to someone clicking on the light back and forth.
Yep. Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Are you sure it wasn't the fake sun that they make?
Well, they do have floating fake cities as well, but that's obviously manufactured. But there is a Japanese company. There is a Japanese company that makes, that can produce stars if you want to have stars.
Well, they do fake suns and moons, and the only way the people thought it was real, and it actually almost faked everybody out. But what the way they had it optically, it like optically went through, like, I don't know, it was just weird. People could tell it was fake because the way it went through like certain rides and shit, how it optically went across the sky. They could tell it was fake, but it looked so real, like out in the distance. If it's off in just that sky by itself around nothing, they thought it was the moon in the daytime.
You know it's real because people could tell it looks so fake.
No, they could tell optically when it went around. Well, the way it went around or by, or like the way it went towards some things, they explained that you could tell it was fake. But if it wasn't around any object and there was nothing, to put it against, or what I mean, that you wouldn't know.
Yeah, according to Elon Musk, the way to decipher whether something is real or fake is if it looks fake, it must be real. Apparently.
And then there's that Globebusters Cammy and what's his name, Bob Nodell. They had some dude that came to their house and they used a special filter on their telescope and they could see like a second sun, and the reason they were able to say that it was something that was actually there just purely because of the filter that they were using.
Can someone explain to me these Chinese fake suns and post a link?
I thought it was a fake moon they did. They did like a fake full moon or a fake bright moon or maybe a fake little sun. It was kind of small.
Well, you know, the Olympic Games opening, that was just totally full on CGI, right? All the fireworks and stuff.
What year?
Was it 2008?
Well, you guys know about the Elon Musk thing, or not the Elon Musk, the other dude, man.
Wait, before that,
Zuckerberg, you know what he's doing, right? With the virtual reality chip in your head, the glasses and the earbuds.
But wait. Go ahead, Carlos.
Getting confused now in the conversation. Not sure what your question is.
You were telling me about the CGI or the holographics, whatever, at the 2008 Olympic Games.
Oh, it was just the opening of the games. They had like a visual from all the fireworks, and it was just the whole lot was all CGI. Yeah, there were no fireworks. Yeah.
Okay. Now you have to tell me you were connecting that to the fake suns in China?
Not at all.
Oh.
How was I connecting that? I mean, I'm just trying to say that anything's possible if you see it on the TV, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's a fair point.
Well, that's why I told him Kennedy's probably fake. A lot of people even thought what we saw on this little TV program, they probably never even had to exist at all. 30-minute program.
Gosh. That's cynicism. Can someone tell me about these fake suns in China? And post a link.
Tell you what about them, though?
I don't know, whatever anyone knows.
Well, they were in the fair. They had got like a Chinese fair, so they had one up around this. So that's probably the one you see.
So they projected a fake sun in a fair in China?
Yeah, up in the sky.
I remember it was an actual mainstream news story. It wasn't conspiracy. They were pumping it out there as if it was actually something that they could do.
Now, was it high in the sky, or was it like several hundred feet, several thousand feet in the air?
Don't know the details, but I remember clearly that article talking about they can make a fake sun.
And so this fake sun is just a hologram, like something akin to what Project Bluebeam does, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think they can create, basically, it's just a really bright light in the sky that is significantly, like, more than just a spotlight. And I think they use them in the military as well.
But if there is a dome,
the enemy, to distract the enemy.
If there is a dome above this place, and how do you explain meteorites and asteroids?
I forget the difference between the two, because an asteroid is an asteroid is a rock flying in the great void, right?
An asteroid is, and also a meteorite is not like a comet, whereas a comet is an orbital body that flies around the universe and comes back again. But an asteroid and a meteorite are just random. And an asteroid...
What kind of bullshit are you spouting, man?
An asteroid can have an orbital...
Which way do they fly in from? How come the way they come is always the same if they're so random?
Yeah, they always come from the top down, don't they? Or across, but they never come from the bottom up.
Well, if you're on a globe, there should be so many places they could come from. It'd be astronomical. Why don't we ever see that?
Yeah, think of an asteroid as the the mothership of a meteorite or a meteor. Meteorite's when it actually hits the Earth. But a meteor.
The question
is a small piece that hits the atmosphere and burns up.
Or so someone says.
Or so
the
so they
question
say.
was, why don't we see them from different angles, Zanny? Why are you coming without an answer? I mean, what were you telling
Big
us?
old they. Zanuck, what would you do if there wasn't a they? What would you do? Like, would you just say you don't know anything because there's not a they? I'm just kidding. I know you feel like you know things outside of the they, although some people only go with the they. But you still, a lot of it rests on the they. So I'm just wondering, like, if they didn't exist, what would you be left with? If you didn't,
it's hard to go backward and say and relearn things on my own. What would I conclude? Right? It's a good question.
Yeah.
Isn't well, it might not be they. There might just be one dude controlling the whole lot from like a fucking basement in his mum's basement.
One mastermind that has
Why is it in
controls
his
on
mother's basement? Why not his own basement?
A super hacker.
Get out of your mother's basement. She needs to have a book club.
It's the
Why
cover.
she have a book club in the basement? Don't ask me. Ask her.
Because who's gonna mess with a little old lady cooking pies?
A lot of violent punks, actually.
Gio, I have a somewhat a personal question, not a doxing question, but what do you do professionally? You have a voice, you have intellect. What is it you do in the world that you can share with me, or you can, if you don't want to, you can bow out.
I'm a brilliant scientist, and you don't know it. Oh, you weren't asking me.
Gio.
There was one funny one, like Kosho was trying to say that he's black, and it's just like he never, like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, he said he was. Gio, did you hear me? Did he go? Is he gone?
Was that you, Carlos?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. That's what he said. I'm just repeating what he said. That's all. Yeah.
Especially coming out of your mouth with your accent, it just made it funnier for me.
Yeah, Kosho says that he's half black and Jewish. I mean, he's serious about it though, so I don't know. Okay, that could be possible. Yeah,
Well, he wouldn't be half black.
It's possible.
Skin color and then a religion. You got to go half black and some other skin color, and then maybe he's half Christian and half Jewish. I don't know. But he's got maybe quarters then.
Well, I don't know. He might be like the fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like a Jewish guy growing up in a black community, maybe, or the other way around.
Exactly. That's what it seems like. Where do all the Jewish people get their money? Like in all the stories and the TV shows and all the stuff, it's like, well, this Jewish family popped up out of nowhere, and they were royal, and they were rich, and they had money, and they were spies, and this and that. They were Jewish spies in Russia, and they were Jewish, they were rich spies in China, but they were Jewish.
They were the Rothschilds.
What the fuck? How all these dudes just get money? How all these families just become Jewish rich just out of nowhere? Like, they just popped up out of nowhere. Like, how?
They were the chosen people, and God gave them per diem.
The schematics for the atom bomb. This lady and her family and all, and they just put like 7 of them just popped up, and 5 daughters, and somehow they're just involved with everything, and they're rich, and they're snitches, and they're CIA, and they're secret spies, and they stole the atom bomb. Come on, this little buck-tooth lady. Come on, man.
Buck-tooth lady. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. There's that detail.
What's that celebrity lately that's just made a like a rap video? The Rock. I think you were asking before Demok what he does for a job. I can just imagine him wearing like a headset, like you have like in an office, and it's like a Wi-Fi headset with no wire, and he's got a creche, and he's got like 1,000 kids, and he's just picking them up and putting food in. It's good.
Crashing?
A creche, a daycare.
Oh. No, I'm a chef, man.
Australian slang? Is that what a creche is?
A
creche. A creche is actually a temporary daycare. Like if you go to the mall, they have like a place where you can throw your kids and do your shopping, and then you have a daycare which is like a professional one. It's all day long.
That's
Yeah,
a
we
good
don't see that over
idea.
here.
Put your kids all velcroed up and just throw them on walls and rubber walls and stuff. Here you go.
Make sure they don't have to use
And
the
just let
restroom.
them just let them slowly roll down the wall with their Velcro. They'll get to the bottom eventually and just put them back up.
Oh yeah, yeah, they can play and stuff. It's not like, I mean, they won't stay. It'd just be pretty funny.
That'd be a pretty good exercise. They'd be like working out every muscle in their body, trying to get up, trying to move. You can't have a conversation over there, can you? All as long as they move.
I've done a lot of jobs, so I know a lot of stuff. I've done all kind of stuff.
Well, I think Velcros is a totally underused product. There's so much use for Velcros.
You
It's
know, I
actually
believe that.
imitated from. It actually comes from nature, though, doesn't it? But I wouldn't like to say that NASA was the one that made it.
All that stuff comes from nature.
I wouldn't like to say that either. Why did you say that? Why would you? Why did you say you wouldn't like it if NASA made Velcro?
Well, they don't deserve the credit. The American taxpayers do.
This is a little bit random. I would really not like it if NASA invented Velcro. I would sue them, but I would lose because they're the ones that invented it. Is everyone else in here just ghost listeners? Is that what's happening?
Are you a ghost?
Booga booga booga.
I'm just trying to be quiet. My girl's sleeping. My bad.
It's all right. She needs to get a beauty wet.
But I'm in the chat, like the text chat, talking.
So
Yeah, I see you.
Did anyone take 1 second to look at the video I posted? It was just a random find talking about the holograms of the moon.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's titled "In a Solar Eclipse, We Can See a Hologram or Holographic Printing."
I don't know if it's the one that I saw. It's just I just randomly searched for it while chatting. Yeah. But it looks the same. Yeah.
You're in Australia, right?
New Zealand, but yeah.
Oh.
Just Australia East.
And yeah, I watched that video. That was pretty interesting. That hologram one. Very, very, very interesting.
This game is ahead of its time, isn't it?
10 times hotter than the sun's core.
How the fuck would they know?
That assertion is based on the presumption that it's a physical object that produces heat that they measured.
Well, y'all, good night.
It's almost that time.
It's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, knockoff time was an hour ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still early, man.
If you're anything like, what's his name? Wake up in the morning and I get myself a beer.
Yeah, who was George Thorogood, wasn't it? No, was it? Who was it? No,
That's
that
the
was
Doors.
the Doors. That was the Doors, man. That was
Yeah.
Jim Morrison.
He had a heavy influence on alcoholics, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm quite surprised you don't know the name of, you don't know the band The Cars.
Yeah, I know the Cars, man.
Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't you. I got you confused now, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, no, not me. No, I'm an 80s. 80s was my teenage and early 20s years, so I know the Cars very well.
A few hangovers after a night of The Cars, eh?
Oh, yeah, look, the early 80s are all a bit of a blur, really, but a good blur.
Yeah, because if you listen to The Cars, you definitely listen to The Doors. And if you listen to The Doors, you listen to Led Zeppelin. And if you listen to Led Zeppelin, you probably, I don't know, smoke dope, I guess.
That's an interesting string of events to connect with one another, but the Cars are, I mean, the Cars are a bit later than the Doors and Zeppelin, though. Cars are late 70s, early 80s. Doors are early 70s. Zeppelin kind of spans all of it. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I did like all of that music, and yes to the other as well.
And it was so primitive, the stuff they used to put on the TV that had a show called Radio with Pictures. Because that was what they called video, you know, radio with pictures.
Film clips,
Viewable.
yeah. You notice though, like those film clips back then, you know, right through the 80s and up to the early 90s, are so different to what kids see now, where they're just basically a bunch of women barely dressed running around, either having phony sex with a bloke or with another woman. That seems to be what a lot of film clips are nowadays, whereas back then, it was a lot more innocent.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind the mainstream music too much if they took away the synchronized dancing.
The current mainstream music.
Yeah, they just all the synchronized dancing and yeah, the sexual thing. I think the sexual theme, that's fine, but it shouldn't be in the face of the kids. But you know, it's just me.
That's the problem. Like, it's so overtly just pushed into the face of. And I mean, who are the biggest fans of those music shows? They're probably, you know, 10 to 15-year-olds, particularly young girls. And that crap is just thrust upon them. Yeah, no pun intended.
You know that dancing alien? It goes Damakuta. What does it say? Damatukasita Damakutasita I. It's like this dancing frog or alien or whatever. Well, in the back, like I went to my daughter's school and they actually did that song. They did that theme on stage in front of the rest of the school. There's like little 5-year-olds singing Tamotukasita. And in the background of the actual song, it's got like some woman having an orgasm. And I just can't get my head around how the teachers didn't pick that up.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's not. It's unnecessary. Do you know what? Because back in the 80s and the 70s, the music industry was pretty successful even without that shit in it. So why do you really need it in the film clips?
Yeah, it's a strange world, man. It's been taken over by a demonic force.
Yeah, genuinely.
It's to fill in for the lack of talent.
But the talent's still out there. There's no lesser talent. The talent just doesn't find its way to the masses anymore. Like they've found this cookie cutter recipe where they can just same four people can punch out the same brainless, mindless tunes and lyrics that they hand over to the same 10 artists, and actual musical talent has now been, pushed into the back rooms and busking in halls and maybe, your local live music in a pub or something. But the music industry it's just been destroyed.
Yeah, it's true. Like the only decent ones are really, really underground or like proper diamonds in the rough. Like
in the rough, they are still there. You just got to go hunt for them, and it's real hard to find them. Whereas they used to come to you, but now they don't. But they're not offered up. Other than that, to me, there's a few exceptions like Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran's been compromised now, but he was one of those just like mind-boggling talent, musical talent. And if you look at his music now, and even him now, like he's a shell of who he used to be when they first discovered him. But he is an example of one of those musical geniuses. They are still out there.
I haven't listened to mainstream music since I was 20 years old. Now I'm 47. But when I went to university, and even before and after, I used to listen to the university radio, and they played local music and up and coming sort of underground stuff, and it was all sort of none of that ever would reach the mainstream, but it was far superior and far more inventive.
So Effie, are you saying that Ed Sheeran's gone down in quality a lot? Is that what you're saying? Like, I haven't listened to any of his recent stuff, but are you saying that the modern, has it changed?
I think so. Yeah, man. I think so. Like, you listen to early Sheeran, and particularly if you can find old interviews with him or old live footage. My son went to a Ed Sheeran concert maybe 10 years ago here in Adelaide, and it was in this little theatre. And I think it was Tiny Temper or someone was his backup, like his second act.
I think he went in an elevator.
yeah, I think I'm pretty lucky that my favourite genre is drum and bass, which has pretty much been underground ever since it's been around. So. I used to love 80s music, 90s music, old school, dance.
In England, house music was like pretty much the music for the drug culture of the day. For the
Yeah,
nightclub.
I think that kind of was 80s and 90s culture though as well. So it definitely had its place for all the illegal raves.
I think for me, music is depending on my mood.
Oh yeah, for sure. Sometimes it's cool to just chuck Fallout soundtrack on and go to the old school. Yeah, definitely.
It's kind of weird, like you go to somebody's house for a beer or whatever, and you end up having a couple more beers, and then you have a drinking session. But they're the boss, right? Because it's their house, so they put the music on, and you don't know them that well enough to say, "Hey, what's this shit?" And you end up just like listening to their whole entire music collection, and you take something away from that, but it kind of, yeah. Where was it going with that?
I don't know. I'd end up imposing my choice of music.
Well, in my restaurant before, in any of my restaurants, I used to have customers saying, "Can I put my music on?" Like they wanted to change the music, and sometimes if it was a big group, I'd let them do it. But I set the mood of the restaurant with the music and everything else, the atmosphere, and
yeah.
Like I used to have Indian weddings, they want to put on all of their stuff. They sort of took over the place.
Yeah, I worked in a few hotels where it's been quiet enough that the yeah, I'm gonna change the music that's going around the whole hotel and put on my own playlist. Risky.
Sorry, I dropped out before, boys. My phone overheated.
That's cool, man.
Ended up just talking to myself for about 5 minutes, I think. I looked at my phone and
So it
said
was a win-win.
12 applications have shut down due to overheating.
Holy crap.
The Samsung, man, I'm lucky it didn't burst into flames.
But yeah, there's many places I've worked at where my choice of music is just a bit too much for some other people. So I've had to
What sort of
compromise.
music? What are you into? What sort of music?
Drum and bass.
Drum and bass.
Yeah. You might have heard of an Australian band called Pendulum.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to be rock, but then they went drum and bass.
Okay. I've heard of them, and I'm familiar with their music, but I have heard of the name.
Yeah, they were big in the noughties.
So what is drum and bass, as the name would suggest? Just sort of bassy and percussion, or what's the
Higher tempo. I normally listen to Liquid, which is normally a bit more jazzy, a bit more sort of classical tones in there, you know, guitar, piano.
Yeah.
Whereas you can have the dark sort of stuff, but it's not as creative for me. It's a bit samey. You listen to the first 20 seconds, you've heard the whole song. Do you know what I mean? Whereas
you've heard the next 20 minutes? Yeah, I know what you
yeah,
mean.
exactly. I don't like that crap. It has to change.
Yeah, a lot of electronic and house music is like that, but yeah, but some is great. Some I like, but you're right. Some of it is just I've been listening for 5 minutes, and I think I've only heard the same 15 seconds repeated for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and especially when it's like just 3 tones. And
yeah.
Oh, that just does my nut in. Like, people think that's music now.
Who I used to like a few years ago was I think he's a Swedish guy called Bass Hunter. Have you ever listened to Bass Hunter?
Yeah, I've heard Bass Hunter.
Yeah, I used to really like Bass Hunter, but
yeah, I couldn't say I would remember one of his songs. I'm probably getting mixed up with someone called Bass Nectar.
yeah.
But I have heard of Bass Hunter, but I probably couldn't name the title of one of their songs.
Yeah, no, just grab them on YouTube, have a look. Like it's. I really, I liked it. I haven't listened to it for probably 5 or 6 years now, but yeah, I liked it. It's pretty rhythmic and as the name would suggest, fairly bassy. But
yeah, I love the bass. It's all about bass. If anyone wants to see what sort of style my music is, they just look in the party chat down at the bottom. I've filled that chat with loads of my songs. So
yeah.
But yeah, I like the tempo of it. I like how most of the time it doesn't have lyrics, and I find that lyrics can be they mean a certain thing, whereas sound can mean anything. So
yeah,
it's different each time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm 55. I'm very musically eclectic. I'll love anything from dance music to Andrea Bocelli. You know, like I don't like heavy classical music, and I don't like a lot of country and western. But pretty much anything else, I'm up for it. You know, I do really just like good music.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Basically, especially on country, I'm not really a fan of country, but I don't mind a bit classical.
The odd track's okay, but a lot of it, I just don't like that wang-a-mang sound.
Yeah, the way they talk, and Jolene, that's the only good one.
Yeah, okay.
Jolene.
And yeah, like a lot of heavy, like the bloody Brandenburg Concerto and stuff like that. I just find it depressing when I listen to it. So
the classical I don't really like is the sort of where it reminds you of like an army marching band. That's the shit I don't like. Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Hey, you guys aren't into that WAP, that WAP?
Who's that? That rapper that was big for a. You're not talking about Wetty.
Why?
Fetty Wap.
Yeah, that's It's so classy. It's got so much
Oh my god.
so much depth.
No, you need to listen
Yo,
to a
Fetty
real
Wap
rapper.
is good, man. What are you talking about?
You need to
Dude, I
listen
don't
to a
even know
real
what
rapper
you're talking about.
called. Check out Loki or King Los.
King Los freestyle is dope too.
King Los is sick, man. Yeah, it's probably my favorite from America.
I just posted a really awesome one from America. It's from the Tiny Desk concert.
There's a great Australian band called Butterfly Effect that most people have never heard of, and particularly their earlier music. Like there's a track called Crave. Their later stuff I'm not into as much, but early Butterfly Effect is fantastic.
I don't have the ability, but could someone play what I just posted in the background? I remember Geo was playing some split ends one time in the background. His sound system was all right.
If it doesn't start with I'm like, hey, what's up, hello, then don't play it.
Did you see the one I posted? What's his name? Anderson Paak and the Free Nationals. NPR music.
Yeah, I was listening to a bit of that. Bit of vibing.
He's good. Yeah, that band, what's it called? Delvin Lamar organ. You go to 16-minute mark and this guitarist just go like Chuck Berry on steroids.
Nolan.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan of rock, but it has grown on me, I'd say, in the last 5 years or so.
Autobots, roll out.
What music do you listen to, Demo?
What do I listen to?
Yeah.
Anything.
Do you have a go-to genre, though? Like a favorite genre?
90s rock and rap.
Fair play.
But I mean, as long as it's cool to my ear, you know what I mean? I can pretty much listen to anything.
Yeah, as long as it sounds good, it's worth listening to.
Right, right.
Yeah, if I'm trying to get like gather my thoughts and have some peace of mind and by myself and just kicking back and contemplating, I'll probably pick up some like Tigran Hamasyan or some type of jazz fest. And then if I'm angry at the world, maybe I might like get into a bit of Blind Melon, like the last live concert he did in Canada, you know, very suicidal tendencies, you know, Silver Chair.
Yeah.
See, there's a drum and bass song for every emotion. That's the thing I find. I don't need to go anywhere else.
I like to make my own beats in my head too sometimes.
Drum and bass is pretty cool. I had found this track from this producer called Photek, and I used to, like, back in high school with friends and I would listen to it at times, and I'd refound the track recently, and oh my god, it's just the coolest like mixture of. It's just a particularly like sick beat, to say the least.
You have to chuck it in that party chat for me, because I'll definitely be because I've not heard of that artist as well. Photek.
Yeah, it's like Photek.
Okay.
I could actually play it. Like I could deafen the live stream just so we don't get any copyright thing, but I could actually pull the bot in and play it. We could do that, if we want. I think we might want to deafen the live stream though, just so it doesn't. I mean, we don't have to do that. I mean, I could just post it as well, but it's not even a really long track or anything. It's just like it's got this like samurai kind of vibe to it.
I think you should normally be quite lucky with drum and bass. You won't normally get pulled because it's quite underground anyway.
Yeah, and this artist is probably you're right. It's not like mainstream music.
That's the other really good thing about it.
Yeah, I just posted it. Starts at like 50 seconds. I mean, this is not like the type of music that I listen to all day or whatever. It's not like my main type of music. It's just this. It's in this category of drum and bass, and it's just this very. Because I remember in high school, I was like, God, that is so unique sounding. Just these polyrhythms and the effects as well. But yeah, if you go to that track and like just like 50 seconds in, when it kind of drops, like it's just fucking cool sounding. I don't know. It's just got this like, it's just a unique beat to say the least. It's very like atmospheric sounding, like, so it's not like, it's not very like warm and inviting, but it just has this like, just this sick kind of, it almost reminds me of like scissors that are like scissoring. It's like this holographic kind of, I don't know. It's just a very unique sound.
Have you seen those videos and they have the sound competitions in their cars, and they like have their cars fully decked out with trillions of speakers, and they actually, there's one video I saw where it looks like the body of the car and the rubber strip along the sill of the top of the car is like bending due to the sound, and like all the glass and the doors are like sort of like bending and moving, like physically like bending, changing shape.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen some guy de-snow his car by doing that. Like his car was fully white, and then he just turned his sound system on, and that's it. All this snow is just gone. Yeah, they get the ladies sit in the car with their hair in it, just everywhere. Yeah, that's pretty good tune, man. That reminds me of quite early drum and bass.
Yeah, exactly. It is kind of early. Yeah, like 90s. Yeah, it was kind of a new era for some of these unique kinds of drum and bass. There was so much of that going on, like electronic music in general, but yeah, that's just one of those, like I wouldn't put it on to like jam out to every day, but just to listen to it, it's just a really, and it's very kind of dry and atmospheric sounding. So it's just a unique, what he put together there is just unique. I've never heard anything quite like it. I also used to like, what's it called? The type of drum and bass. What's it called? I want to say transitional, but it's like build and release, like drum and bass. What's the name for it though? I'm trying to think of the name.
Jump up, liquid, progressive.
Yeah, progressive
atmospheric.
Trance. Progressive is what I was thinking of. Yeah, there's one in particular. Do you know? Well, here I'll post it. There's this whole series called Transport. I think it was like a mix that someone had done. Paul Oakenfold. Well, Paul Oakenfold has a transport thing, but that's actually not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about this Dave Ralph guy who it's called Transport 1 and 2. I just posted the one that is one of my favorites. Yeah, I guess 1999, so it's pretty old school, but I think it's a mix of a bunch of tracks, so it's not like stuff he created, but there's some really good ones on there. I remember like the last track or two. I have some like just very deep memories where I was like basically on MDMA, so I was like rolling and listening to that, and oh man, some of the best. This stuff is really good for rolling, like MDMA. Just so
that's
beautiful.
quite like deep trance. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But it's not quite drum and bass, but still good though. That's my sort of music, really, electronic.
Yeah, I think this one's considered more like I think progressive trance, because that's what I was saying. Yeah, when it's sort of like classical music or symphony music, where it starts with like a theme and then it sort of establishes the theme and then it kind of loosens back and kind of does like a cool off period, and then it reinstates the theme like in a more dramatic way with like more beats and rhythms, and then it kind of usually there's like where it drops out entirely, like the bottom drops out and it goes into something, you know, kind of intermediary, and then it builds up again to have the release, which is like a, you know, like the third version of the theme that was started from at the beginning.
Yeah, it sounds like you're explaining Liquid, which is my favorite type of drum and bass, and that's what I like because it keeps it fresh. Like you've not heard it's changing it up each time. Like it has like even though there's no lyrics, there's like 3 different verses because, like you say, they've altered the theme a little bit the second time round, and then they've altered it again in the third time round. So there's always a little bit of change to keep you. Oh, I wasn't talking that whole time. Great.
Did you see what I just posted? A New Zealand band called Salmonella Dub. I don't know if you've heard of them.
No, I don't think I have. Let me have a look.
Check it out, man. It's old school.
Hey, that's a vibe, man. That's just a proper chill, like that's almost like reggae dub. Yeah, that's proper nice to chill and vibe with.
It's kind of like that song, the that background sort of a crisp that crisp electrical hum is kind of reminds me of Ice House or Ivor Davies. They've mixed a bit of
the soft version of what we would call ragga jungle, which is basically reggae mixed with jungle drum and bass.
Yeah.
Yeah, very easy to chill to. Good compromise.
I've seen them live in a pub, and it was just the best. It's like I can't believe it was free. Yeah,
yeah. Like, here, take me money.
Yeah, back in the day when they were just jamming in pubs, you know.
Yeah, so maybe I got freshen up your memory of Pendulum. Who was it? Oh, it was Data, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that if you're going to go off grid, and live in the countryside, the most important thing is to make sure you don't need the internet, but just make sure you've got a really good music collection in some way to be able to play it,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd take that before my bag of potatoes in my bug out bag.
Well, I have downloaded quite a lot of free music, so I don't need the internet. I can just make CDs or take my computer.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to have an MP3 player that you could just have a solar power MP3 player and it just lasts forever. And you just buy a whole bunch of them, and when one fucks out, I mean, you could just take out the memory card and put it onto a new memory card, like everything by solar power. You'd never ever worry about music again.
Yeah, it's ideal. I do want to make my own solar panel.
Yeah, I saw something on, I don't know who it was, talking about solar panels can actually be reversed and actually
Into
produce
LED.
light.
Yeah. Steve Gould.
And the other one was they get the LED panel and they can reverse that and make it a
solar panel.
No, well, they can collect energy from it, like a antiquatic antenna. They could actually gather. They could actually
harness the ether.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they do with it. Yep. I think this technology it's been here before. 3D printing, virtual reality, LEDs, holograms.
4K.
4K is like probably,
Who
what
knows?
4K is nothing, eh?
Yeah.
4K, and they've got 5G towers everywhere. Still primitive. Do you think the bell bottoms are ever going to come back into fashion? I actually remember wearing bell bottoms, eh?
Bell bottoms? What are that? What's that?
The jeans, and they flare out.
Flares. Yeah, we call them flares here.
Oh, there were two different types. There were bell bottoms and flares. The flares started from your knee down.
Yeah.
And the bell bottom was kind of like a boot cut, but it had a bigger, like from your shin down.
Ah, cool.
You can wear them if you want, Carlos.
Fuck.
Bring them back.
Yeah. If I start wearing bell bottoms, everyone's going to be wearing bell bottoms.
Sin Cleanser, you sound like a robot, and you're very quiet. What's your choice of music then, Sin Cleanser? Sounds like robot's your favorite dance move, but What's your favorite music?
Kraftwerk.
Yeah, we didn't get none of that.
Mr. Roboto. Mr. Roboto is your favorite song of all time?
Their solar flares catching up on us.
Solar bell bottom.
Well, my mum used to wear crocheted like vests.
Yeah, I'm sure you should all know that Pendulum song. That's got to be the most played Pendulum song. So I'm sure that would ring a bell for a few people.
This band I've been really into lately is called Goose. Just Goose is the name of the band. It's kind of in, I guess, the jam band category, which I do love a lot of these. Yeah, like, improvisational jam music, Grateful Dead, this band Fish that I love a lot very much. And then now this band Goose, who's kind of, so I guess it would be in that category. I mean, it's sort of rock, some of it's blues, some of it's a bit jazzy in a way, but it's very improvisational. And yeah, they kind of rose to popularity actually during this whole current situation in the last 2 years, because they were actually playing shows throughout it all. People were like socially distanced out in the audience or whatever. But this band just blows my mind. I love the songs like themselves, like the actual writing of the songs, and then their jams are, it's almost like electronic music in a sense. I mean, it's all instruments, so it's not electronic. It's guitars and keyboards and drums and stuff. But the only reason I link it to electronic is because we were talking about the trance music and stuff. And there's just a way in which, like, when they're in the peak of one of these jams, it's just the energy of it just rages, and it just keeps building in intensity. Like, it's like I'm like always just shaking my head, like just grooving through all of it. It's like a complete it's just like a blissful rage.
It's the spontaneity of it that makes it so good.
What I like about the one that I just posted, her name is the band is called Fanny. It's from 1972. None of them have a bra.
Hey, did somebody post a song from Pendulum?
I certainly did.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. They have some I was kind of impressed with their offering, some fun music. They have this one song. It's like a Willy Wonka psychedelic trip. Yeah, there's like, that Willy Wonka scene where they're going through the tunnel on a boat, and it's super trippy.
I don't think I remember it actually.
Oh man, so like Pendulum did a song based on that scene, and it's super creepy because you get Willy Wonka's voice, and not the new one, the old, like the first Willy Wonka. It's super trippy. It's a great song. If somebody could, you know what? I'll post it. I just stopped. Give me a second.
Yeah, see, when I was younger, I used to like that sort of a bit more. I wouldn't really call it that dark, but darker drum and bass compared to what I like now, which is more jazzy, more
there you go.
Classical piano, and it's just got the tempo. That's what the drum and bass is there for, is the speed.
Yeah, there you go. Hold on to your nuts. That song's crazy. There you go.
I actually quite like the latest one by Slayer, when it's got like a prison theme. That's how diverse my music is, man. From Slayer all the way to something worldly. Slayer's not the harshest, though.
Riggs, dude, this track is insane. You're right. You do have to hold on to your nuts for sure. This is crazy.
Oh yeah, that's nice. That's good.
That's just a face rager right there.
That's just normal. One of my favorites from Pendulum was actually probably their most chilled out song, which was called Still Grey. It's just really chill. A bit different from Pendulum as well. They normally always do something like that, like Through the Loop. Yeah, there's some crazy drum and bass tunes I used to really love, but yeah, I've kind of gone into that jazzy vibe.
I think I could make that music myself. I could do that.
It's not that easy, believe it or not, but yeah. Once you've got a few not bass lines, but once you've got a few sounds recorded, you can tweak it and twist it and use it again. But there is an artist I like called Caliber who does I think he plays the piano, he plays the guitar, I think he plays a few other instruments as well. But he is a drum and bass artist, but so he'll play all those instruments and record it and then add the bass and everything else after.
Have you seen like those high altitude DJs? There's one in Turkey in a hot air balloon. There's another guy that's on the top of the Eiffel Tower. And then they have like Swiss Alps, like high altitude DJs in the snow and stuff. The one in the Eiffel Tower, oh my God. He just plays everything. He plays the guitar, the saxophone, and he switches, so he adds it in, and everything's kind of like on a, I don't know what what it's called. It's not a loop. It's kind of records what he just played, and then he can just continue it on and add to it. It's like
he records a quick 5 second and then replays it.
It's like a one-man band, and he can just keep adding to it. Yeah, but he's a master, jack of all trades. He can play every instrument there is.
I know Scooter have always done in strange places, Siberia and all that, like out in the snow. Good old Scooter. Please tell me you guys know Scooter.
I know the Dead Kennedys. Scooter. I know a guy called Scooter. You'll have to find it for us. It's where's it from?
There. You guys should remember that song. It's probably their most popular song.
Well, I just posted something that's full of like testosterone. It's 1970s Deep Purple live Child in Time, man.
That's a good
But
one.
I'll listen to your one first.
Good morning.
Hey, Gio, you like that shit? Put you on a fucking rocket?
Yeah, that was a nice one, Riggs.
That's a good one, huh?
You've got to be in a tropical underground bar for that, for sure, with at least 5 tablets in your pocket.
Yeah, or you could just be some crazy half Armenian white dude like me, and then you could just, wake up in the morning.
Yeah, same as me. I play that going to sleep, man.
Good times, man. Yeah, I have a particular taste in music, so I'm glad you guys seem to appreciate. I think it's like minds think alike, or great minds, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I'm glad that you like it, because normally everyone else don't like drum and bass. It does split people, but yeah,
it's a special. I mean, it's not perfect music. It's art, so it doesn't have to be something you dance to. It's something you experience.
Definitely, it takes you on a journey.
Yeah, I guess people these days, they expect all music to taste like hot dogs and hamburgers.
Yeah, no variety.
What I can't understand is, with all the choices in the world there are today, people still used to go and watch the WWF wrestling, live.
Well, it's like live. It's like live television. They like the acting. My cousins were the same way. That was their excuse anyway.
I've never been into that when I was at school still. But yeah, I can remember one of my first jobs actually. The head chef was a proper WWE fan, and all that, and he was like in his 40s. I'm like, really, bro? Are you still into that? Come on.
It's like watching the Teletubbies on steroids.
Yeah. Apparently, it's a bit freaky to watch it backwards.
That's how I see the news. Like whenever someone is watching the news, is like, you still watch that?
Well, I can't believe that there are still people that actually get up in the morning and they either take it from the letterbox or they go down to the local shop and buy the newspaper and they read it, and they actually sit there and read the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I mean, the majority
my
of guys probably
experience.
do it just for sport
go ahead.
at the back. Sorry. No, I was just saying the sport at the back. That's what quite a lot of the guys will buy it for.
I feel like our generation has been overstimulated with entertainment. So like I actually don't really have any desire to watch movies or like be told stories or storytelling. Like all that stuff is just really burnt out for me.
Yeah, see, like I avoid mainstream as much as I can. I might play the odd PlayStation game here and there, but I'm so shit that I just get bored of it anyway.
I really like engaging with other people. So like multiplayer is something that fits within my exemptions. It just you have to limit it to like 2 or 3 hours max, because after that there's diminishing returns and it becomes unhealthy. I look at it as kind of like brain building. So like if you challenge yourself with the right kind of stimulus, you can actually, grow neurons and increase your intelligence, and your reflexes are sharp. And I like all of those benefits and stuff, but after a certain amount of time, it's just, more of masturbation. So you have to be careful.
Or even worse, it becomes like a task and like a not pleasurable. Just like a mountain you're not going to climb.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if you beat off too much, you're not going to enjoy it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this song I've just put in, it is in the party chat, but I've put it in here especially for the Globers to listen to because of the title.
What's it called? Suck balls?
To the moon.
We've got the most beautiful sunset here tonight. As they say, red at night, shepherd's delight.
Red sky in the morning.
Shepherd's warning.
Ooh. I think it's coffee time.
Coffee is always good if you don't want your breath smelling like beer, especially when you get to the bed and the wife says breath smells like beer. Are you single, Gio, or are you children? Like what's his name? You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. It's my prerogative.
If you were a girl, he probably would have answered, but maybe he's not interested.
Hi, Gio. Are you single? Yeah, no, I think he's a bachelor for. I've got a vegan friend, and he just always chants avocados and alcohol. So, who woke you up to the flat Earth, my friend? Was it Eric Dubay? Was it 2016? Was it just like last week?
Who, me? Sorry, Eric Dubai.
Yeah, who are you asking?
Anyone.
You go for it.
Well, for me, Eric Dubay, I heard him on the High Side chats. I'd actually heard about Flat Earth before that, but that really caught my attention for sure. And that made me sort of start researching and looking into it. And then that all the shills came in. Lots and lots of shills.
I heard this paleontologist, he was complaining about Eric Dubay and that dinosaurs weren't real and shit, and he was having like an actual meltdown about Eric Dubay, all by himself. It was fucking hilarious. I was watching something else entirely, and this guy was so fed up with Eric Dubay, he couldn't shut up about it. And so I went. I watched Eric Dubay's History of Flat Earth, and like I was questioning at that point, and then when I looked for all the answers, I was like, yeah, this shit checks out. So
here's the thing as well. Like I saw, I didn't really. Mark Sargent wasn't even on my radar till late, and I didn't really even bother with him. And even like Nathan Oakley, I didn't know like until quite a while in. It was actually after watching Jeranism for a while that I found out about Nathan.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like Eric Dubay was really like probably the first one that came out on a platform that was available, and everything else that followed, like Patricia Steer, Mark Sargent, they were kind of like, they saw the dollar signs, and I think that's pretty much how it is until today.
And Math Powerland, I did watch a few of the early ones, and they really, especially that, photo or a painting, that really got you thinking. But I don't know, there's something about him that I just don't really like. Like, I've seen
he's
some comments on
super stinky, super shilly, that guy.
Well, I've seen this comment on his where he's talking about brainwashing, talking about brainwashing, and is saying Eric Dubay is a Jew hater and all that, right? But I get his point. He's just showing you how he's not attacking Eric Dubay. He's just showing you how repetition brainwashes people, right? But someone's put a comment on that video, right, saying loads of dead Jews, and is only going to like that comment. Do you know what I mean? All right, I don't care, whatever. Like, maybe it's a bit petty, but why would you like that comment? What, Yeah.
I think
rubbed you the wrong way.
I think he's fucking with your mind, man. I think he's genuinely just an artist, and artists are fucked in the head. But I think he was onto something. He means well.
Like the video, I don't have a problem with. It's just that someone's put a shitty ass comment, but then he's gone and liked it. Like, I don't know.
Well, I'm pretty certain that Powerland and Mark are something that, something in the background. Eric Dubay is kind of like on that list, but not really. It's kind of strange. But I generally believe that people that are content creators that don't spend time with the community, that kind of do their own thing without interacting, those guys are pretty much spot on for me, like fish in the barrel. I'm pretty sure that those guys are bad.
Yeah, I think also because of where Math Powerland came from as well, you're even more suspicious of him. Well, I am anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I actually know a guy that lives in Chiang Mai in Thailand, and he actually went to meet with Eric Dubay, and apparently he's a really genuine kind of a dude, and he just does yoga all day and hangs out with his girlfriend, whose family is in the military. He's got a lot of really good connections in Thailand.
Oh wait, he's still with that girl? I thought he moved on or something.
I don't know. This was back in the day when.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But some people just don't really go on to servers like this. And
the problem with Eric Dubay is that he's too convincing, and like the fact that he's so convincing and he has all the arguments kind of laid out, it's kind of suspicious. The same way that Mark Sargent's clues were already laid out before him. It kind of, it's a little too perfect almost. especially
Well,
the timing. The timing was right before Mark Sargent, so that to me doesn't smell right.
We should send him we should call him and see if he wants to talk.
Well, that's the thing. He goes out of his way to tell people that he doesn't want to. Like, he's a prima donna. Like, he's in charge kind of attitude. Like, he doesn't want to interact with us.
No, I think he doesn't want to see how much of not the top flat earther he really isn't. That's what it is.
I don't think so. I don't think that's it at all. Like, he's so interested in himself. I don't think that would be the issue.
Yeah, but remember back
maybe
I
more
introduced to back in 2015, there were probably there was 5 people on the internet talking about flat Earth. Like, seriously, 5 people.
Yeah. That's what doesn't make sense about it for me is Eric Dubay has all his arguments laid out, the timing in which it happened, right before Mark Sargent. It's just, I don't know. Man.
Well, isn't that part of the awakening? That's just how it happens. There's a lot of people that just woke up, and it's not just flat Earth. The flat Earth actually is the stepping stone to everything else. All the lies.
Well, it would be one thing. Okay, it would be one thing if he just was woken up about flat Earth, but he's so woke about so many things, and some of them are highly controversial, almost intentionally, as to put people off. Like the whole World War II Hitler thing. And I understand that there's a lot of people who have these arguments, but I don't know, it's just really, it hurts my feelings actually, because I don't want to think that he's a shill or that he was privileged in some way. I really don't want to think that.
I don't.
But I can't dismiss it.
Yeah, even if that is the case, at least it was helpful for a lot of people's awakening.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you for asking the questions or helping me ask the right questions. And because now I can see so much clearer about a lot of things. I can't thank him enough, really. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna stand behind him. I really can't.
Well, it's probably cheaper than flying to Antarctica to check it out. You could just go to Thailand for a holiday, go and meet up and have a coffee and a beer.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly you can just go ahead and call Mark Sargent too. His phone number is on his account. You could just call him, like, hey.
Yeah, but he seems to talk a bit too. I don't know. I'm suspicious of him as well, more so than.
Oh, I'm beyond
anyone else.
suspicious. I have tons of evidence on that guy. He's fake as fuck. He's like the fakest of all of them. Like, obviously fake. But I know a lot about him though. Like, I don't really know a lot about Eric Dubay.
To be honest, I don't really. I try and get to know them personally. It's just take the information that's good and forget about the information that sounds dodgy.
Well, I know a lot about Thailand, and I know that when you're living there and you can still produce a lot of content, you're doing you don't need to produce content and live in Thailand, man, because it's just too much fun. So it's a job, it's a chore. It's not really
interesting. Interesting. So you think he went out of his way to make the content, even though it would have been much nicer just to ignore it and to enjoy the beautiful place that he's at?
Yeah, it's just like he's just expressing his thoughts,
Yeah, that's the way I see it quite a lot of the time. I mean, like someone's pointed out about some of the things he said might be a bit, but you just take the good and throw away the bad.
He's just a person like everybody else.
Unless it's a shape-changing lizard.
What did you guys think of Wakey Wakey?
Hey, is that Druss?
It is.
Wakey Wakey.
Are you projecting right now? Or are you actually a shape-shifting lizard?
Well, if I
Are
told
you the
you
Queen
that,
of
I'd have to
England?
come and I'd have to come and kill you all. I can't.
I'm on to you.
And of course, the way I do that is I come down from the upper dimension and then I rip your heads up. No, it's think that there are certain things that have been said that I do find quite funny, and the shape-changing lizards is one of them.
Yeah, that's far-fetched.
Just a little.
Did you guys hear the rumor that Joe Biden shit himself?
Turn your mic up, Shin. I can hardly hear you, bro.
Yeah, lean forward. You got bad posture.
He probably shits himself all the time. We just don't hear about it. But for some reason now
No,
we're hearing about it.
he met the Pope. He met the Pope.
Oh, yeah, you're roboting bad now.
I don't know. I just heard about it.
Hey, if you take your phone out of your butt rack, you might get better reception.
Yeah, but he's worried he might pay himself. He's using it like a bung.
It's too far in. Right?
He left his butt plug at his girlfriend's.
Yeah, so he's got to use his phone. But at least we got an expert on prolapse.
Might be laxatives. Probably had to rush to the toilet.
Simon Dan got me in Flat Earth.
Who's Simon Dan?
Yeah, he started shit talking Nathan Oakley so much that I was like, okay, I gotta keep this dude up.
Well, to be fair, there's a fair amount of shit to talk about, Nathan Oakley, if we're honest about it.
Hey, can we call him Cryman Dan?
Such a bad brush.
You really need a better signal.
We need to make Simon Dan cry, and we can call him Cryman Dan.
I'm sure he cries when he watches his videos back.
Yeah, crying about how successful he is.
You rooting for him?
Is he
No.
though? I mean,
Go
he's making
Cryman.
anti-flat Earth videos. What a loser!
I must admit, I think you can get a bit too invested, but I like the way that Curiosity Cats and Simon Dan put stuff together. I think they do good content. You may disagree with it, but they do good content.
They do?
Yeah, I do.
Well, I think Fraggle Rock was definitely more inspiring.
I agree. I appreciate Fraggle Rock much more than Simon Dan and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, because you disagree with them, that's why. But, you know, you've got to say, for someone that produces regular content with a good format, video quality's pretty okay, tries to inject some humor in it, you know, it's not bad. And then you watch a QE video. Just saying.
Oh. Wait a second. Who watches QE? I don't.
I don't. I have to say, I think I've watched one of his videos and thought, oh my God, that's so
I'm
bad.
sorry.
And then
I apologize.
Yeah. So you get my point. I'm not saying that whether you agree or not, the structure of how they put their videos together is pretty well done.
Well, I wouldn't like to say I'd just compliment everybody on their work just because of the quality.
Well, it's an attribute that we can look at.
Well, he should change his subject.
Yes, that's because you don't like the subject that he's commenting on, not the quality of the work that he does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
You know, it's like you could be a vegan and whilst you may say, my God, that roast dinner that someone has put together is horrible, but the presentation is actually really good. You know, that would be a difficult thing for you to say.
The problem with Fireman Dan is that it's so try-hardy and so forced that it's cringeworthy. And I think if you can do it naturally, then it's just so much better.
Do you know you're not allowed to say vegan? You're not allowed to say vegan on this channel.
I didn't. I said Reagan.
What?
Well, looks like you're looking for a band.
Hey, that'd be a good name for a band. Looking for a band.
I thought you were going to say Reagan would be a good name for a band. And I was going to say, actually, there's a band called Reagan. But, you know.
Looking for a band.
Lead singer's Reagan.
Yeah, lead singer Reagan.
You guys make me wish I were a functional smoke. I was a functional smoker.
And the drummer Madonna.
Did someone say we can't talk about veganism? Yeah, we probably shouldn't because we don't want to spread information that might cause people to partially starve themselves.
Or their pets.
What about breatharian?
Or their pets. Yeah, there are vegans who start feeding their cats and dogs a vegan diet, and they
I have some theories about breatharian, but it's not what people think it is. I think.
Have you seen that one where somebody went on like a morning talk show being like, yeah, my dog's been vegan for years now and he doesn't even want meat. And they're like, really? Can we test it? And she's like, yeah, sure. So they put like a bowl of like steamed veg or something, which their owner claims is its favorite, and a thing of mince, and the dog just goes straight for the mince and is clearly like, oh, fuck yes, it's been so long.
What's this?
Right.
So
there was a vegan I spoke to, and he said, "I know this is a unpopular view, but I would stop predators eating their prey."
Yeah, well, I remember back in the day when I was living in the countryside, and we had to take a school bus on the country roads, like 1 hour to school and 1 hour back. And there was this annoying kid that was just the most annoying kid you can imagine, but because we were vegetarians forced by my mother, we used to get off early and walk from his place to ours. We used to get off at his bus stop and eat as much sausages as we could from his cooking, and then go home.
Sausages, that's not a euphemism, is it? That's actually you eating sausages?
We used to put up with his, he just had the most repulsive behavior, but we'd still put up with it.
Repulsive behavior, and you ate his sausages. This is getting suspicious. Are you sure this is not a euphemism?
I tell you what, yeah. My mother was like, what's that smell?
I was just about to say that. Could she smell sausages when you got home?
Or was it a more fish-like smell?
Yeah, my mum wasn't vegan, but she was all into like organic everything. And yeah, I would just be amazed. I'd go to other kids' houses and they had like chips and things. I'd be like, oh my God. And they'd come over to my place and they'd be like, what do you have to eat? And I'd be like, nothing. I'd go, surely you got something. I'm like, go open the cupboard. And they'd be like, linseed? The fuck you got linseed for? How do you eat linseed?
I thought you used that on cricket bats.
She used to put this like birdseed stuff in this porridge that was like cement. And long after I moved out, the whole family admitted,
yeah, you can put flax seeds in porridge, and that's horrible.
To be honest, my mother did some awesome vegetarian cooking. She made fruit salads, and she used to buy bees pollen in a whole bag, like these clumps of bees pollen, and pour it all over this fruit salad. It was beautiful. Now bees pollen is so expensive. Just a little capsule is like $5, you know. Back in the day, she'd buy half a kilo of bees pollen.
It is a bit expensive. Not too bad. I mean, I get a whole bottle of it for $20-$30. I mean, it's not too crazy expensive.
What
but
does
yeah,
it taste
it is
like? Honey or something? Like
pretty good.
You're not talking about honey, are you?
I just eat it straight. Yeah, it does taste a bit like honey, but it also has a really unique flavor. And different ones, depending on what the bees have been pollinating, like they have different flavors as well. I think it's really good. It's hard to describe it. No, they're little. They look like little yellow pebbles, kind of. They're like little
pellets.
Yeah, kind of. They're like, I mean, definitely larger than like a grain of sand, but not as big as like a whole pebble. But yeah, they're like little. It's an interesting
when they
taste.
just
It's
stick
almost
it to the back of their legs. Isn't that bees pollen?
Yep.
When they go and collect it and then rub it on the back of their legs and then, go back to the hive to put it into the honey cell.
Yeah, that's why I thought it might have been like a powder.
They were like little clusters, of pollen, and they're about a square millimeter. That's about the size.
And
probably
you
smaller.
cut it up with a credit card, put it in lines, and then snort it with a straw.
And it's just a unique taste. It's kind of like what she also used to do is buy flaky yeast and put that on.
Oh, that's good.
Put it on all of our sandwiches. Flaky yeast.
Foolish is looking to get on it in the morning for work, racking it up.
And Charlie says that only works if you're old enough.
Can you buy Marmite? Have you ever tried Marmite?
I have Marmite by the kilo, mate.
Yeah,
it's from New Zealand. And
no, it's not.
Yeah, and Vegemite's from Australia.
No, Marmite was invented in the UK, and do you know what Marmite is actually made of?
Yeast.
Yeast, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But how do they make it? Or how did they originally make it?
Just get a girl who hasn't had a shower for a while. I don't know.
No, it's the shit that's left at the bottom of the barrel after we finish making beer.
Well, in New Zealand, I mean, when I go to buy milk here, the first thing I check to see is whether or not it's been standardized, because what they do is standardized milk is they put the crap back into the milk again to boost the volume, and I make sure I never buy standardized milk.
What the fuck is standardized milk?
It's like
homogenized, you mean?
Pasteurized and homogenized. Or do you mean cold filtered?
Homogenized is when they turn it into a powder and they make it dry and they add water to make it back into milk.
Basically, pasteurized is where they break up the fatty cells to stop the cream falling, which is a heat-based treatment. And then homogenization is where they put it through a finer strain, which then makes sure all the long chains of whatever the shit is, long chains, are broken down, because it makes it last a bit longer. And then they've got a third process now that they call cold filtering, which makes it last even longer. It's not dried, powdered, and then rehydrated.
Yeah, a lot of it is, and then you get the standardized milk, where I forget what the name of that stuff is that comes off the milk. It's like the waste, and they actually put it back into the milk again.
There's no waste in milk. Yeah. Have you ever actually milked a cow or a goat?
Yeah,
I think he's talking about the curds.
The farmers don't.
Curds, right?
If you take the curds out, you're just left with the whey, and the whey is like a almost clearly slightly yellowish liquid.
I'll have to find it, but maybe Wikipedia. But standardized milk is like the whey. I think it's like the whey, maybe, or something that comes off the milk, and it's just a waste, and they put it back in. And in New Zealand, just lately, they've made a law where they actually have to tell you on the milk bottle.
Would you guys think
standardized is the correct word?
Yeah, standardized. Yep.
Would you guys think of long life milk?
Disgusting.
Don't like it, no? I don't mind it, to be honest. You don't even have to refrigerate it as well.
It's the type of thing that if I was a really poor student living in a squat, then I might use it.
It's better than coconut milk, especially for coffees.
Okay. Putting diarrhea in coffee is better than coconut milk, in my personal opinion. And the worst thing is proper coconut milk is absolutely gorgeous. And somehow they've taken something that tastes awesome and made it taste so shit that you could actually mistake it for soy milk. The annoying thing about Marmite, it was invented in the UK, but keep this quiet by a German guy. We don't talk about this. Justus von Leber.
But we did have Bovril before we had Marmite, did we not?
Yeah, but Bovril's completely different. That's a beef extract.
Yeah,
that's what happens when we put a cow through a very fine
shit.
filter.
Yeah, I can see all of that stuff in the supermarket in the English aisle.
I can remember when I was working at this hotel, and we used to have exchange students come and do their work experience from France, come over. 16, 17-year-olds, and us started in the kitchen. We're like, yeah, we'll get them to try Marmite. They've probably never tried it before. They had no idea what it was. They just tried it. Neat.
How you start, man. It's how you start.
Yeah, it's just so cruel.
Salt and vinegar chips and Marmite sandwich. Mmm.
Marmite, mix it with the butter before you spread the bread.
Yeah,
And,
I think you've taken something awesome, like a young Bo Derek, and made it weird.
Well, my mum was a bit of a hippie. She used to make us dates and cheese sandwiches.
Damn.
That's why I used to get off the bus early, man.
But don't knock cheese and jam, though. Cheese and jam is actually not a bad...
That works, yeah.
What about peanut butter and banana?
I can't say I've tried that.
I don't really like peanut butter, full stop. So nah.
Bacon and banana.
Now you're just being abusive.
No, you just get banana and you wrap it with a bit of bacon and you put it on the barbecue. Oh.
Now, what you do with bacon is you either put it with some eggs, some black pudding, and some beans, or between two pieces of bread. And if you want to be a little bit posh, bit of mayonnaise, lettuce, and tomato. But that makes you a bit posh.
No mushy peas?
No, mushy peas. The person who thought of that idea should be taken, put against a wall, and shot. In fact, actually, what he wants to be shot with is an automatic beanbag gun to make it last longer. But I might be a bit biased on that point.
Caviar and quail.
Yeah, I like eating quail, but not so fond of the eggs. They're too much of a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah, wouldn't it be a shame that we'd all have to become vegan mandatory?
Well, wouldn't it be a shame if we all had to chop the first 2 inches of our penis off?
That would be worse.
Then you'd have nothing left, Druss.
I think the question everybody wants to ask is, how do you know and how long were you sucking it for?
I'm just guessing. But thanks for the
so you're making an unfounded statement without evidence.
Well, you just implied
How strange percentage. There was no implication of that.
So what if we were made to be vegan, but we could still go out for roadkill?
Then you wouldn't be vegan, would you?
That's disgusting.
No, but you're not killing the animal. It's dead. Like, it's just going to waste. So
yeah, but veganism isn't just about not killing the animal. It's about not eating or using or benefiting from any form of animal product.
Why?
Because they like to be self-righteous and annoying in certain occasions.
My mother, when I was little, were driving on the country road, and she actually hit a baby cow, a calf, right? And it's like she's got out of the car, and the kids were all out of the car, staring at this dead cow in the middle of the road, and we're like, "Fuck! Should we drag it to the side of the road, or should we put it on the bonnet of the car? What are you gonna do?" You put it on the bonnet of the car, obviously, and you take it home.
Anyway, worky time. Have fun, everybody.
That reminds me of a Top Gear episode. That does.
Well, that's where I learned to do rally driving, was in my mum's car when I was 12 years old on the dirt roads and in the back roads. Well, I don't know if we should have a vote who posted the best music in the last hour on live text chat 1.
What's that? Who posted the best music? It's got to be Riggs.
Yeah.
Tune was a banger.
I don't know, that the purple, Deep Purple was a pretty good one. You have to admit, he's full of testosterone in that one. But I still think if they're going to burn bras or masks, please burn the masks. No. You know what I'm talking about? The one that I posted. It's called Fanny.
Child in Time. Oh.
No, Fanny. If you look back, Beat Club, Fanny. Ain't that peculiar? 1972 live American band. Woman with no bra. Timestamp 7:49. I guess your timestamp's going to be different than mine, eh? Because like mine says 7:49. I don't know what it'll say for you.
Mine says 6:49. That's strange. You can't be just an hour away.
Yeah, kind of like 12 hours difference.
11, yeah.
Yeah, 11, yeah. So daylight savings here.
Yeah, here too.
That was high-tech music of the day with the blue screen, man. I think DMOC, his crash must be on nap time.
Yeah, I like that guitar sound in it.
The country and western, what's that thing she wears on her finger? Yeah. It's probably got a name. It's too bad their bra size was like -A.
Okay, here we go. So I had the best song. Now I'm gonna have the best clip. It's so gross, man. This clip. Yeah, good luck with that shit.
Yeah, who hasn't had a little bit of human flesh, eh? that's yeah.
He said, did he say, he said like squid, liver, or human flesh? Squid, liver, or human flesh? And then just he keeps saying it as if it's gonna make it better or something. What a dumbass. Like you can't just drop human flesh on people without like letting them know. I mean that crosses so many lines.
Unless they cut it off them. Unless they're eating their own human flesh, then they would have to.
Well, okay, so I guess there's some famous person that sells the bacteria that grew from their body.
No.
Like they've fermented stuff using the bacteria from some famous person's body. I forget what it's called.
Disgusting, maybe.
Maybe.
Her face was priceless, though.
Huh.
It's like, what? What show am I on?
You're just not thinking about it the right way. Fuck, dude. So gross. Some people, dude. Some people in this world are just not right. It's not right. Like they got all the way to adulthood and nobody checked them. Like some of these people just need to be smacked and that just didn't happen for some reason. Hey, let's take a census. Who does anyone here agree with like slapping or hitting your child? Or like children in general? And then how about slapping or hitting your wife? How about that? Let's see. Let's get some controversial content going.
What is it like? Shit rolling downhill. So if you need to punish your child, you slap your wife so that she slaps the kid.
That's actually the most
justified.
Well, I mean that is like really. I've never heard of an intelligent argument in regards to this like topic, but that was quite possibly the most intelligent argument I've ever heard that I could actually maybe see how it kind of works.
I think it depends. Depends what the kid does, depends what the wife does. I mean, if the kid hits you, you gotta hit him back. Like, what the fuck you hitting me,
What
boy?
What if you just kind of slap your wife's dad?
Oh
so
yeah,
that
that's totally fair.
that it rolls downhill that way.
But I think kids, the only thing kids should be scared of is their parents.
Yeah, there's too many soft parents. I think that's kind of why I asked the question. It's kind of a problem. I think, like, you don't have to hit a child to like, but they need to be challenged. Like, life isn't easy. You shouldn't do life as if it's easy. Like you can't let a child just get away with everything or they're not going to make it. You know? Like you need to roughen them up and prepare them for the real world where shit ain't pretty. Sometimes you gotta stab a bitch, you know.
Yeah, I always remember my sister getting in trouble at school. Not herself, but there was an issue where a brick got put through a window, and she was hanging around with the person that done it, and yeah, so she got arrested along with everyone else. But she was more scared of my parents than she was the police, and the police couldn't, you know, like commend my parents enough.
Hey, does anyone know who this guy named Jason is? JSIN. Jason.
He's a pretty recent. He's a pretty recent addition to the server. Seems to be a text troll.
Who? Yeah, he's one of those text trolls guys, right? Yeah. Okay.
Probably just another sock. I can't believe that was actually human flesh. That's just disgusting.
Yeah, right. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, no, I had to give him a warning earlier. He was like shitting all over Sin Cleanser. But Sin Cleanser was just taking it, so whatever. It was, I don't know, he put some stuff in the chat that's like not cool. So I had to do something.
Apparently he's a troll from Gems.
I don't like to like mute people. I don't like to give warnings or whatever, but I mean, we have to keep some sort of standard here, you know.
Sometimes you gotta put the smack down.
Yeah. Hey, I sent out a bunch of friend requests. I don't usually do that. So whoever's in this chat, let's see.
Yeah, I just accepted that. I didn't see that Geo had sent me one as well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cool people here. I'll even send one to Emma. I never thought that would happen. Here we go. Yeah, Emma, what do you think? Should you smack your child? How about that? What do you think about that?
I think you could probably raise your voice enough or just say something loud enough that it'll shock them enough, maybe.
Well,
yeah, but that's terrifying. It could be terrifying, especially how much bigger.
Well, the situation, depending, Riggs, like something's gonna hurt them really bad, and you want them to stop what they're doing right away before they get hurt bad.
Yeah. Well, I I haven't raised a child, so like I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here. Just curious.
Oh, I got 4. Yeah, I've raised 4. And I think in certain situations you might want to kick their ass. I mean, doesn't mean you have to. And then other situations you'll have to yell at them just to get their attention or put a little shock into them, let them know you mean business at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the thing is when, like for me, I just look in my kid's eyes. I can't see, hitting him. But at the same time, if he hits me, I gotta hit him back. I gotta teach him not to take any shit.
Oh, he's gonna hit you?
Well, he's like
Has
2 now,
has your
he's just kind of.
son? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's just testing the waters, but
Hey, you just beat the shit out of him. I got it.
No.
Well, say like if you're cooking,
just
and you
shake
put
the
that
fuck out of that baby.
There you go.
Well, say like if you're cooking innit, and they put their hand too close to the fire, innit? You might give their
And then
hand
they
a
just
sort of
happen to
flap.
accidentally fall in the pot. Yeah, I get it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trolling bad. I'm a bad troll. All right, I gotta go do something. I might be back.
But yeah, I agree with Demok to where like you don't want to hit him. Like so, what you would do is just kind of raise your voice to let them know that you mean business. But then you could go further, and it's like, what if they thought, okay, well, he yells, but would he do anything else? And then they keep on pushing and pushing, and then it's like, then what do you do? Although there was a few times where I did let him know that I meant business, and he just started, crying because he was scared, and like I felt so fucking bad, man. But I didn't let him know that I felt bad, so I just had to eat that. You know what I'm saying?
think if you hit your kid, well, there's not an age where you don't hit your kid anymore, right?
Sounds like you're still going for a swim, Sin Cleanser.
Yeah, you're robot. I think the goal is to in my situation, to let him know that it's not because I'm being a dick. It's just that, there's consequences to what you do.
Yeah, you have to let him know he's being a dick.
Right. Yeah. Like, I don't want him to think I'm just mean. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't do that. That's, you can't just, take shit that, like, isn't yours. You can't do that. Not because I'm mean, it's because people don't like that shit.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Sin Cleanser. I thought you were rich, man. Buy yourself a new microphone or a new phone or whatever.
Hell on earth.
Hey everybody! Where did Mary go? Where did Mary go? That was my only cigarette. Please think for me, I can't bear to. I readied it all for her, you know. Clean sheets, incense, lots of fluffy pillows, now soiled.
Are you reading a Robert Frost poem or something?
STP, baby. Have you checked the bathroom? The bathtub? She sleeps there, son. What's going on? What's the latest? Nothing. No, talkative today. Check,
What's
check.
the crocodilio?
Oh. Oh, nothing much. Got shorts on for the first time in a while.
Your winter's like 20 degrees plus. That's shorts weather anyway.
Australia's very varied. You guys are stuck in a box. Like when there's a little fire somewhere in one corner, you guys think all Australia's pretty funny.
Have you ever witnessed snow?
Not where I am. We don't get snow, thankfully. Plenty of hail. Just cold enough for hail, so.
Yeah, that could ruin a day at the beach.
Oh, it can fuck your car up pretty good too if you don't find some cover real quick. So no one's proven the globe in the last 24 hours then? That sucks.
I know, right?
Yeah, get on with it, people. Good hell.
I don't care how big they say Venus is, but if it's the distances that they say, there's no way you could see it.
But you
Oh,
can.
absolutely. Yeah, exactly. You'd never be able to. Yep. The human eye has a limit of how far it can see. It's not just an infinite thing. I mean, we are an animal, so we're going to see a limited distance.
Yeah,
And,
it's like they say that the light is coming to you. No, hang on. It's actually the other way around. You're seeing what you can see.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to see the moon either.
Yeah, it's a long way, right? 250,000 kilometers, or is it miles? It's a fucking long way.
Yeah, they say about
I wouldn't want to fucking walk.
quarter of a million miles. Yeah.
Couple of packed lunches for sure.
So yeah, actually, on that vein of thought, if the ISS is only like 3 times the size of an aeroplane or a Boeing 747, how far away can you see that plane? And then how far away are they telling you can see this ISS?
Yeah, like, because if you had a plane that was 3 times the size flying in front of the moon, you still wouldn't see it.
Exactly.
I thought it was a football field size. Isn't it like a football field with all the solar panels out and shit?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
But the
No,
length of
it
it is about 3 times the size of a aeroplane.
It can't be that big because, like, whatever they can fit into that swimming pool in NASA, that's the size that it can be.
Yeah, but there's no reference frame for the size of that swimming pool.
Well, how far away can you see a plane?
They don't
And
include a
then
tape
times it by
measuring
3.
fucking thing when they show you a photo. But I hear there's nothing really up there. It's all in the swimming pool somewhere. Oh, hang on. There's something up there.
Yeah, they really pulled the card on us on this one. Yeah, they went for the full fake space, fake outer world scam. And as a demonic possession, black magic deception, it has had a pretty considerable amount of effectiveness. Unfortunately.
No, Gio, it's all just about trying to grow lettuce, isn't it? Upside down. Millions and trillions of dollars of R&D. It's just about growing lettuce for the 9th time upside down.
Yeah, Velcro,
Well,
powdered
that's
food,
doing.
and lettuce. Yeah.
Yeah, Velcro.
gorilla suits.
Gorilla suits.
And a guitar. And water.
It's so easy.
Water.
So easy for them to do it too. Like they get infinite money to do whatever they want, and then they make us work for them. It's unfortunate.
I know, but look at the hair.
Oh my.
That's the best, isn't it?
That's just the
Like,
weakest
obviously-
thing ever. And it doesn't even come
Yeah.
from a normie Globie. It comes from NASA.
Yeah. No, the hair is just so bad.
So
It's
how
so
do I know you're up there right now? Can you see the hair? Oh my god.
That one is ridiculous. Yeah, her acting is
Yeah.
so bad. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's definitive. I'm out, guys. The hair does it.
Yeah, you've done it.
Well, I
They
think
have
what
done
it
it.
is, they found from testing humans in their believability that if it looks too real, people wait, hold on. Let me think of how I'm going to say this.
Gullibility.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say ultimately is that they actually purposely make it a bit. Hold on, I gotta do something.
Far-fetched.
Yeah,
It's so real, it has to be fake.
What kind of like is it the Hitler quote or is it Lenin? Make the lie big and tell it often enough and they'll believe it.
yeah. Well, actually, what I was trying to say is that like movies are trying to look as realistic as possible, and some of them are pretty good. But I think that with all the fake outer space stuff, they had to make it a little bit lower quality than movies, because if people already think movies are fiction, but it looks so real, they have to make the actual space stuff look a little fake, even though they're saying it's real.
Yeah, it's like when I was 18 and I met this really hot Kiwi chick in the pub, right? In the nightclub. And I had an American accent at the time. I was pretending to be American, right? And I ended up taking her home. And there's no way. If I lost that American accent, she'd be out of there, man. She'd be gone. So I had to keep it up all night long. It was so hard.
Carlos, you are the ultimate. You are like the non sequitur master, dude. Like you'll just come with something. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, that seems deceptive of you to do that.
Yeah, but it's kind of like what they're doing, you know. It's amazing how they've managed to meld all of these organizations together and just perpetuate this massive snowball of a lie.
Oh, okay. Now I see how you were linking it in. All right, I got you. Yeah, yeah. So you're just saying you had to, exactly. Yeah, you had to keep the form, and that's what they're doing with this. Yeah.
Yeah, because if I didn't keep it up, man, she'd be out of there, and I wouldn't get my goodies.
Right. That's funny. Yeah, well, that's the goodies they're getting from us is all of our labor and the ability for all of them to have essentially infinite money, or they can just have credit cards that have no limit on them, and there's no limit. They can just spend as much of it as they want. So I think that's ultimately why they're doing it, is so that they can have infinite money, essentially. But there's other ways to have infinite money without doing that, that's for sure. Like just being in harmony with the earth. You don't even need money ultimately, but
Well, someone could come up with a Bitcoin, which is free, right? Like it's essentially a Bitcoin to begin with is valueless. It's worth nothing, and they could just say, okay, we're going to give 1,000 Bitcoins to everybody, and then like everybody's got 1,000 Bitcoins to begin with. You could just keep pumping out money for free forever in the form of a Bitcoin, and you wouldn't need the rest of it. You wouldn't need like fiat currency ever.
exactly, dude. Yep, that's where it's all headed. Yeah, I think in a lot of ways. But yeah, I think with cryptocurrencies and blockchain are basically sort of like taking every dollar, every fiat dollar, because they're printing the fiat dollar themselves. Cryptocurrency is like taking that fiat dollar and splitting it into like thousands of pieces that they don't control. So now each one of our dollars is going to be worth who knows how many thousands of fractions of all these other tokens and coins that, and we'll see which ones really kind of win out in the end. But as that happens, they're going to lose control over that dollar because there's so much more wealth in the cryptocurrency space that's just like fractalizing it into essentially hundreds of times more, if not thousands of times more, and so that all then all will be kind of distributed. Of course, I think the government people, they're going to have their own, their own technology and their own digital currency as well. So, but yeah, you're right. Like, I think we'll have the chance to have other options and to be independent from the dollar from fiat currency after they make this transfer.
Well, I think that's the only way out for the American economy, not to become it's been bankrupt for millennia already, but the way out is to pay off the national debt in a cryptocurrency.
Hey, did you guys hear? Maybe it was a meme. I just want to know if anyone's heard about them making like a $4 trillion coin or some shit. Is that real? Or is that some bullshit? Like, did I just make that up, or did I really hear that?
I've never heard it.
One coin that's worth 4 trillion, you said?
I mean, first I've heard of it. We can roll with it.
That's what I said. Yep. Yeah, somebody Google that and see if it's like a meme or some bullshit, please. I can't do that right now.
Yeah, but what's that 4 trillion going to be worth? A loaf of bread?
Yeah, that's the thing about a lot of these cryptos, the altcoins. Bitcoin's got a limited supply, and because the fucking creator of it all's fucking gone, it can't be really fucked with. All these other things have got people that can fuck with them in the background and make your coin all of a sudden worth fuck all overnight and shit. So Bitcoin's the only one with true perceived value, no intrinsic value to it, other than the limited supply. But that's the benefit of Bitcoin, if you think there is.
Well, Bitcoin was the first like truly decentralized blockchain, but I do think there are other real decentralized blockchains that they can't necessarily just mess with it.
I've heard that the Bitcoin that we know as Bitcoin right now isn't really even the original Bitcoin, as they've already usurped it, and that there's a Bitcoin Satoshi vision that you can look up, and supposedly that's the way he wanted it to be as far as the low fees and all that kind of stuff. And they just basically blackballed it, according to someone else on the server that was talking about it. They have the ability, still with the media to kill any particular coin for whatever psyop reason they want to. That's the crazy part about it.
Well, maybe not. I think they can manipulate it on various scales. But
yeah, they don't want to kill it. They just want to manipulate it, obviously.
Yeah, and I wonder how much they even can, though, because there have been some interesting things that have happened. Like back in the day, like 2017, 18, Bitcoin Cash, there was a bunch of sketchy stuff going on with that one. And basically, they tried taking over Bitcoin at one point with Bitcoin Cash. They tried running it up like to an extremely high level.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then at the same time, they tried to tank Bitcoin. Yeah.
Plus, they can have hacks where like there's billions of dollars stolen and no accountability for it.
Well, I don't think Bitcoin is controlled at all by anyone. Not even the controllers.
It's influence for sure.
But maybe not from a hack, but they could turn the system off and then just say, yeah, you all lost your money. It's all ours now. Fuck you.
Well, if they,
The only
they
thing
can
they
print,
can do
if they can
is
print the money, they can manipulate, they can influence it by just investing and then, shaking out and just, being whales like it always has.
well, yes and no though, but they can't fully because the value of Bitcoin is dependent on us, the people, owning it at the end of the day. So I actually think that they've tried to crush it multiple times and never have been able to. I think that when it ran up to 20,000 for the first time, I think that they were trying to suppress it and it was going the other way. So even because I've thought about that too, like, okay, if they own all fiat dollar, they can print as much fiat money as they want. And then they could go buy as much Bitcoin as they want. They could go on every exchange and just buy as much as they want. But however, we the people, because there's a limited supply, so we the people have to actually sell that to them. And so there's a very interesting way in which they can't actually control it fully. They can manipulate it to some degree. They can do some stuff with it. But I think what they've found is that it goes the other way when they try to do that sometimes.
Don't you think that the majority share is owned by just a few people, though?
Somewhat, but that doesn't even necessarily correlate with the price of it, the US dollar price of it, at least.
I see it that you can make money if you can read it well, and you can turn it over and take your money out and somehow get a lot of money when the dollar's worth nothing, and then you'll have some money. There's like a chance, there's like a window of opportunity there for individuals to actually save themselves from the crisis ahead, possibly. But I'm not trying to be doom and gloom, but it does seem like they could, through the media, make up some kind of hack, and then all of a sudden there's some kind of, we have to make sure it's this system because this is the only safe system, and then they could just have people claim that they've got all their money stolen from all these different sites, and then people will lose trust in it. Most people don't even know how to use it yet. Most people don't even know what it, you know what I'm saying? Like, to get the majority of people on board with this, they're going to have to make it very easy,
user friendly
to understand. User friendly and easy to understand is like, I have $1, it's $1, not 0.0001 of Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? People don't even think like that yet.
Yeah.
So it's going to be
Bitcoin being like the first blockchain. I think that, yeah, the controllers, if we want to call them that, they're definitely building on the technology their own networks. Ethereum is, I think, one of them. And that's pretty infiltrated into a lot of different systems. So yeah, they've definitely gotten their grasp in the overall field, but they can't, I don't think they can fully control it. And they definitely can't control other blockchains, which are actually decentralized. So that's the part that's going to be interesting. But I do think, yeah, like they're going to release their version of it, their government-based digital currency, probably linked with the the treatment that we all know so well in today's world.
To even have money, you're going to have the treatment.
That's what I think they're going to do. They're going to do that. Yeah, I think they're going to basically say, hey, they're going to announce that they're transitioning to a new, digital dollar essentially. And then if you have, let's say you have $10,000 in a bank account or whatever, like in a, big bank, they will give you, perhaps like a direct 1-to-1 ratio or whatever the ratio will be. But yeah, you're going to have the old,
that would be crazy if they did that.
To do that. So then what it's going to do is split the world into, the non-medical people. And then, but then if we can't use their money, then we're going to have to use our own, which would be some of these other, blockchains and cryptocurrencies. And then it'll only depend on certain companies will accept these and some won't. So it's going to be, that's what I see happening.
Well, they could just they could make your pass, like your ID has a digital code on it. That's a cryptocurrency. Your ID would be under the crypto code, and they would know whether you've been jabbed or not, or whether you've had, how much money you have. It'd all be on one card. Like this, they've already gone that way with the state IDs and stuff. But yeah, they could go there.
Who here would happily accept Bitcoin for the sale of their property? If you had to sell your house, who here would happily accept Bitcoin?
I would. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bitcoin is, I think, about to go to up to the 80s. That's my next prediction for it.
No, not as an investment, but like if you needed to use that money to buy something else. Like, is there enough transactional prospect with Bitcoin right now that you could sell your house with Bitcoin and then use that Bitcoin to buy an equivalent asset with Bitcoin? Or would you have to go back to fiat somewhere? And
No, you could do that directly. Yeah. No, you don't have to go back to fiat.
Okay.
Yeah, you could. If you sold your house for 3 Bitcoin and somebody literally just sent it over to you, yeah, you would have that full amount. Granted, the price of Bitcoin can change. However, these days it's quite stable. It's not going to move super fast. If anything, it's moving up anyways. But yeah, technically, if you're doing a large amount like that, let's say the price of Bitcoin did drop, let's say 10% within a couple minutes or something like that right after you did it, you know, that could be a hefty amount. So that is something.
I think that's where the difference is. It's more an investment vehicle still. It's not a method of payment. That's what I was trying to get at.
Oh, Bitcoin, no, not at all. And it's not even good for payments at all. It's not even really been being focused on being used for that, and you know, for many years. So yeah, it's really viewed more as like a wealth storage layer. It's like a layer.
My cousin in China bought a house with WeChat money.
Yeah, no, that's understandable in that prospect. But I'm just thinking, in America, are there enough people like selling their homes who would happily accept Bitcoin that you can sell one home for Bitcoin and then buy another home of your choice? Or would you be very limited on homes that you could buy with Bitcoin before getting fiat out to go and buy the home of your choice? Know what I mean? So it's not something you can use to buy and sell. It's literally an investment store, an investment thing.
I think it's limited.
Well, you can buy all kinds of things. You can buy houses with Bitcoin in other countries and in all over the world, and you can buy cars and stuff. Yeah, like if all you had was Bitcoin, you could travel the world and do everything you need. Ultimately,
well, my brother in Taiwan, that's all they use is like you know, the WeChat currency. That they don't have a bank account; they just have WeChat.
Yeah, well, that's when the whole system changes over, obviously. But like, you've got overnight risk with Bitcoin. So if you sold your house one day and then you couldn't buy your house for a week, you've got that risk with Bitcoin that, you know, I know it's a bit more stable, but whereas with fiat, you know damn well if you sold your house for 300 grand one week, you know 2 weeks, 6 weeks later, it's you still can buy the equivalent with the 300 grand. It hasn't just dropped to 150. You know what I mean? That has to go completely out of it before it's ever going to be more than 1 or 2% of the population that would consider using it.
What do you guys think
That's way too
hyperinflation will do? If they go hyperinflation and the dollar starts dropping in value, then it's kind of like gold in that way. You know, when the dollar drops in value, you could expect Bitcoin to have to go up because, you know, it would have to be that many more dollars that it retains a value for.
Yeah, but it's perceived value. There's no intrinsic value in Bitcoin. It's literally just perceived. So it's just what people think of it.
Same with the dollar, though. Same with the fiat.
Yeah, but sort of. Enough people use it that the general belief is very stable. Not enough people use Bitcoin anywhere near enough for that belief to be stable. That's why it's very speculative.
I would argue that's the way they want it, because I've heard from other people that seem to know what they're talking about that it's going to drop again. I don't know if it's going to go back all the way up to the 80s or not, but there's going to be another drop, and then it's just it's a great scheme if they can manipulate it as, you know, as much as I fear. But
well, what is your viewpoint on it? It sounds like maybe we might have different viewpoints. Like, I mean, so you're telling me it's like a, you know, for lack of a better term, sort of Illuminati controlled thing, or do you think it's actually?
I think they have their hands. They have their hands in everything. You know, we know that, right? They have. Why would they allow this to happen so smoothly and continually if it was really just against what they want? I don't think that they, especially with what we were talking about Bitcoin or money. You know,
well, it was suppressed for years. It was suppressed for years, like extremely suppressed, and then it's always been suppressed as well. And even now, it's a little bit more accepted by the mainstream, but it's always been something that it seems like the people in power.
That could be part of the brilliance, you know, part of the brilliance.
Yeah, that's a part of the.
They were rolling it out and making it seem
Same.
like it was the people's thing, and it was like a way of
A
getting
part of
away
the
from fiat. Yeah, it's kind of, it could be that. I'm not saying it is that, but yeah, you never know. They're smart. I mean, it's, and like we were talking earlier about like why are they faking? Why do they fake it poorly on purpose? And I was going to come in and talk about that because that's something I think about a lot. Why do they show us the harnesses on the ISS? Why do they make it so completely ridiculous with the hair and the toilets and stuff? And it seems like, you know, that there's several different things that could be for, like, what is the ultimate goal here, right? Like,
See,
they don't need, they didn't need to make it look fake looking so people would buy it because they're not worried about people buying it. Like, they don't need that. They don't have to show us anything. They could just say the money goes into this fund for space stuff and people wouldn't even care. So they're giving us a show for some reason wrong, and they're doing it poorly on purpose for possible different reasons.
I think
I gotcha.
dead end, a cash out for the elite though. It could be, you know, they want you to exchange all your fiat, put all your fiat into this system, and not enough people are biting now for them to, you know, pull the plug on it. But eventually, when enough people buy it.
My personal viewpoint on blockchain and cryptocurrency, I think that it actually was an angelic technology, like a download from the angelic realm of, in terms of the actual cryptographic technology and the actual decentralized blockchain. And I do think it came from a completely positive source that actually has a lot of integrity. And then once it was created, it was suppressed and, you know, pushed down for quite a while, and obviously has grown. And then at some point, the elite people, controller people, they basically realized they had to co-opt it, and that's all they could do. So they quickly started developing with the same type of cryptography, although on their own networks. They started building Ethereum and a whole bunch, all these other ones, and trying to link them all together. So I think they've co-opted it to a maximum level. I still think they would like to suppress it, especially Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is like they would prefer to keep their fiat system. But anyway, so yeah, so I think that they've co-opted it.
You would agree that Elon Musk doesn't say whatever he wants. He says what he's supposed to, right? He's that big a player, right? You're on that page. Like,
well, they're trying to get everybody into their
says what they want. They don't have autonomy. They are controlled, right? Puppets, just like the president, pretty much. Him and Bezos. And they can manipulate the market just with the tweet. You know, they can do whatever they want. They could put billions of dollars. Not that they can do whatever they want, but the person that the group of people that money represent. I don't think that either of those men have all that money for themselves, making independent decisions. That's not the way that they let things work. It seems. Am I on my own there?
No, I'd agree with that.
So just with those two guys putting their money wherever they make it seem like they're whimsically going to invest, you know, they could manipulate everything. And they have. We've seen it with Doge and even with Shiba recently, which I own some of, by the way. I'm glad I got almost $300 worth when I took a little dip. But yeah, it's interesting because there's a game being played, and they're definitely got their hands in everything, you know, and they're good at
I know they've co-opted it to a severe level.
Yeah.
I just don't think they invented it, and I don't think they want it really to be.
Not necessarily, no.
They would prefer to have it not exist. I mean, I think
Have you heard of Satoshi Vision?
It came in and basically like disrupted their entire usurping takeover of the world. I feel cryptocurrency.
I hope so. I really would love to. I would really love that. If that is the case, that'd be awesome.
Or is getting everyone rather ready for digital currencies and a digital ID. It could just be getting everyone
they do
ready
want to do
use
that.
the
They
idea.
want to have it. I talked to another guy who seems to think that Monero and Pirate Chain are going to be the ones to really invest in because the privacy coins. I mean, he's also going under the assumption people will be able to, you know, make those decisions and have the Monero. I mean, they could even outlaw Monero or something that doesn't allow you to see who it is that's exchanging money because they can just say the terrorists are using it, or, you know, means that that's not in the interest of national security. I don't know. I mean, they can, right? I mean, they're making us get a jab before we can even get a job. And how could they be doing that at the same time be out of control with the way the money works? I don't know.
Yeah, I look at Bitcoin a bit like Facebook. It was way too convenient, and all the data mining that they suppressed that they weren't doing for all this time. Oh, you know, we're not stealing your data, and it just stays here, and you got your Privacy Act, and just click here, and that was all bullshit the whole time. They damn well knew it. Everyone knew it, but we all ticked the box, and meanwhile they're selling the data off. It's the same thing, you know. They've got the Bitcoin out, they've got the thing out, everyone's going into it. You think it's all anonymous. They claim they didn't have anything to do with it. Meanwhile, have a look what they're collecting and what they get to do. And if anyone thinks it's anonymous and it's not bloody, you know, trackable, that's just crazy.
They would love to tax every dollar we use. That's the digital age, right?
You make a good point there, because what's more valuable than your information? They sell that on like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's not technically trackable. It's not technically trackable, but if you have your wallet on any device, then yeah, that could be viewed. And of course, the government these days, in some cases, they actually like demand that you have to show your wallet or whatever, like what you have. But yeah, but it is anonymous in a sense. But there's also other blockchains that are completely anonymous, like Monero, for example. That some of these actual privacy coins are, I think, 100% untrackable, even by government, even the highest level of CIA. The only thing they can do is just intercept your phone or computer and see what you're doing. That's the only thing they can do.
But the thing about that is that I think that didn't they try to tie Monero, or well, they did. They had when the terrorist thing happened with the blackmailing of the information that the people supposedly had that was tying up the pipes, gas and all that for a bit, about a year ago. Remember that? I thought they were going to tie that straight to Monero and start, you know, saying that privacy coins should be illegal because terrorists could use it, and then demand money with an anonymous source, anonymous receiver.
There's still time.
That's what that's the only thing they can do with some of these is try to make them illegal and then enforce it. Yeah, but that's going to be really hard for them to do. I mean, I know everyone. I get that some people are different on the Bitcoin thing. Like it just in general, I think some people feel like it is more of like an actual, even to the level of part of the larger conspiracy and everything. And then there's other people that think it's actually is an actual freedom technology and came in for a purpose and came in to disrupt. Basically came in from an angelic source to disrupt this demonic takeover we're currently in.
I think in the end it's going to be a dead end. It's going to be a trap. But at the moment, while not many people are biting on it, it's an opportunity to get a quick buck. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, it's both. It's like it's good and bad for sure. It could be exactly what they want, and they could put all their funds and resources and manipulation techniques into making it exactly what they want, which would probably be what they're going to try to do. We all know they're going to try to do that. I'd love.
Well, they're going to transition. They just want to transition everybody to their networks. Everybody knows Bitcoin itself is not going to be much of anything. I mean, it's just it has a high value and it has the value like storage layer of wealth, but it's never going to do anything, you know, in terms of a currency or even a technology. So it's about all of the other chains that have been built from this new technology, which is the cryptography and the actual blockchain structure itself. So yeah, I think that they're definitely busy at work trying to co-opt it and yeah, I guess we're gonna have to see how it ends, but
they can't kill our spirit altogether. That's the one thing we have going for us, I think. No matter what they want to do, they know they can't kill our spirit altogether. If they do that, and they don't have anybody lucrative enough to even pay their cell phone bill, they don't have the technocracy that they're going for. But they want to digitize everything, including every dollar we spend, right? I mean, that would be the ultimate goal. No more cash, no more garage sales. Are you kidding me? They're already starting to do that. And the COVID thing totally lends itself for that. You know, people walking into stores with masks. You know, they don't have cash, there's nothing to rob.
Yeah, but you know what though? I'd be all for like not necessarily a digital currency, but even if it was the way it was now, but if there was a flat rate of 10% just on everything, like income tax, or instead of income tax, what you spend, then the government would actually collect a whole heap fucking more, and no one would even try and avoid paying 10% because it's just fucking 10%. Whereas they try and get 20 and 30%, and people avoid it like the plague, you know. Try and find every loophole and spend money on accountants and all sorts of shit. For 10%, I don't think anyone would avoid it. And you can still have a garage sale and not be worried about trying to do anything under the table, or because you just got to pay 10%. I think that's better. Personally.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, I think
it's because they want
it
to
can
keep
all
you
be
busy.
done. Like, as long as we're not under the fiat dollar, there's literally just so much potential and possibilities to where of like, I think that if they use this technology, to create a new sort of, who knows, like a network that involves their medical thing in addition to like the social credit score idea and just your license and all of those, which they're going to do. Then yeah, that's definitely pretty dark. That's pretty dark. But I guess the question will be is there an equal or opposite or even stronger, light side that will come out of it as well in terms of a lot of
I
these
don't
other.
think crypto's it, man. I think it's a sinkhole. And beyond all that, they have back doors in every single major processor. They've got back doors in all those hardware back doors. There's nothing you can do about that.
Oh yeah, backdoor Betty.
So whatever like progress you guys think you're making, I think they've I don't know exactly what they would do, but I think they have like all the options they ever wanted.
Yeah, they're not going to allow something to be so fruitful without being able to, benefit.
You have
from
to
it.
imagine it like this. Imagine every single computer. Just imagine everyone in your neighborhood walking around naked. This is the kind of access that they have. So you may think you're hiding something in your pocket or in your butthole or wherever, but they can see everything. So it's you can't hide anything from that digitally.
It's 5G. They can see in your house now, right through the walls.
I mean, there's stuff that you can put on hard drives and stuff, but if it's a computer that runs, I find it very.
Do you know how blockchains work? Do you know how blockchains work?
I did it one time. I'm not saying they can stop a blockchain. I'm saying that they have lots of other options that would make using a blockchain either dangerous or illegal or there's a million different ways that they can subvert the network and just make it so. I mean, it's kind of like how do I say it? It's kind of like how they do regulations with the government, like the government does regulations. So like God gave us birth and then gave us land and sun and water and food and everything. But to buy a house, you have to have an agent. You have to have a broker. You have to have a bank. You have to have a bank that works with one of the 13 federal, not federal, private banks, right? And then there's about 100 different people in the process, and it's bureaucracy. So what they're going to do is they're either going to, make it too dangerous, or they're going to push people away, but then they're going to drown it in bureaucracy to the point where it's not even worth it anymore. That's probably what they're going to do.
What do you guys think the percentage of people are? Okay, first of all, what's the percentage of people in America that actually own Bitcoin, some Bitcoin, and then what would be the percentage compared to that worldwide?
I'm not sure, but it's only 1.something% globally.
1%.
There's plenty of upside. Plenty of upside.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of upside for the people that are in on it early, for sure. I think so.
Well, I have hope, but I'm also trying to be realistic.
So,
that's what I was
Riggs,
gonna say.
you were saying you don't think crypto is it kind of thing, so that means you're
Well,
a fan
I don't
of
think.
fiat dollar?
No, it's a
Yeah,
lesser
I mean,
two
I
evils.
really don't think it's what God intended.
Well, what
I
I was
really
going to
don't.
say though, just to my point about bringing up the percentage is that it seems like they have their statistics, all lined up, that they know that at a certain point they can offer a trade on the dollar for the new digital currency. It'll be really easy to understand. It'll be like 1-for-1 type, dollar seeming digital dollar, where
Yeah, like a gold
even if it's only
confirmation.
at 30%, if they do it before 30%, and 70% of the people trade in their dollar for that, and then that's the going digital dollar, and everything else is
Yeah,
like
everybody's going to have to.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have to. It's going to be the
They'll
only
give you a
option.
certain amount of time to do it too. They'll say, just like they do with the other when they did the gold, like if you turn it in now, you get full value. If you turn it in 3 weeks from now, you're going to get lesser value.
But what's going to happen simultaneously, because this is already what exists, like within the blockchain cryptocurrency world, you've got what I would call real decentralized blockchains, and you have fake decentralized blockchains, which are actually centralized. And those fake ones are selling themselves as real decentralized ones, and they're not the real deal. But as the government people, controller people, enact whatever they're going to do with this, like at that time, there's going to be kind of a split in a sense, to where people will, because like I said, the old treatment thing is going to be linked in with that. So these other actual decentralized blockchains are literally all we have to be able to survive at that point, is how I see the future coming.
Can we agree
when it gets to that point?
Can we agree to call the unspoken? Can we just call it like Rumbus's dog or something?
We were calling it minestrone. We were calling it the zombie, and then the treatment was the minestrone.
The minestrone, okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
And the
What are you
zombie.
saying?
Well, I don't know.
What are you
Yeah, we
saying?
could come up with a funny one.
You think people might be forced to go to a digital dollar that's backed by the government? Don't you think that's kind of already happened? I feel like I don't touch cash nowadays. Like the local coffee
Yes,
shop.
absolutely. Yeah,
But
we're already on a digital currency. Absolutely.
But do you guys see the goal to be a one world currency? So it would have to be a digital one world currency, one for all nations. So not just dollar.
I don't know. I don't know if they want
the digital one's going to be.
I think that.
Oh, definitely. I think that's what they've been building. That's the new world order. I mean, they're building it all to have one currency. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
That's
the
the
Klaus
goal.
coin.
And I don't think they were
can't
planning.
take advantage of the.
They weren't planning to use.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't think they were planning to use blockchain or technology, but I think they've had to reroute to co-opt it, and then now they're going to use it.
Well,
it's
yeah,
probably
because
going to
there's
be
no
weak,
limit.
that money, mate.
There's no limit, is there, really, to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency? Whereas there's a limited amount of fiat. All right, they can just keep printing more, but
that's the
different blockchain.
Bitcoin does have a limited supply. That is the only difference with Bitcoin, and why it actually matters. A limited supply is what gives it its only real value, because you can't just keep producing more.
Right, and so the fact that the U.S. dollar is being inflated absurdly, Bitcoin, because it's limited, it's like the ground of the circuit. It's like the actual grounding, because it's limited, and the fiat dollar is like the out of control, electrical discharge that is becoming weaker as the ground grounds it.
So is Bitcoin the only one that's limited?
No, a lot of them are limited, but there are some that are like Dogecoin, basically the one that Elon Musk is all about. Yeah, that one is unlimited. Like more Doge is just made every day. So interesting that he's pushing that one. Most of the evil people or whatever, the dark side as it were, they are pushing the ones that have unlimited or an amount that they control.
So what if what if all the billionaires bought up all the Bitcoin? What happens? Is there no more Bitcoin to buy?
No, because real people own it, and not everyone will give it up. If everyone gave it up, yeah, they would own it. But as you and me and all the little people, as it were, like as we own it, just all of us, that's what limits them from being able to control it and for them to be able to take it over.
And wouldn't it be the case that as they start buying it, they would be buying it at market rates, but as it got scarcer, as there were fewer and fewer left for them to buy, those would be worth more and more. And as a result, people would be more likely to hold. Right? If
That's
it's
not how
rocketing up at
institutions
that point.
buy. Institutions put out stories about how it's going to crash and the government are going to make it illegal. And then everyone sells out of fear. And that's when they're buying. They're buying when it crashes down. So that's how they set up a buy for themselves. And they sell the opposite way. They hype it up. Oh, every fucking news article is saying that you should get on Bitcoin. It's about to skyrocket. It's about to every man and their dog go and buy it because they're fucking idiots. And meanwhile, they're selling it. The smart people are selling it to you. That's how it works.
About the elites buying all of it, do you reckon that can still work? Oh, it's terrible. This
well, only to a certain point. You've only got a limited supply. Yeah.
200 grand.
Well, they see there's no
it. They can keep manipulating it, and then people sell it off, and then they can buy it on the cheap.
Well, but the thing about it, what's so wild about it is that the value of it is like correlated with humanity's willingness to pay the fiat dollar for that amount, whether it's 60,000 or whatever it is. And so even if somebody tries to come in and buy it all up, like I said, that can actually do the reverse. Like it could actually start to be worth more fiat. Like something that you can't control, you truly can't control it. Like, and so if Bitcoin is linked, like Bitcoin has a limited amount in its own way. Well, there is actually more being created, but there's an extension point to where that finishes. It's basically like the mining, and there's more that's unlocked over the years. But it is limited in supply in total.
Who makes those decisions about unlocking it and getting more? Who's in control of it? Like who's in the ultimate?
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more demand.
Satoshi's gone. That's why Bitcoin's different.
It's built into the code of the actual blockchain, so it's all built in.
Yeah, because I wanted to know before anyone owned a Bitcoin, how many were available?
40 million, I think it is.
My understanding, they're set. They're set to sort of be not quite. I'm using the wrong word here, but discovered using like cryptographic things. So that's why graphics cards cost so much at the moment. You just set up a rig, and that rig is punching through trying to find. I think it's new prime based on prime numbers or something like that. But the rate at which they pop out is then when the new ones are discovered. So it's not like there is a central bank or something releasing more Bitcoin into the market. It is just people sitting at, with a giant bank of RAM whirring away all night that suddenly churns through and pops out another Bitcoin string. Isn't it something like that? Am I getting that wrong, Gio? You know a lot about this stuff.
Not quite, although sort of. What it is that it's mining. So there's a 21 million
mining
cap. Yeah.
Yeah, Gio's talking. What the fuck?
No, that's all good. Yeah, no, I think we were saying the same thing. Yeah, it has to do with how the mining. Every time basically mining is essentially in a nutshell verifying the transactions on the blockchain in a very quick nutshell, and they get a bit of Bitcoin for that, which is created out of the blockchain. But there's a limit in terms of how many will be created in total, which is the 21 million. So after they're all mined, then there won't be any additional actual Bitcoins at that point.
Okay, I thought they kept being discovered with the mining.
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, they're created. The miners get a fee, but as it were, well, not a fee, but they get a new chunk of Bitcoin essentially off the blockchain. Like,
can someone tell me real quick? So, is it possible that the mining of Bitcoin, like you're solving like some kind of like mathematical problems, but does anyone know what the goal of solving these problems is other than currency? Like, is it possible that we're, super computing some sort of problem without knowing it?
Oh, cracking the Russians.
Well, it's essentially, Yeah, well, essentially they're solving like cryptographic puzzles ultimately, if you want to view it that way. But it's a calculation in order to verify the ledger.
Well, no, I'm saying, is it possible we're solving something that is deceptive and we're helping somebody do work that could lead to something bad?
Like training a supercomputer.
Yeah, like an AI system, or I don't know. Like, that's what I'm asking.
I think maybe I'll respond by saying this. I think that evil people with AI and other types of shit could use cryptography and blockchain. They already are. They've already co-opted it and used it in a bunch of things. I mean, even like Visa uses blockchains for verifying transactions now because it's actually way cheaper for even Visa to use and faster. It's like hundreds of times faster. So it's already being used in things like that. But what you're talking about, like a real nefarious thing, yeah, absolutely. I think with virtual reality in the future, yeah, they definitely want to harvest like human brain energy. So I think that, yeah, I think that it could be used for that, and likely will be, unfortunately, where, yeah, they can be like farming people's, yeah, like consciousness essentially.
There's already been cases of that, right? With botnets, the way where your computer gets infected by a virus, and rather than it sort of putting a stupid message on your screen or stealing your bank details, it just runs in the background, and like a significant portion of entire world's internet connected computers have been infected with these things, and then they are summoned to do nefarious things. Like one of the most common that they talk about is Russian hackers who will basically like hold you to ransom for your website. They'll find somebody who's running a completely online business and then use this botnet to DDoS somebody and just keep DDoSing you, and then call you up and go, hey, do you want your website to ever run again? If you do, put 10 grand in this account, we'll stop DDoSing you. And apparently it's a form of crime where even if you turn up to the police are like, yeah, we got nothing for you. It's not in our jurisdiction. We recommend you pay.
Yeah, that's just stealing assets, though, really, and it's stealing cash. But we're more talking about like stealing your creativity, and your knowledge. Like like
I'm
how
not sure. It sounded like what Riggs was asking, which is using that distributed processing to do something nefarious. So there does appear to be accepted examples of it. So I certainly think it's quite probable.
I think more so, imagine that on a large scale, but just monitoring what people do is like mapping out the human brain in a sense. I think that's what the internet has sort of become.
In terms of blockchains in particular, one of the things that's pretty fascinating about them is that they actually can be the opposite. They actually can be systems of integrity and transparency and integrity and like honesty. Like certain of these blockchains, they can actually be set up in a way where it actually is verifying something, yeah, like on a level of transparency and consistency in a way that actually has a positive role. So in terms of like trust contracts and smart contracts, there's ways of creating it to where, like, let's say you wanted to sell your car, and let's say you wanted the what's it called, the title to be digital. That all that information has to be verified and validated to be consistent. And what's interesting about blockchains is that if they're built correctly, the way that the mining works and the way that the actual chain works, like each block that's put on the chain, certainly it could be used for corruption as well, which is a concern. But if it's actually designed to be in integrity, then it actually verifies that information in an honest way, that actually is consistent and that's transparent to the whole network as well. So instead of something being centralized on some government, like, oh, they have the title for your car, whatever state you're in, validation and all that. Instead, this could be done without them at all and completely decentralized, and everybody has the transparent record of the transactions. So it's like verifiable within its own network without being corrupt by a centralized agency.
Yeah, Hashgraph. Is that what you're talking about? There's a technology called Hashgraph. Have you heard of that before?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, it works that it confirmed by all user computers simultaneously, so no one could ever like get ahead and manipulate the price in a way that we like instantaneously, kind of like the stock market does.
Are you talking about Hedera Hashgraph, the actual blockchain? Is that who you're talking about?
I was just talking about the technology. I didn't know there was a coin now called that.
Oh yeah, well there is one called Hedera Hashgraph, which is basically a distributed ledger technology. But it's not really. It's more of like they consider it like an alternative to a blockchain. I actually think it's run by the controllers. I don't think it's a good one. So yeah, I think, but I don't know if you're talking about that. But the word hashgraph is also, maybe you were just referring to that term.
Yeah, back when this whole thing started, that was one of the things that they were saying would be, to the to the public's benefit, because it wouldn't allow people to be like insider trading type, knowing that the price is going to change and then, not having it confirmed. I guess the technology, just look up Hashgraph.
Yeah, it is. It is. I just looked it up because I want to make sure there wasn't a separate thing. But yeah, Hashgraph is Hedera Hashgraph. Basically, Hashgraph is a distributed ledger technology, is what they call it, distributed ledger technology, quote unquote. And it's an alternative to other blockchains, and it's patented as well. So, and then the only one that's authorized by their patented thing is this chain called Hedera Hashgraph, which has a coin along with it and everything. So yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it just reeks of centralization. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I know what you're saying though. Like it does use some of the technology, like those algorithms that I was.
Yeah, maybe the technology was meant to be to the benefit of the people, but it didn't end up. It got co-opted, maybe, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that the technologies are all here. Like they all are here, but it's just some of these, I think they're taking it and co-opting it and building it to where it's actually centralized, but they're going to sell it as decentralized. They're going to, it's like this, right. It's the next deception that's coming where, and then there's going to be the actual real decentralized ones that they actually can't control. But
it's hard to think that even if the people that own Bitcoin are into the game at this point, we're all on the same page with trying to make that not happen. There's only 1% of the world that even owns Bitcoin at this time. It'd be hard to think that many, just that few people would have enough influence to make them not be able to do whatever they want.
Well, Bitcoin is like one of the highest coin market caps. I mean, it was like, what did it get up to? It got up to like number 5th or 6th highest coin, market cap in the whole world. It was above Tesla. It was above Microsoft. It was. So in terms of its market cap, it's huge. Let's see what it is now. 1.16 trillion. Oh wait, no. Well, is that it? Yeah, I guess it is.
So what was it you were saying about Bitcoin Cash trying to, was it eat up Bitcoin?
That was a couple years ago. Yeah, Bitcoin Cash was a fork off of Bitcoin. A fork means essentially they create another blockchain and they
sister coin.
What's that?
Basically like a sister coin, like related.
In a way, yeah. But it's not. Well, I mean, yeah, it can be forked like without they didn't have any access to Bitcoin in a sense directly. But yeah, so it's always been kind of in competition with Bitcoin in a certain way. And yeah, a couple of years ago, they tried to tank Bitcoin and then they tried to run up Bitcoin Cash to see if they could take over Bitcoin, but it didn't work. Yeah, they created it in August 2017, forked it from Bitcoin.
So this could be a problem down the line then, all this forking now.
Well, yeah, that's going to happen a lot. I think that's what's going to happen to these. A lot of them, like Dogecoin, if they end up forking that, onto some network they want, and then if the actual Dogecoin that, unless you want the forked version, like the one that exists now might be worth nothing in the future.
And there's no use for it, no use case for it. It's just a meme coin, basically mimics Litecoin's structure without a use case. Right.
The way I see it is that if you're going to take over the world and have a one world government and a one world currency, this is the ultimate way to. China did it. They banned Bitcoin. I mean, all it takes is the banning of a coin and say it's illegal. I mean, because they can use the excuses that you're not paying any tax, and they can just say no more cryptocurrencies. That's it. It's the end. It's the finish. If you want to have a cryptocurrency, you have to use our one, which is based on the fiat.
Exactly.
I think they're going to make it seem like the fantasy that we're hoping for in a way, though. I think they're going to make it seem like some kind of win on our part, like somehow that, the decentralized thing came through, but it's only in this form, even though it's government controlled. It's, when Trump comes back in or something, I don't know. They're going
All
to
they
use
have to
it.
do is, all they have to do is link that in with maybe just an introductory universal basic income. So if you get your little minestrone treatment and you want to use their dollar, and maybe you'll get a little extra 5,000 a year or whatever it is,
So Mark of the Beastie.
Oh yeah, because they're also, in my viewpoint, in my opinion of what's coming, they're going to be in competition with the actual decentralized blockchains. So that's what's going to get interesting. But I think it's all going to go towards smart cities as well, though. Like they're trying to build the smart cities to be, just the absolute controlled zones, and so they'll have their currency connected to that, and then perhaps the rest of us will be able to have other options. Because I actually think there's a lot of positivity that's coming. I mean, I think there's a lot of challenge as well, but I think that there's going to be actually a lot of big breakthroughs as well that are coming in these next years.
Yeah. Well, they're going to make it seem like the smart cities. Have you heard my theory about what they might be doing with that whole thing? If flat Earth was intentional, and like maybe they're going to give us flat Earth as a win and then say, oh yeah, we're inside a dome, and now the air is contaminated, all of it. And since we're inside a dome and the air is contaminated, you have to get inside these other domes, these little smart city domes, protect yourself from the air that's trapped inside the flat Earth dome.
Yeah, I think they may have to integrate it at some point, but that's interesting to think about whether they're going to have to or not. Well, they will do it.
I think it worked to their advantage if they wanted to. I mean, they could use it as like a biblical, prophetic, big biblical thing coming true with the great secret being revealed. And what could be a better great secret than flat Earth to reveal? And then use that truth to sell us on a bunch of other things like smart cities and outer powers.
I just looked here. Yeah, this is sorry, just back to this for a sec. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there, because I found what I was looking for. But the biggest market cap within the world, like number one is Microsoft. Yeah, so I said Microsoft. That's not correct. Number one is Microsoft. Number two is Apple. 3 is Alphabet. 4 is Alphabet. 5 is Amazon. 6 is Tesla. 7 is Bitcoin. 8 is Facebook. 9 is Berkshire Hathaway, and then Nvidia, and a bunch of other ones.
Bitcoin has a higher market cap than Facebook. Huh.
Yeah.
Where's BlackRock on that list?
This is the list. Yeah, it's higher than Facebook, and it's higher than Berkshire Hathaway, which is funny because who's the guy that owns that? Where he called Bitcoin, he called it dog shit or something. What did he call it? He called it something. He made some famous. I forget what the name he called it. Not dog shit, but it was something like that. Like anyways, and now Bitcoin's higher than his. Who's that guy?
Doesn't BlackRock own
Warren Buffett? Yeah.
Don't they own Alphabet?
Oh, you're in everything, Mark.
I'm sorry, did I cut out?
Follow the money. Oh, sorry, they own everything.
Who did you ask owns Alphabet?
Yeah, I wonder if BlackRock owns Alphabet because they weren't on the list.
They own half of everything you listed.
It's crazy looking at this list. It's just like these companies.
Vanguard.
Some firm bought out Alphabet, I believe, recently.
What is Alphabet? I guess I don't. Was it part of
Alphabet is like, dude, Alphabet's like as big as Vanguard, but probably bigger. It's like the company that owns Google and everything, like fucking everything.
Jeez, yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
And why is Tesla even up there? It's like, yeah, their cars are all right, I guess, but it's like, what is going on? It's so weird. It's so placed there. It doesn't make sense. Like they now say that Elon Musk is the richest guy in the world, but like for what? For making some electric cars?
I don't know.
No, for getting the government grants.
For all the publicity stunts.
And for going to Mars?
No, for apparently putting a Tesla car in orbit.
That guy has such a cult following. It's absurd. People just like beckon at his call. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's totally fabricated. Perception of celebrity. I don't think that many people actually like him. But I think that because they report that he's so popular or that the cars are so popular, it's all like it's like he's the litmus test for how much the media can influence the people, or you know, just dictate what the influence is, even if it's not really that influential.
So you're saying it's fabricated, or what's the word for it?
They give you your heroes. You know, like Trump was a hero, JFK was a hero. Now this Elon is supposedly this hero. You know, that's what they do.
Yeah, totally not worthy. None of its worthiness. It's all about just this is the way it is. Like if you see that Elon Musk tweets something and then the Dogecoin price jumps and a bunch of people make money, that sets a precedent for what people do with their, you know, investments in the future according to these personalities. Yeah, whether it's for any good reason or not, you know what I'm saying? Like the meme coin.
Maybe it's there to like lead the multimillionaires down the wrong path.
Well, yeah, his whole persona is very, very fabricated. I feel I like that guy. Like people lie for sure. Obviously, there's lots of like liars and politicians and stuff. But when I think of Elon Musk, like his entire life is a lie. Like he didn't create PayPal. He was just, you know what I mean? Like this idea that he created PayPal is just, and then he hasn't done anything. I mean, in terms of SpaceX, that's all government, NASA. You know, that he's not like. He's touted as this guy that's like this inventor that did all this stuff, and he just did nothing. He's just a bad actor.
He comes from money. You know, his dad, he had that whole spat. Did you hear about that? With his dad, and he called his dad one of the most evil people on earth, and said he's broken every law known to man, and you know, just an evil person, like calling his dad out. Well, he grew up with millions of dollars. His dad was.
Oh yeah.
And the whole story is that he comes from nothing, right? Built himself from nothing, which is total lie. Everything he's ever done has just been like the placeholder for tons of people's money, I'm sure. Like it's just all funnels through him, but he's not the one just holding all of it, I'm sure, or making any decisions. I don't think they let things happen that way. But they like to make us think it happens that way, so that we can have this complex about anyone can do it. I could do it. I could be Elon Musk. I could be president, you know, all these total lies. But yeah, the thing with his dad was crazy. He was calling his dad out, and he hasn't talked to him supposedly, and all this drama got like put out in the public, and his dad like retorted to him, calling him evil and stuff, and said, "Well, he's just jealous because his girlfriend just dumped him. And I just got a 30-year-old pregnant," right? It was like it was his stepdaughter that he got pregnant, and they had the baby.
Nice.
And she was like 30 years younger. and he's bragging
That's how you
about
do
that
it.
because of how young she is. It's so weird.
That's what I.
She came to him for consolation because of a fight she had with her boyfriend. They ended up sleeping together. I don't know, at least that time. Isn't that crazy?
Oh, sort of. I don't know. People do have free will. She could have
Yeah, I
banged him because
posted
she
some
wanted
really
to.
good shit on Elon. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, good.
I like
Yeah,
to
fuck
call
that
him.
guy.
I like to call him Elon's crust.
Oh yeah.
He's just a crusty liar from the root up. Yeah, he's just, and he's so like just slimy about it too. Like you could tell he's just.
What did they
Yeah.
name their daughter? Wasn't that what was the name of their kid that they had? And they're not together anymore, by the way. I think they're done. So their kid that they supposedly had. It's named like a list of numbers, basically. And there's some weird occult reference too in there. Kind of like wicked priestess that it was supposed to stand for or something. Weird.
Nice.
Tesla 2.0.
Yeah, and the Tesla cars, they don't, I mean, unless you have like a place, I mean, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, you don't have gas. It's just, I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense. It makes you more dependent on the technology, right? If we were to all go with the Tesla
Yeah, I don't
cars.
see why they're not solar powered. But
Yeah, to make those lithium batteries is way worse for the environment, too, I've heard, than
yeah.
using their petrol.
And recycle them. It's pretty funny. In Australia, we got a situation in summertime where, 5, 6 o'clock comes around, probably 35 degrees or 40 degrees, whatever, and everyone wants to put the air conditioner on at their house, and, that will cause, something to happen. Next thing you know, the power's gone out in several suburbs, blah, blah, blah. And, they can't fix this. This hasn't been fixed for a long time. And people don't even question the fact about, electric cars. Imagine you come home, you got to plug your electric car in, and your aircon. The extra infrastructure that's got to be put in so people can actually charge their cars. That's a lot of cabling. People just don't think about a lot of this stuff.
Hey, Gio, did you watch the video I sent you at all yet? The last one?
No, but that one looked awesome.
Yeah, it touched on the points you were talking about earlier. I was listening in. There was a bit of a discussion about directed energy weapons and how they might have been used in the past. And he has a lot of pictures in that video of Zeppelins, the Zeppelins with directed energy weapons being used from there. That would be
Yeah,
the way to do it.
I watched some of it. Yeah, the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, the destruction that you're seeing in these cities is not, like the Chicago fire. With it, one of the points he makes is usually they blame it on something like some maid, tipped over, or the cow tipped over the lantern, and that's the whole city went up in flames.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous. Somebody lit a cigarette. And Paradise, California, I mean, if anyone is doubting that they've been used ever before, just look into Paradise, California. I mean, it's hard to think it could be any other way. You look at the melted cars and the melted, porcelain, the whole house is just completely gone. Metal, all the porcelain, everything completely gone. And trees standing right there that aren't even touched.
Yeah.
Plain to see.
Absolutely.
I got a random question, guys. Is anyone's Facebook blindingly slow? My shit's been so slow, I can't do shit for months. I'm really tired of it. It's like they're
What do you mean
throttling
by
me.
slow?
Like I click and it just like I get a pinwheel for like days before shit loads, and this is like everything. It's been happening for months for me.
Your
Like
computer
doesn't
or your
matter what
phone's infected, right?
internet I'm using, my home fiber, my mom's house, you know, she's got 2 different internets, my phone. Like every time I access my account or I look at my feed, it fucking chugs, man. It just doesn't load.
Even on your phone.
What?
Even on your phone.
Yeah, like especially on my phone. Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Mind you, I don't
Just
really
fucking
use it.
chugs. I feel like I'm being throttled, man. It just sucks.
Have you been controversial at all?
Do people like blowjobs?
No, that's the run of the mill Facebook.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I post anything that's not controversial, so that's probably something to do with it.
No,
You're
he
being
doesn't. He actually
monitored.
said he doesn't like them.
Well, that actually
Fucking
reminds me
Zuckerberg.
in terms of social media stuff as well. Like, see, I think it's going to be going more and more centralized with that as well. So, I think that blockchains can allow for like video sharing and content sharing, and also even like you know, chatting and social media stuff. Because where it seems like where it's headed, they're going to get to the point where it's so beyond censored that I don't think we'll be able to use any of those things at that point.
Well, I love BitChute, and then there's that other one I love, which works great. But I don't know about Rockfin. I'm not really all about that yet. I haven't really been impressed by it.
Odyssey's all right.
What's the other one? Not BitChute, but the other one.
Brand new.
It's
Audrey.
it's got the little space guy. Odyssey. Yeah, that one's good.
Odyssey, yeah.
That one's good. I really like Odyssey. Yeah. They got some fringe shit on there, let me tell you. Good stuff.
Interesting name.
I didn't mean to derail the convo. Go ahead. Sorry.
Interesting name for a platform, Odyssey.
Yeah, you know what? They changed it too. They changed it like last year.
What was it?
Yeah, let me look it up. It's, you know what, the phone on the app is still the old name. Let me look it up real quick. Odyssey app. It's called Library. LBRY. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah. Library is that is a coin or a token. Yeah. It might
Yeah.
even be.
So both BitChute and Library, I think, are both blockchain, but Library works off of, they give you credits and shit. They give you coins. So it's pretty interesting.
There's been some other ones that have been run on blockchains where if you're a content creator, like you create videos, basically every time someone watches your video, it will give you some of that coin.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty cool model. It was working for a while. There's been a couple different ones. I don't think any of them have completely taken off, but yeah, a lot of people have actually made, like Ron Sheckelson, he used to make quite a bit doing that.
Dude, what happened to Ron, man? I haven't seen him in months. I sent him a message. Said I was worried he didn't hit me up.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while either. I did send him a message a little bit ago, but he sometimes sends me like videos and stuff. So I have heard from him, but not like I haven't really talked to him.
When is the last time you got a message from him?
Well, I know the last time I talked to him, well, I could go look, but last time I talked to him was he came into Brandon's one night back quite a while ago. But Yeah, he
Okay.
came in one night and we talked for a bit.
Well, last time I heard from him was okay, that can't be correct. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at the wrong account, so maybe it's been sooner.
I kind of got the sense that, I mean, I don't want to speak for him and whatnot, but maybe that he was somewhat, at least taking a break, at least from Discord, I think, to some degree.
Are we talking about Bandy?
No, we're talking about.
Well, he had that account named Wolfgang Goyim, and I think maybe it got deleted because I can't find it.
I've got a message from it. Well, let me see. Yeah, he did switch a couple accounts. No, we're talking about someone, Ruhif, you probably don't know. His name's Ron.
Yeah, I miss him, man. I really do. I wish I could get a hold of him.
Yeah. I haven't tried the. Well, actually, I did send him a message when I launched this server, and I never heard back, actually. So, yeah, now that I think about it. So.
Well, it's
Yeah.
it's not. Don't take it personal. He's literally just gone. So.
Yeah.
Doesn't make me feel good.
Who are we talking about?
Well, let's psychically put a message in the ether to.
Yeah, watch him just show up out of nowhere and say, "Hey, what's up?"
He's a warrior, man. He's been. That guy has been. He has put his boots on the pavement for truth.
Yep, absolutely. Him and his brother.
It's
his
inspiring.
family. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't mess around. Good for him.
Who are we talking about?
Ron Shackleson.
Did he have a YouTube channel? What's it called?
Did he have a? Yeah, he had a YouTube channel. Yeah.
What was it called?
Ron Shackleson.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you went by another.
Yeah, there it is. He's got over 1,000. Yeah, here, I'll post it. Yep. Look at me, man. I just drop all the hottest links. You guys need to catch up.
Don't talk about links.
I'm the master linker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, girl, you got to see something actually. Hyena just made another meme of me with I'll send it to you with links. I was always known as the guy with the links. They were making fun of me, like, "Hey, I got some links." Yeah, like opening my coat with a bunch of links hanging in it. What's some links?
That's hilarious. You're like, I got some zip draw with some links on them.
Yo, first one's free, kid.
Change your life. You'll never see the earth the same again.
Sometimes I feel like that. Sometimes I feel like that in these servers where it's like, yo, what truth you got, man? What you got?
Yeah, that's
Right.
like a meme. Like, you got some bendy water. This is some good bendy water here, man. Try this bendy water.
Give me some of that good new groundbreaking truth.
He's got the crack pipe, and he's like, "Man, you got some bendy water I can get right there. Yeah, maybe hit it. How to hit that bendy water." You guys seen that meme, or is that from the other server? I'll post it in case anyone else hasn't seen it.
The only one I've seen is the Ba'awa. British meme.
What have I done?
No, just like the pronunciation of bottle of water. Ba'awa.
Yeah, man.
Ice wall water. melted ice wall water. It's a product of mine. Purest water in the world.
Plasticified.
Merle, it's getting too cold here. I want to come down there and be in summer.
Good.
What state are you in, Gio? Or what area?
Northern California.
Ah, okay, that's up.
It's been pretty rainy. We're in rainy season now, so it's getting cold and rainy at this time.
I'm in Southern California. It's a little bit cold and rainy right now, actually. Here.
I mean, actually, the other day it was maybe in the 60s. It was actually pretty warm, but yeah, it's getting chillier.
It's a nice, lovely, warm 12 degrees here in England.
What have I got? I've got 25 degrees.
All right, show
off. Sorry.
77. That's basically 77. That's pretty warm.
You got a t-shirt on.
Nice one. What is 12?
Celsius.
So that's like
50.
Yeah, it's probably what I'm at right now too.
Jumpers on. Hoodies on. Hoodie weather.
Talking about, mate. Sun cream. No, it's a little.
I'm just gonna take Bouncer for a walk. Hi, Mrs. Mangle.
Today I'm gonna try hard not to defend the globe because I've done it 2 or 3 mornings in a row.
Dude, just give it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to bother.
It's like literally walking around with just a lead weight in your feet. It's like
hand grenade in your hand.
Well, sometimes I enjoy it. You know, I need to give it a break sometimes as well and give it up.
Hey Merle, are you wearing a jumper while you take Bouncer?
What a show. What a show that was. Neighbours.
Become good friends.
I used to watch Neighbours. Can you remember Lauren with blonde hair? I saw her once in a shopping mall in Peterborough with 2 security guards.
Did you chase her?
No, but I said, I'm pretty sure that's Lauren from Neighbours. And then my dad agreed, yeah, that's Lauren from Neighbours. And then we were like chuffed that we saw a celebrity.
Yeah, I knew some people who worked on it. I wish I went because it was an actual set, like Ramsey Street.
Yeah.
You could walk around.
Of like EastEnders, but Australia's version, isn't it? A little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you've got Home and Away.
Yeah, that's bad.
You've got your Home and Away fans and your Neighbours fans. Home and Away was a bit more romantic and easy.
Surfy.
Yeah, the surfer chicks more, didn't it?
Yeah, they're more
Australian
bogus.
Baywatch.
Alf Stewart.
Don, I just feel like you'd have a lot more fun time just destroying the globe rather than trying to hoist it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you guys figure out the flat Earth. At least
I wanted to hear you argue. I wanted to hear you argue for the concave Earth.
Oof.
Oh, I thought I was muted. Sorry.
Bishop, that is one name I actually remember from Neighbours.
Harold.
Oh, you dodged that.
Yeah, Harold.
Harold and Madge.
Des and Daphne. Daphne and Des.
I think it used to come on at 5:05 after all the cartoons. So we got home from school, we watched all the cartoons, and then Neighbours came on.
Wow.
It was great.
So you'd all eat your dinner
Yeah.
to us. That's classic.
After news round, Neighbours. Also, it's on during the day at 1:30, the episode from the day before. So if you had a day off school, you could watch yesterday's
up.
Neighbours in the day. Yeah.
It's kind of weird when you think about it, because it was the opposite for us. We were getting your shows and American TV. You were getting ours.
Yeah. Yours really cheesy.
Yeah, we are cheesy. It's hard to take it seriously. Concave Earth has come at me a couple of times.
I could argue for that. I like it. But none of the observations really fit it for me either.
Yeah. I've seen this crazy animation. It's like a double-sided pyramid. Like, so two pyramids stacked on each other. One's inverted. And then it's projecting the stars out the top of the pyramid.
Diamond in the middle.
Yeah.
Or crystal or whatever.
J-Mac used to post it all the time in Gems.
Yeah. One of the best meme games. Concave Earth. Full graphic CGI.
Hey Don, I just put a special link and a couple screenshots in the live stream voice text for you. Would you mind reading those, or should I read it? The highlighted areas. Those are the screenshots from the link there. You could read the whole thing. But do you want to read the blue part that I highlighted?
This is all, just gonna have to say, this is all great work in debunking Coriolis. Carry on.
Indeed, if there were a Coriolis effect, it would be nearly impossible to land a plane on a runway. A runway that's north and south would be careening at approximately 1,000 miles per hour across the path of the airplane, which would make it impossible to line up the airplane for a landing.
Yeah. Globe Earth is stupid.
Modern scientists must
couldn't
tell
land.
admit that there is a Coriolis effect manifested on the Earth in order to make the spinning Earth seem real. Yet every single experiment ever performed to detect the motion of Earth has returned a null result.
Well, I mean, you hire a plane, get that camera, pay you £10 to help.
All you have to do is stick your camera out the window next time you fly. Anybody can do it. If the Earth moves independently of the plane, then it's a moving Earth.
Anyone can do it.
If it's always stationary, then it's a stationary Earth.
And I'll help.
That's just 1 + 1 = 2. You can't always see a stationary Earth if you're in a plane, no matter what. It's not going to always be stationary. Even with their conservation of momentum, it messes it all up for them because they go to a different latitude and it wouldn't be the same speed, even if it was slightly different.
As long as we have Don's help, we're in good shape.
You don't need me on this new perspective. You've done all the research. Just keep on hitting them with it.
If you want to know if there's a way to tell, you don't have to. It's not like there's this whole idea of like it's unfalsifiable. There's no way to know one way or another. Well, actually, there is. All you have to do is put your camera in the window of your plane. The Earth moves separately, then it's a moving Earth. If it never moves, it's not moving. There's no way like those two things could be true. Can't always look stationary from a plane window, no matter what, and still be moving. It's the debunker. It's the falsifier.
I mean, preaching to Ruha and Sin on mute at the minute.
I don't think anyone could argue with this one. They could say, oh, well, no, the conservation of momentum, the winds will slow it down to make it seem stationary, completely, consistently, always. These magic winds. Pretty futile.
I'm not going to bite The globe model is ridiculous.
That's for sure.
And can I say one?
Yeah.
The globe is dumb.
It's a stupid face globe.
It's not powerful. It's
It's very
childish.
powerful. The fact that it's so
Reserves
dumb and
the
so
laughing emoji.
convincing is how powerful it is. It's amazing, in fact.
Yeah, I
It's
do
so
think it's
dumb.
I think it
They
is.
think they can go to the floating shit in the sky.
Yeah. How they were able to convince people of that is pretty amazing. And then it is the total power of the black magic. You make the numbers so ridiculously high, it's impressive just to hear the number. So why would you doubt it, right?
Well, there's so many things we're good at as humans. So the thought of us not being able to do things is a bit of an adjustment too. I know I went through that because I was like, hang on, there's so many things. Like, look at our communication systems, humans' communication systems. All our electricity, like every city's hooked up with wires. It's amazing what we can do. But there are limitations for some reason. I don't know why, but there just are. They didn't tell us that in school, though. They just said nothing's impossible. That's what I got told.
I've just been watching tornado videos, and they're amazing.
Yeah, they're full on.
This one was a guy who was downstairs with his wife, and he saw the tornado out the window. She spotted it, and he said, "I'm going upstairs to get supplies. Get ready. We're going to leave, or we're going to go to the basement, or whatever." While he was upstairs, he looked out the window and videoed it on his phone. And as he was videoing it for about 4 minutes or 2 minutes, it got closer and closer, and basically came straight towards their house. And then suddenly, it was just like everything went dark. And his wife died downstairs. And he woke up in the rubble.
Oh my god!
But it was
what
quite
happened to his wife?
fascinating how he got distracted by looking at this thing as it was coming towards him.
Yeah,
That's
hypnotized by it.
Yeah.
Is that something recent?
It's a new video called "Disturbing Things from Around the Internet," and part of it is about tornadoes.
Here's a question: are those tornadoes natural or fabricated?
Oh.
I wonder. On a flat Earth, we've just got these things where it touches down, where the sky touches down on the Earth, and spins around and kills people.
Where was it?
In America, isn't it? Down the strip of America, certain
Oh,
place
right.
in America, in a pathway.
In the alley.
Could Harp be
Death
making
Valley.
more of them? Can you direct them yet? And
I
Harp
think so.
find the right season, blast some frequency in the sky, and make 40 tornadoes instead of 3 happen.
Yeah, that video I sent you. Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
I'll watch that later.
Mm.
Great reset in the 1800s. We were talking about that last night, I think.
Mm. Yeah. Well, just some of the things he puts forward, because I personally sort of think some of the things he put forward as well, that they had technology and somehow they've hidden it and we've gone backwards and then got it again, but just a different version of what they already had. And I think it's inferior to what it originally was.
In that horror series I watched, aliens give mobile phones to the President Eisenhower in 1950, I think, 1940, 1950.
Mm. Have you seen that old movie?
Earlier.
There's an old movie with a guy on a mobile.
Yeah, thinking of when you first said it. He's got something in his hand, what he wants to be near his ear, right? It's just cruising
Yeah.
along.
Yeah. He's talking into it.
It could be like a statue, an idol, and he's praying into it while he's walking. But he's holding it just like a phone, and he looks like a modern sort of. His walk looks modern or something.
Martin Leake, Flat Earth British, he had a few statues, and he said, how could somebody have sculpted this? Like, what if this is actually a person that's just turned into stone? I was like, whoa. So, Martin, he's the one who I wouldn't watch it for ages. I was like, Tartaria came along. I was like, I'm not getting into this. This is fucked. But just little by little, it tweaks my interest. And I ended up watching that No Trees on Flat Earth early on too. And there was a sequel to that. And to cut a long story short, it was just all about technology and it not being a recent thing. That's basically the idea.
Did you watch any of the EWAR stuff that dealt with that, Merle? Ones I sent you?
I think so. Yeah, like there were these huge machines, and we're sort of like talking about like the Earth being a quarry.
Yep, seems to be the case.
And like a big mining operation or something happened.
I like that these flat earthers were looking into loads of other stuff.
Well, that's the thing. It's not about the Earth being flat. That's what's crazy about it. Like, people still think it's about like we're trying to prove it's flat or try to prove it's not a ball still. Like, most people have moved on, and it's just it opens up your opportunities to look into everything again, because I mean, it's obviously we weren't told the truth about where we live, so now we got to check out all these other possibilities that could have a lot more clout than, definitely a lot of the metaphysical stuff seems to be more true than we might have considered.
Yeah.
I watched a bit of Scientism Exposed with Celebrate Truth. What's that guy called? Robbie Davidson.
Yeah.
And I agree with it. He sprinkles the flat Earth through the documentary, which I don't mind too much, but so I agree with Christian flat earthers when they expose scientism.
Yeah. Seems pretty obvious. That's what's so frustrating about it. It's friends that you've shared ideas with your whole life, and like, okay, now I found the coolest thing to look into, and it's like so triggering that they can't even look at it, even though they'll totally admit it would be the coolest thing if we were right, but they won't look into it enough to find out if we were right at the same time. It's weird. So weird.
Yeah. I sort of see that with religion, the occult. Some people just don't want to look, they don't care.
But new perspective. Cool if that were true at the same time.
well, new perspective. Like you filmed like a conversation with you and a couple of your friends, right?
Yeah, that was so funny. Did you listen to that?
Yeah,
I have, and that's total normie.
It
From
is
high school.
amazing.
He just got so. I have the whole thing on film where it's these two guys, my friend and another guy.
Can you drop that link or you send it in DM, please?
Of me with my friends. I don't have it public.
Please.
I'll send it to you though.
Just send me a copy private. I'll keep it that way.
It's
Thanks.
so hilarious because he just like he's got his white T-shirt on, his beer belly, and he's just like, "What? Do I have to stand up and spin around again to explain this to you?" Like, and I was just like pinning him at every he thinks that the first moon landing definitely is fake, but then everything after that was real. One of those guys. But they just won the space race, you know. And I've gone over it many, many times with him. And then finally, you know, he's at least able to hear me out, and he's still getting as frustrated, even though in conversations before that, he's like, okay, so we're not spinning. So what is it? Like, you have to have all the answers. Otherwise, there's no reason to doubt the answer we're given. Stuck.
He gets so triggered though. It's like there's
hilarious.
a couple of times where he looks like he's going to walk out of your house. It's like, this is too much for me. Yeah. That's part of the reason why I don't always bring it up in public, for that reason. I've had that myself.
Yeah, you can ruin
like,
someone's
super
day.
triggered.
You can
It
ruin
really
their
would
day.
be psychologically damaging to a lot of people.
Also, you've affected them for their whole life as well.
Yeah. Especially if you're not somebody that is comfortable with being in the, you know, being outside the norm. Like, he would have to understand, if he were to actually think I was right, he would have to understand the globe model, which takes a lot of work to figure out, to begin with, to make sure that if you're saying it to somebody, you can argue the points, and nobody wants to go through that work. So it's easier just to like ignore it. Not a lot of people want to go through that work, especially if it means they're going to lose all their friends and family.
But isn't that part of the problem that makes them think that, you know, there's some doubt there that makes them so triggered? It's that doubt, the fact that they really don't know.
Well, yeah, well, they have to understand the model, the model that they don't know to begin with, and that's part of the whole design of it. Like,
They realise straight away that it's
the
a belief system.
trigonometry. And it's ridiculous.
As soon as they try and challenge you, they realise that they've got a belief system and they don't actually know.
Right.
Exactly.
And then they're like totally like base their whole idea of like how they see the corruption with the church, and you know, like they're basically like calling out religions their whole life, but then don't realize that they're a part of one.
Yeah,
That's
it's
ironic.
fascinating for them, but also really shocking.
Yeah,
science is the new world, and it's the universal religion.
Yeah.
And if you're really careful and you show, like, they say, what about the space photos? And you just show them the guy saying, we have to design these, we put the clouds on top, blah, 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 blah. It all sinks in slowly with them. It's very weird. It's like an initiation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
No, it is. It is.
But like, you know, there's a point to be made though. It's made it so that we could have a non-secular society, though, some would argue. You know, not to say that's all good, but like I said, like the other night, if we were born into a society that said, yeah, there's a God, there's a dome, you're being watched every minute of your life and judged. And if you don't follow what the church says, you know, that would have sucked too.
Oh, definitely. It helps them be secular.
Yeah.
They've got a belief system in nature without a God. It's a big, complex machine of nature that doesn't need a God.
Right. But then I almost think that they're faking it poorly on purpose to give people the option to see that there's something more. You know, like if you believe this, we don't feel sorry for you. We're doing it poorly on purpose, so you at least have the option to use your common sense to see how fake this is. We're
Yeah.
still going to take the money and do whatever we want with it. You can't really do anything about that. But we're giving you this non-secular option with a space fantasy that, you know, is deeper than that, because people become very materialistic and nihilistic, and, you know, but they're at least it's kind of a wink and a nudge with a lot of the stuff they do. Maybe that's part of their justification.
I think that could be part. Well, I also think part of it is they're doing their best to make it seem real, and this might be the best they've got.
They're not. It couldn't be. At $60 million a day, they can make it seem a lot more real.
Well, they're doing the best they can because they can't organize it properly. They don't want to. They're also greedy with all their expensive luxuries. They've only got a certain budget to
It's
fake
just saying
reality.
Bush is dumb. You know, just like he actually won with the votes, and he was just dumb, and that's how the world is run, by dumb people.
No, I'm saying they're really clever, but this is still the best they've got, and we're enlightened because we see through it. Most people
Yeah,
can't.
I gotta be honest. Like, I think Don's right. Like, and the reason for that is that every time they mess up, it seems to be an accident, or it seems to be them bragging, like they want to rub it in your face, like Duper's delight kind of shit. I never really see them fuck up because they just wanted to do a bad job. I think they compartmentalized everything so much that their options are kind of limited for the ceiling of quality. And so then you get varying degrees of the interpretation of what this medium and what this experience would be like, depending on the artist that is forced with the task. You know, they have limited resources because they can't tell everybody, you know.
I also think there's some truth in what New Perspective was saying. Sometimes they know that some of us know, and that means they think, you know, they don't have the karma because they haven't forced us into it. They've left an option of discernment, so clever people can see through it.
Yeah, you're not forced to go to space church.
So they're
Even
not
though you are.
karmically attached.
School is space church, though. School is teaching you as a truth, which is even worse, actually.
There's
Yeah.
nuance to it.
It seems like it works on multiple levels, you know. Like the fact that people don't believe it works for them as well, because we're all watching their stuff, regardless if we're watching it to find the fake stuff, and the other people just accept it as real. So it creates the conflict, and they love that. They love the conflict this whole thing causes, which is maybe partly why they do the Duper's delight stuff to rile people up.
I think we need to push forward with the exposés, really get in there. But like, if we want to expose SpaceX's fake landings as CDI, we go there, but sneak round the back somehow, show that it's a hologram. Find the speaker system so we can show that the sound effects are fake, or expose people that had tickets and show they never even saw a landing. They're all lying.
Yeah, but I mean,
Like this.
are there any ballers actually in here that know how to defend the physics of the rockets that like go backwards and land on the landing pad like that? You don't really need to like expose anything. If you look at that, and it's so ridiculous that it's almost like they're telling you right there that it couldn't be real.
I mean, expose it for everyone else. Make the Globers.
Yeah, but you're never going to get.
Oh my God, I've been duped too.
If Flat Earth ever becomes mainstream, it's because they wanted it to become mainstream, I think.
So you don't want to push forward with the exposés? Don't want to push forward with the exposés and other people?
No, not out to expose anything. I think it's pretty obvious.
Oh. Okay.
If you can't see through it already, then you probably just don't want to. People have that option. But are there ballers in here that know how to defend the physics of the rockets that like go sideways and don't have any way of really propelling themselves backwards onto the launch pad? Is there somebody like Zanuck that has it all figured out how that could be possible, or is that something they kind of avoid talking?
No.
Well, there's riding on eggshells, but he's muted. and
What do they do? Thrusters on the side, making it
Unless they've got backward SpaceX rockets in his video game, I doubt he knows anything about it.
Has to work. Like they didn't have to show us that, you know. It's so bad that it feels like they must be showing that as like a Duper's delight.
Here, I'm gonna drop a link real quick, but I gotta try not to burn myself. Hold on. All right. So I watched this the other day, and I gotta be honest, man, it was fucking remarkable. It's actually like really beautiful footage, and I'm not exactly sure how to take it.
No, I'm not. That's why I'm saying we need to push forward and look, get deeper and go closer and look.
SpaceX rockets landing.
But then we've got this next level. Even if that's real, they've perfected that on the ground, landing rockets that come down from out of sight in the sky and then land in a spectacular way. But that doesn't even prove they go to space, does it? Or get away from Earth. That just means they've got some freaky technology.
Yeah, this doesn't prove they go to space, but also is that it's possible that this technology is real. However, the weight of the payload is not necessarily required to create the effect or the illusion, you know? Like it could be that these things weigh a lot less and they're just doing something a little bit different to give you the illusion that they took this trip and that they weigh so much more and stuff like that.
Hard to believe that's real. It looks like some fucking Star Wars shit. But it doesn't look like it's been doctored.
See that closer? They get a closer angle. It looks more doctored. I've seen one before.
Well, that's how you know it's real. Because it looks so fake.
That looks pretty real.
And you've got people that claim they've been there and watched it and heard it come down.
There's heaps of smoke too. Like once they landed, there's these two dust plumes. That's what I was looking at.
Well, look, if they can do something like this, then I can understand how successful something like Bluebeam could be to the unsuspecting public.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, put Jesus in the clouds and do a voice over.
Oh my gosh. We'd get the Bible all over again. Fuck that.
I think that the video you posted of the two rockets coming back and landing on their pads, that's the one that Jaron called out in the live feed, right? And he recorded it because they showed that they had two different camera angles, and it was like one pad and two pads in another cut, and then they went back and edited the live feed as if it never happened.
I have that footage. I saved it.
Okay, that's the same one that you're just posting right now. Looks similar.
I don't know if it's the same one.
Yeah,
I don't know. But if it is, then I know for a fact it was fake.
How did they explain that? I haven't really even looked into it. It just looks so fake. But how do the Globers explain that they're able to do that?
From what I understand, they like changed one angle somewhere, and maybe like they changed like a banner at the bottom of the screen or something. But to be honest with
not
you,
how they edited it, but how do they explain that the rockets even be able to do that, like the backwards landing?
Oh well, dude, science.
Yeah, is there actual like somebody that knows how to break it down? Like how the Glovers are here, they have like all the details of how it's possible. Like Zanuck, how does?
Well, dude, they drop microphones. That's how. I mean, seriously. Seriously.
What's the theory though?
I mean, they don't need
thrusters. Did they even try to have a reason? Like, did they like a physics person like was trying to be critical of it? Could they look into it and see that? Oh, okay.
You know what?
Pancake method.
So the way that Elon Musk explained it was that, well, that's a several $1 million rocket, so we kind of want to save that. So you should try really hard to. I just told my team, like, yeah, we should try really hard to not lose $300 million.
They don't want anyone else to be able to do that.
Yeah, apparently that's all you need. It's like you don't need the science, you just need the motive. Yeah, okay. That's apparently how it works.
You could just take the like, oh, we don't want to give our secrets away to other governments type method, but as a company. Interesting. I guess that's the only way you could explain it. Just not to explain it. Because there is no explanation.
Every time they land one of those rockets, it reminds me of those like TikTok videos of people throwing cards between like they're doing all these tricks trying to hit one shot, like from across the court or something.
Did you see the GIF? There was a GIF that showed that it was from an earlier movie that they did that. It was exactly the same type of effect. This rocket coming back and landing like that.
I didn't see it.
I'll have to post that one too. What was the other meme I was going to post? There's something
You
else.
were gonna send. You're gonna send me DM.
Oh yeah,
with the
that
video of
right.
friends. Yeah.
There was also another thing I was going to post in chat about. There was a
Oh.
meme that it had to do something with the. I don't know. I'll have to figure that. I think they want to. They have ways of justifying all this. Is the point? Like they're doing it. They're giving us the wink and the nudge on purpose for whatever reasons. Could be that it's built to spill, and it's going to be like eventually going to be like, okay, you're right, we had to lie, but this is the reason, and then that truth will give them the platform for the new way.
Yeah, they're not going to give it up. They're not going to give it up.
That's actually to our benefit in a way, because then we'll just know that it's fake, and we'll just be in the know, and everyone else will not be in the know. Seems like they like to use the people in the know as a way of manipulating the rest. You know what I'm saying? Like they could.
Well, remember that one Buzz, not Buzz Lightyear, Aldrin. Yeah, that video of him a little. I mean, come on, it was pretty obvious to me, at the very least, that what he was saying was tiptoeing around what he actually was not supposed to say.
Why did they need to do that, right? Why would they let him do that? It wasn't just his. You know what I'm saying? Why did Obama say we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society, or why would they do that? It's so fake, it must be real.
Why would he even give it airtime?
Exactly.
Why would he even give it airtime? It's ridiculous.
Right. So there's a game being played. Why though? What's the game being played? What's the reason? Is it just a QAnon run where they're going to make us all out to be terrorists at some point and make the technology so good that other people will believe? They'll make it like movie quality, and then we'll look stupid.
Yeah. Well, what they're going to do, and I already know what they're going to do. Like I called it.
You cut out for me. Is that me? Can anyone else hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So then, Riggs, you cut out. I think. You said I know what they're gonna do, and then you cut out for me, Riggs. Maybe he really knew, and they cut him off. Yep, outer ponders, Merle. Don't you think that makes sense? That's the only thing that makes it all make sense, really. Even though most people find it hard to believe that they would ever destroy the illusion. But they do have to have a new age, right? The reset might have something to do with all that, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, at this stage, it's hard to see a world like the general population seems to be at a certain level of awareness. So we're awake, but it's still by degrees. You know, no one's fully awake. And it just seems that the people above us, what potentially is known about where we actually are, that intrigues me very much. Because it wasn't really something I used to even think about on planet Earth. You know, I was never really thinking, like, where am I really? I just accepted that the Earth was what I was being shown. But now, I honestly, I have no idea where we are and why this is happening.
That's why they spend all their time trying to load people with explanations, not necessarily because they need them, but because
not necessarily because they want them, but because they need them to kind of prop up the mentality that this is all being discovered, like, you know, like Christopher Columbus style. That but nobody naturally wants this. You know, they have to be convinced to go into the STEM field, to do all these things, to be the next conqueror of outer space, the final frontier. It's not something natural. It's because the story's bullshit, you know.
You said it, but you cut out earlier, Riggs, when you were about to say, "I know what they're going to do." Is that part of what you were going to say?
Oh fuck, man. No, my Bluetooth connected. Okay, well, yeah. So it doesn't matter what you know, because they have to. They basically are just delaying everybody until they have full censorship control. So it doesn't matter what you know. You can tell anybody.
Oh, you're cutting out again.
That's the. God damn it! Seriously.
A little bit, yeah, a little robot-y.
Okay.
But we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yeah. I'm going outside. Hold up. My internet got cut off, so the big man's trying to bring me down. All right, you hear me good?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the rundown is like this. Like through my research of Mark Sargent and figuring out how effective he was, and like what he was essentially accomplishing, his objectives are, and it seemed as if he didn't really care about like what we found out or anything. It just seemed like they kept trying to keep us kind of confused, to keep us balled up into the same group of people, and then divide us whenever necessary, but basically just stagnate our progress. And it seems as if they really just want to delay our progress to the point where they have total censorship control. So it doesn't really matter what you find out or what you know, because you can't tell anybody. I mean, they're going to censor pretty much every platform. They're going to censor your text messages. They're going to censor pretty much any way that you could communicate any large idea to any extent, so that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you know it, because you can't tell anybody, you know, or you'll be ostracized or removed from society. They'll turn your chip off or whatever. They're just
Well,
delaying people until they have that.
I think that there could be a lot more censorship and that kind of thing going on, but I think that they like the disruption again that it causes. Like they don't necessarily want to kill any one narrative; they just want to control them all. All right, as long as there's no threat involved, really, no ultimate threat. The disruption is valuable to them, right? The separation that it causes.
I think
Well,
potentially
okay.
up top. Yeah.
The Freemasons and the military may be like that, but the actual controllers, they're a little more ruthless. So right now we're dealing with the henchmen, we're dealing with the pawns, but when they actually want to, you know, execute a plan, it's going to be lethal. It's going to be
but if it's obvious
for everybody.
If it's obvious, they kill our spirit. Like they have to keep the illusion going, like that we still have freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff. You know, they have to keep people believing that it's just, that the system's just. So they have to do it slick in a slick way with all of these justifications. Could even be that when Trump comes back in and they militarize the internet, sold to us as a way of protecting us, protecting our free speech, but then like they take the platform's protection away, so then we become directly responsible for everything we say or do, which works the opposite.
What do you mean when Trump
that's
comes
one
back?
idea.
If they bring him back.
Right. Is there a possibility of that?
That's what QAnon believers think, isn't it?
Well, there's actually
President.
some weird things about that though, because think about it. If they can do whatever they want, think of how effective that would be. You know, people. He was the best. He's like the great divider, right? He was the best at dividing people. So they could hold on to this whole like recount thing, which is supposedly, you know, a real thing, and use it as a way of like replacing. I don't think they can vote him in again. I don't know if that would work. If that would work, I think they have to replace Biden with him. If they're going to do it. Say that it was a sham, and then they're going to have to change the voting system to go along with that digital ID that has your cryptocurrency, Vax, whatever on it. Because if the election was actually cheated on, they could justify everyone has to give their ID to vote.
I think they're going to replace him with an animatronic. They're just going to kill him, take off his skin, and dress it over an animatronic.
That new series, Inside Job, that's the first episode. It's a Netflix animation that's called Inside Job, and they replaced the president with a robot in the first episode.
Well, it's obviously that hiding in plain sight business. I want to present it to you in a Netflix show so it seems so ridiculous so you don't notice when it does happen.
Right.
What do you guys think of the idea that Joe Biden already is like a CGI character?
Right. I think he has been sometimes, yeah.
Well,
It'd
you
be funny
can
if he was
rely.
actually if the actor playing him was named Brandon. So when they're saying "Let's go, Brandon," it's actually cheering on the actor playing Biden.
You can rely on robots. I
You
think
can
they'll
blame
have
them
an.
for anything you want.
I think they'll have an appeal at some stage. Like it'll be a wise option.
Well, Klaus Schwab there's a video I just watched with Klaus Schwab talking about the microchipping people by 2024. And you could have human robots, human servants that would be completely controllable by you through their brain chip. They would be slaves, basically. He's just talking about it matter of factly, like this is what you can do. This is what we're gonna do. Crazy. Klaus Schwab, you know that guy, Darth Vader of the economic forums, World Economic Forum. I'll post that video. I was like, what? Just have him doing whatever you want because he works for you.
I would say Biden is definitely the weakest president in my lifetime.
Perfect for exactly what they needed, right? They needed it.
At least, like, even the Bush Jr. guy, at least he's like, it was somewhat entertaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I think Biden is just so dull and pathetic.
He's definitely the weakest actor of the bunch.
Yeah. Well, that's what the QAnon people think, is that they had to have Trump out of the scene while the economic stuff went into chaos, and then they could bring him back in as the savior / antichrist figure at some point. Just, give us all these things that we think are saving us, but actually trapping us maybe even further.
Yeah, I'm starting to question that. I don't know if I'd want to live in a smart city.
No.
What about if the only other choice was a dumb city?
We already got those. We're living in dumb city. We're living in dumb spinning wall Earth right now.
Yeah, I just don't know how much longer. I'm probably about halfway, so I'm not going to be here that much longer. So I don't want the rest of the days to just be this dystopian nightmare. Fuck that.
That's why it's so hard to convince somebody that's over a certain age about flat Earth, because they're like, wait, I've already lived this long. I'm not going to change my paradigm now. I'd rather die just thinking that I was right this whole time.
I might as well go out with a bang too. If we're all fucked, like, I think we should all fight our fucking asses off. At least try to take them down. If you're fucked anyway, right? Don't just lay down and die. Kick shit up.
Who do you fight though?
Whoever comes for you. If anyone
That's what
comes.
sucks. They've written that into the plan though, Merle. That's what sucks. That's part of the plan.
We'll all fight Harry Key.
Yeah.
They want us to revolt.
Mass eject button. I mean, that would be a fucking thing. If all the people of the Earth got together with a cyanide pill and stood somewhere like outside Illuminati
Oh, they would
headquarters,
love
like
that.
Bohemian Grove.
They would love that. They'd say, "Go ahead, kill yourself." Great, that's awesome. We were trying to
Mhm.
kill you anyway.
I don't know. That's if that's what it all boils down to, the reset. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Well, if their goal is
Well,
smart
hold on,
cities,
right? Have you guys
they have
seen
to-
Squid Game?
Yeah.
I know about it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna spoil it a little bit because it
Go
doesn't
ahead.
fucking
I don't
matter.
plan on
It's a
watching it.
horrible show. So I think it's the third or second to last episode where there's 3 people left. Now, earlier in the show, they talk about how the third rule is you can agree to quit. And it was at that point where everyone should have been friends. And they should have been able to agree to quit instead of kill each other. And that part of that part of the rules was never considered in that whole episode. It was kind of like an oversight of Jace basically saying like there's like human greed overpowers the sensibility, but we all need to realize that we have our sensibility. We don't have to agree to kill each other. We don't have to agree to these terms. You know, it's all about our consent. Like this whole system was our fault, to be honest, and it's our job to deny and to turn it around.
It's amazing how they just like they gave us the Rockefeller lockstep thing in 2012. You know, I mean, 2010 even. They've written out the plan like several times through all these different publications and told us exactly what they're going to do. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, I mean, my mom was telling me about Agenda 2021 and 2030, and she's talking about all these parasites that they're finding in people's blood and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I told you, etc. And now she's like, oh, okay, she's on board because all of her nurse friends are basically confirming everything I've been telling her for the last 2 years.
Yep, and they quit their jobs.
And a lot of them quit their jobs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's getting to the point where like, okay, well, what else is Riggs talking about? Because we need to be more prepared about like what the fuck is happening. These guys are just barely waking up, you know.
What's crazy is they want us to wake up. That's part of their plan. It sucks. I mean, I'm not trying to say.
Yeah, because they need an opposition. They want people to fight each other.
Yeah. And they want us to fight that.
Or fight them.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you love to like I don't know, taser Bill Gates or something?
Here's
in
a
his brain?
plan. Here's a plan.
He's just a face. We don't even know.
Here's a
We
plan,
wouldn't
and
even
then I'll
know who to
shut
go
up.
after.
Oh, you know
Bill
what? My
Gates.
Bluetooth. Am I cutting out,
can hear
guys?
you.
I'm sorry.
No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, here's this plan, okay? We need to find something that everyone agrees on. And I only know of one thing. And it's actually not a bad thing. Taxes.
Low jobs.
If everybody said, you know what, I don't care what you believe in, you don't care what I believe in, except we all agree these taxes are bullshit. If we started a riot or some kind of societal opposition against taxes where everyone just stops paying and suddenly everyone starts agreeing on things, that would be very dangerous.
Yeah, but if you ever had enough people on the same page, they would just co-opt your movement.
Well, that's the thing. Anybody who's over 18 is on the same page. They hate taxes.
Yeah, but most people think that they're actually supposed to pay them for good reasons.
And check this out. Okay, if you can get 50% of people to stop paying taxes, I promise you the lesser of the, most of the leftists are going to say, well, fuck that. If the right side is going to stop paying taxes, well, I'm just going to stop paying taxes too. Right? So it's going to be this big waterfall effect.
Yeah, but they have scare tactics. I mean, they would just make it seem like that would be instant, like it's like automatic prison. They could just say that, even if it doesn't mean that. They can make you a terrorist for even organizing something like that. Sorry, I don't mean to be saying that
Oh
wouldn't
no,
work.
no, you're good, man. Like I understand the danger of the proposition,
Yeah.
but if we're seriously trying to think about something that the consenting adults could all agree on, this is like the one thing I could think of.
You can't even get 10 people together for a bake sale. Like literally, like it'd be right in a town and they don't go because they were distracted.
Then
No one wants to put their iPhones down. No one wants to put their cell phones down.
Then we deserve to die.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yep. Yeah, so you flip it again. You go to the other extreme. That humans are dumb and they don't care because they're lazy and they're apathetic. Like Agent Smith said, we're a virus and the Earth would be better off without us. And then even though you might not agree with that, it helps you see what's real. Because I think it's easy just to smear humanity with a red paintbrush and just go, no. But
I look at it like
it's just
fluoride. Fluoride in the water, right? We all know fluoride's terrible for you. The most ballers would even agree with us on that, right? And there's been cities that have totally gone to the extremes to get it taken out of their water supply and been successful, right? So they're a perfect example of what the rest of the country and the world should realize, because it's been proven that this fluoride stuff's not good for you. So they got it taken out of their water supply. But you can't even convince anybody, even with all those great examples of cities actually taking it out of their water supply, that fluoride's bad for you. Because all they have to do is print something from the FDA saying it's fine, or whatever. So that if you can't get that across to people, how are you going to get across the fact that taxes aren't legal and all that kind of stuff? It's like, it's like an extreme. If you can't even get across the fact that fluoride, sodium fluoride, which is a poison, is bad for you. It's not calcium fluoride; it's sodium fluoride. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying that. Oh, go ahead, Gio.
I was going to say something real quick. The ether could work in mysterious ways, like the way we're all connected. So there could be some big awakenings. But yeah, go ahead.
I agree. I hope that, we have to believe that. We have to believe that, otherwise it won't happen.
Well, the thing about it is that if you can get even a small portion of people to not pay their taxes, it would not only mess up their income, it would not our income, mess up their income, but the IRS would become overwhelmed. And the fact that even some right side people would not pay would maybe convince some lesser ethical, left side people to say, fuck it, I'm not going to pay if they're not going to pay. And then you have a societal problem where everyone's conflicted against the government, and the government isn't even the IRS, and the IRS is overwhelmed because there's too many people not paying. They don't even have the manpower to follow up. That's what I'm saying. Like, we could overwhelm the system by literally forcing a boycott. Even a small one would be dangerous.
It's strange though. Right now, they're not even encouraging people to work. I mean, they're just giving money away. And it's strange. Like, I don't know what it seems like they're at end game strategy right now. Definitely.
Right.
Seems like the value of the dollar can't be what they're hinging the future on.
Yeah, I really appreciate your feedback, and I agree with you. Yeah.
There's some plan. There's something. It feels like an end game. That's what sucks. And whether they're just trying to make it feel that way to get us all scared and think that there's no hope, or if it's actually that way, I don't know. That's what's interesting about talking this out.
So, you guys have heard about that social credit score going through, but this is a real screenshot, and maybe I've shared it already once, so I'm gonna do it again. Of somebody who was basically on Instagram, and people are being warned about friending people who are controversial, and this is part of the social credit score they've got running in the background.
Wow. And yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing we're going through right now with the judgment of each other about whether you do or don't do the thing, don't have the minestrone,
Yes.
that's the start of it all. You're judging each other by whether
Yeah.
you conform or not. And it's all about protecting us all. It's this whole,
Right.
you're
It
not,
would only
you don't
it would
care about the
only
whole,
take
you're
something.
selfish. Yeah.
It would only take something like this on all platforms to get people to stop using crypto. Seriously. If they enabled a social credit score, they could pretty much halt progress of like most things that go outside of the government sanction. I mean,
They don't
look
want to
what they did
totally,
in
they don't,
China. Look what they did in China. They told all the kids that they can only play video games for like what, 2 hours or something like that a week.
for what reason? What was the goal for that? What was the benefit of doing that?
It doesn't matter. It's the fact that they could
Just
do
control. Gotcha.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it starts off with something that seems like a good thing, right? And then all they have to do is just, encroach into things that are none of their fucking business, which it already isn't.
Well,
They
the value
start with okay, go ahead, man.
no, go ahead. You had it. You had more momentum than I did.
No, I was just gonna repeat myself, but in better words. But
Go
yeah,
ahead.
you got it.
Well, I
No,
was
I'm
just
just saying,
gonna say,
like
now I
this is how it starts. Like they use something that's harmless or the benefit of everyone to start off their to get people, hooked on the drugs. It's like the drug dealer says, "Yeah, try this shit. It's free." It's always free the first time, and then you get hooked. This is how it is. They get people hooked on communism by starting out for their own benefit. They problem solution kind of shit.
Yeah. I think they like to use our spirit and the seemingly benevolent type things happening to their advantage. So I don't know. I mean, they may not go as far as we think they are. Like it seems like they like to draw out the worst case scenario and have everybody fear that, and then when it's like not quite the worst case scenario, everyone feels like, oh, okay, it wasn't as bad as we thought. It was like I don't know if they're gonna ever give us conspiracy theorists our retribution. Like I don't know if they're ever gonna validate us by making it as bad as we're talking about. They have to do
Well,
it in such a
somebody,
way.
I think Democ was expressing earlier how they're always fear mongering, but then there's never any like real catastrophe. Like people are building bunkers and waiting for nuclear war, and there's preppers everywhere, and there's all these people who are in just their cortisol levels are through the roof, because they're expecting something way worse, and then for some reason or another, it's never really as bad as we expect it to be, and it's a really they bunt the ball instead of hit a home run, and that's the thing. Like they don't have to hit a home run. All they have to do is just one base at a time, and that's how they accomplish the goal. They call the shot. They say I'm going to hit a home run, but then they just take first base, and then they take second base, and then they take third base, and this is how they do it. They get you scared every time they take a base.
Yeah. The reactions to the Minnesota soup though are kind of like right on the money with what we feared. Seems like from personal stories I'm hearing, I'm like terrified for people that I know.
Hey, send me that video before we forget.
Oh yeah. I just put the Klaus Schwab one in the chat about the
Yeah,
microchip.
that's what reminded me. Yeah, there was some economic summit that happened. It was like 4 or 5 hours long. I didn't get a chance to Oh no. The one I'm talking about was recently, maybe a month or two ago.
Yeah, he's been saying. I mean, he's like the worst. He's so cast as like this evil Bond character, talking about
Right.
you know what I'm saying? It's so crazy. He's
Yeah,
been talking about
absolutely.
exactly what's going to happen for 10 years now, and he's just come into the
Yeah.
light recently. But he's basically like things are. What is it? One of the videos says, "We're prepare for a much angrier world."
Great. I'm gonna be laughing the whole time. You know why? It's because I know that this isn't gonna go unserved. God is gonna make these guys chew shit for the rest of existence.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. I think something along those lines that the value of the things that aren't conformist are the value of that's going to be like so much more obvious and real, because everything's going to be so conformed that people
Yeah.
that are doing real things will be all the more noticeable and glorious.
Have you seen The Giver? The movie The Giver?
Oh, it's on my list still.
Yeah, you should watch that next.
All right.
There's some very pivotal scenes in there. I'd like you to watch it, as soon as possible so you can get some commentary from you.
All
I'd
right.
really appreciate it.
Sure. Is it on YouTube or is it something I have to look for on TV?
Let me check Netflix actually.
Yeah,
Let me just load it up.
Giver.
Do you have Netflix? Let me see if it's on there.
Yep, I got it. Full audiobook.
No, not audiobook. The Giver. Okay, well, I'm not seeing it on here. Let me check.
I'll
check.
search it to you.
Yeah,
Sure, it's on one of those
there's
free
gotta be
sites
somewhere.
too. I can find it. I'll find it. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
Prime
it's been
Video.
on my list for a
Let's see.
while.
Well, I want to watch it again too, so that I can we can share commentary.
Yeah, there's a whole list of movies. We should just list our top 10 recommendations for that kind of thing. Everyone should put their top 10 recommendations for predictive programming and stuff.
Okay, yeah.
By the way,
if you have Amazon Prime, it's on there. You can watch it. 97 minutes.
all right, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Put that on tonight or tomorrow.
Actually, let me see if it'll let me watch it. I think it will. Oh, it's currently unavailable unless you rent it. Fuck. Okay, yeah, just find a free one somewhere.
A lot of predictive programming. Or is it more
Yeah,
along
the whole
lines?
movie is symbolism, and yeah, absolutely, the whole movie. It's got flat Earth. It's got everything we're going through right now. Like it's literally where we're headed. So it's very good to watch. Yeah.
I've heard the same about that. What is it? Utopia. The series Utopia.
Yeah. Let me look into that. I think I heard that.
I've heard that there's an American version that it's basically what's going on right now. It's like this magazine or like a comic book that they're searching for, and it basically mimics everything we're going through. And then there's, I guess, even better is the British version's even better. I hear.
Utopia season 1. Okay. All right. Hey, Don Treader, it's the movie I'm talking about is The Giver. The Giver.
It's not a porn, by the way.
It might be. Send me the video.
I'm sure there is one. Yeah, I'm looking.
Perspective. Find it.
I will. I'm looking through my videos. I will. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Please don't share
I'm
it. Though.
excited.
Just
No,
because I don't want his.
I wouldn't do that.
I don't want his likeness out there being made fun of. I'm gonna have to ask his permission if I want to put like a short together at some point. Like, please let me use your ranting.
Okay, The Giver. Yeah, I'm surprised this isn't streaming somewhere. Huh. Actually, I'm not surprised.
Is it too enlightening?
You know what? It's one of the most banned books in America. What I'm
Oh,
reading
really?
here. Yeah, there's an article on Business Insider about it. I didn't even know it was banned. Holy shit! Maybe I wonder what's in the book. Nice. Huh. Yeah, whenever a book's banned, you definitely want to read it.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! I want to download this book right now. Yeah, Don, I've got access to it. I appreciate it, bro. Thanks. Utopia. Yeah, thanks for the link, though. Appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, it's very on topic, Don. We really should do like a viewing maybe if we could get a private room and watch this movie. That might be the best, to be honest, because it's very on point.
Cool.
Cool.
Have you
Yeah,
watched
thank
all
you,
of the
brother.
EWAR stuff? Sure.
Yeah, I did. I watched David
There's a
Weiss
new one.
posted a conglomerate where all the videos were in one. It's like 5 hours. Yeah, I watched it. The
There's a new
last
one.
couple videos I was not really jiving with. I felt like there's a lot of reaching going on. So I'm not really sure.
No, yeah, of course, lots of speculation for sure. But there's a new one, by the way. I'll send that to you as well.
Oh, no shit. No shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
post that too. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he goes into the lost books of the Bible a little bit, his deluge, and talks
Well,
about
and you know what
reset.
really bothers me too is that his backstory is essentially that he was gonna make this footage for people in his life, but then apparently he released it to everybody, and it just looks a little bit too professional for somebody who was just gonna tell their family. It seems like it was. I mean, it's so fucking long too. I mean, the guy produced the shit out of it. It just the backstory doesn't make sense to me, and also I don't really trust David Weiss, and David Weiss was the one that basically made this guy known and brought him forward and gave him popularity. So it's very there's a lot of red flags for me,
Yeah, I just
regardless of how true they
judge
might
it.
be.
Yeah, I just judge it on the content, take it or leave it. A little bit of this, a little bit of
Right.
that. This could be like a really well done psyop type thing. But there's some interesting ideas that some of the pictures that he goes through. It's hard to deny that some of that is just evidence of what's happened. Some compelling
Yeah.
stuff that may be
Yeah,
speculation
he's
too, with
got
the
some good
cathedrals
shit.
and stuff. Yeah, the idea was
Yes.
the Prague clock possibly being, showing that these areas get thawed out over time, and the changing of the ages is actually changing over time in different areas of this four corners of the Earth. It's a possibility.
What do you think about the there's no force on flat Earth or something like that?
Yeah,
Where
he goes into
the
that,
big things
and
increase.
he goes into that in the What on Earth Happened series. You've seen that too, right? Because there's
Yeah, I just want to know what
two
you
of
think
them.
about it.
I think that it's also compelling because a lot of these mountain
Okay.
ranges and things that look like they couldn't be lava, basalt columns. Seems like there could have been a silicon age, and Ewar speculates that there could have been silicon beings even, and that the Carbon Age was just a result of the trees being cut down. And then the Mariana Trench being like dug out, possibly without water there first. And all the volcanoes being piles of waste makes a lot of sense. That's what some Aaron Dover talked about.
Have you seen like Geology Revived by Wakey Wakey?
I like Wakey Wakey.
I think I mean, you know, it's funny you say that because everybody I know that believes in this whole silicone large tree, like no forest on flat earth kind of shit, they have not seen the Geology Revived video. And
he's not on YouTube
pretty
anymore.
much it pretty much destroys the whole theory like on its face. And not only that, but it brings forward a bunch of other arguments that are extremely compelling. It's probably like the best video honestly, it's probably one of the best flat earth videos next to like you know, one of Eric Dubé's first like history of flat earth.
Does he embrace that idea of the silicon trees and the silicon age? Is he talking confirming that?
No, he like he basically uses common sense and science, but I'm not saying that we're stupid or anything because I thought it was the tree shit was compelling too. But the arguments placed forward based on the understanding that he lays out in the whole footage is it basically just renders the whole idea kind of stupid. And I was like, oh, okay, well that makes sense, you know. And I also want you to maybe watch this. Let me get the link real quick because it is. I think it's important that people don't like follow stuff that maybe doesn't make as much sense because it hasn't.
I'm not a
very
full-on
well.
believer of it. I'm not a full-on believer of it. I just think that there's some ideas that, you know, it would answer. The basalt columns aren't explained well.
Right.
Some of these larger trees being gone seem to be a case. But the whole idea that some of these mountain ranges might not only be melted buildings, which is, it seems like there's a lot of evidence for that, but some of them might be trees as well that were ripped or exploded, causing the jagged edge to the.
There's a lot of stuff I'm not really sure how to explain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of features that look just like something that just died and fell there.
Yeah.
Very compelling shit. That stuff is interesting to me.
Yeah, the giants that are actually mountains that are giants. It seems like there's.
I don't know. I mean, there's stuff of all kinds of shapes, like elephants and animals and stuff. Just different kind of stuff.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It almost looks like they couldn't possibly be anything but Photoshop or possibly what they're saying. I mean, pareidolia is a thing, though.
So Don, what he kind of explains in this video, which I'm going to post, you guys may have seen or heard of this video before, but this is probably one of the most pivotal, important videos that people need to watch just so that they. I mean, honestly, like there's maybe like one mistake in this video. It's extremely well researched, and it's just it's very good. It's extremely good. So what you're seeing there, Don, it looks to be maybe some kind of like pyroclastic flow or something that maybe. Well, how this shit forms is that there's basically lava, right? But then you hit water or something that's very cold, and then it causes it to become crystallized. And then what you get is this crystallized rock, and then around it you get erosion. So then what's left is this rock that's standing there that's been hardened because of the crystallization process, and then it just stands on its own. And it looks fucking weird. It looks like a tree stump. But if you watch this documentary, you'll kind of understand, like at the molecular level, how this shit happens.
and why it happens the way it does. It's a very fucking good documentary. I can't give it enough credit, to be honest.
Yeah, Wakey Wakey's done some stuff that I usually put at the top of my list for recommendations. His Zetetic cosmology stuff, or his intermediate flat Earth stuff.
Yeah. Well, you know what's fucked up too is that I really don't like. So when you watch the video, at the beginning of the video, it says Flat Earth Advanced. It's not. It's just a horrible title, Flat Earth Advanced, and now he's changed it. He's changed the title, like on the different listing websites, to Cosmology Advanced. So I think he understands the criticism, but on the video itself, it says Flat Earth Advanced. So if you try to send it to somebody, they're going to be like, well, this is fucking dog shit. And there's nothing about Flat Earth in the fucking video. It's literally just geology revisionism. So he's kind of like shooting himself in the face by putting Flat Earth. You can't share it to anybody. You know, they're not going to watch it.
He doesn't even. Yeah, you could have normies watch it and not even know it's flat. It's flat Earth related.
Exactly.
Right?
Any fucking normie could watch this and be fucking blown away. Any normie can be blown away by this. But because you put Flat Earth in the title, they're going to be like, oh, I can't waste 2 hours on this bullshit.
Right.
And then just do something else. You know.
They should just mirror it with a different title or something.
You know, honestly, I've considered it. It's just to like just redub it and just strip that bullshit out. Yeah.
Sure, even just to show to your people that you know.
Yeah, that's probably a really good idea, actually. I mean, I need to upload it to my channel anyway, so I'll probably do that.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that that astrophysicist that he debated.
Yes,
sat down with.
Amazing footage. Yes, and he's
like,
also
she
uploaded
realizes
his.
at the end, you're a flat earther. Oh
Yeah.
wait, okay, I have to end this. I have to end this now.
I mean, he was pretty antagonistic, but to be honest, she was very egotistical and just full of shit. So
I thought his edit of that was poor. The way he put like the little sound effects in there and stuff, it didn't need it. He should have just put the interview. But he didn't need to put the sound effects, making it look like it was. You know what I'm saying? It was a little bit of a weird choice.
I'm not gonna criticize what a beautiful gift he gave us. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna be happy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
I know what you mean.
I don't know if he's a show. Who knows? Because he's got.
He's slightly immature, but you know, it's just because he's such an anarchist. You know, he's got that childlike character to him.
Right. And his videos also, he's like, look at me, I'm rich. I invested in Bitcoin. He did tell us about it though. Ethereum. He was all about the Ethereum. If I had bought tons of it when he said to, I would be rich.
Yeah, I mean, just a few years ago, I definitely be rich if I had just hodled, you know. But I also actually don't feel bad because I don't really have faith in the fiat anyway. Like I don't really have faith because any kind of money that you have, they're just going to come up with a way to cut you down to the size they want you anyway. So it really is kind of a rat race unless you're going to do deeds that you know maybe won't be able to sleep with. You're not going to have persistent success. You're always going to be skating around the rules.
Well, you could get enough money to be self-sufficient and check out, get off the grid or whatever. That'd be one benefit.
Yeah, but that can be had just by having trade skills and knowing how to live out of the dirt.
Yeah, sure.
So it doesn't take money. Like this is the thing. Like I value the stuff that doesn't require money. So the fact that money would be the reward doesn't really motivate me.
Yeah, I hate money. I don't even like thinking about it.
Correct. I wish everybody thought that way because there's so much judgment to be had from this whole money thing.
Oh, you pay the price though, because if you don't think about it, you don't get ahead money wise.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I make enough just to get by. I'm not greedy. I just try not to be bothered too much while I, do my activism, and come on Discord sometimes.
Yeah. Yep. Friendships and relationships and good conversations are priceless.
Excuse me. I didn't plan that one.
Time for bed. Good talk though, man.
Yeah, dude. Catch up on that stuff. I'll see if I can get a copy
check out those
of The
videos.
Giver.
You're gonna laugh your ass off, dude.
Awesome. Oh, I'm gonna watch that right now. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get a
Alright.
copy of The Giver for free, and I'll fucking send you a link if I find it. Okay.
Perfect. All right, cool.
All right. Good night, brother.
Good night, bro. Good night, everybody.
All right. Who's got the biggest blue balls? That's what I thought. I need to change. You know what? I don't think I changed out my left contact. It's feeling kind of rusty. Let me see.
I ate cheese and honey in the night, and I've got a really bad toothache. Not really bad, standard toothache. I found The Giver on 123 Movies. If you've got a VPN.
Yeah, man. No, just send me the link. Appreciate it. Yeah.
If you got a VPN and you can close a few pop-ups, then you'll get to it.
Yeah. I mean, I have everything I need. Yeah, thank you. If you could send him a copy of the link too, please.
Yeah.
Just don't post it in the live stream.
Oh, whoops.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah, I just remembered like my internet's down, so I can't even look up videos on my phone.
Even in the trailer, I just saw one symbol. They have an apple. And they have to like scan it and get nutrients pushed into the apple, sort of. So they're like,
yeah,
they're taking freaky apples.
Yeah, I saw this movie, The Giver.
Sometimes
I was just looking at the trailer to see if I'd seen it because I didn't remember it. I knew the name I was familiar enough, but now that I'm watching the trailer, yeah, I saw this. It was pretty good.
Sometimes the movies that have a lot of modern symbols aren't necessarily big, huge blockbusters with the budget or the best.
Isn't this one of the scene where in the end they're like going to the edge of the earth and they're like on
yeah,
some
yeah. Don't ruin it. The reason I watched this film is because it was on there was a bunch of flat Earth films that ODD did for a video, just to kind of show how they've been putting it in the media, and this was one of them.
Yeah, it might have been where I heard about it too, actually.
Yeah, that's where I got the link from, or at least the idea. Yeah.
2014, just before Flat Earth, isn't it? right before flat Earth movement starts.
Oh yeah.
But that idea of a new dystopian society where technology is keeping you well, but also keeping you a prisoner, sort of thing.
Hey Don, did you rinse your mouth out with water?
I don't know what's happening.
Just get some like some room temperature water and just rinse your mouth out.
I'll get a drink. I'm smoking again, so my throat's fucked.
Huh.
Oh, you're on about the toothache thing?
Yeah, yeah. If you got some salt water, that might
Yeah,
be
I'll
good
do
too.
that.
Yeah,
Just
if you got
put
some
salt
salt
in a
water.
mug and then a tiny bit of boiling water, and then sip it.
There you go. Yeah, man, take care of your teeth. Can't stress enough.
I do now, but I didn't in the past. That's why I suffer like this.
Oh, holy shit. Okay, everyone go outside and look at the moon. It's directly east. Like, it's literally the most east I've ever seen it. And it's coming up right over the horizon, and it's just got this sliver right at the bottom. Holy shit, I'm taking a picture. Whoa. Whoa. I have never seen that. Wow. Okay, I can't zoom in. Okay.
We just passed the solstice, didn't we? So I don't know if that means the moon's freaky for you.
Okay, guys. It literally just disappeared. The moon is not in my sky. What the fuck just happened? Okay, I'm freaking out. Where the fuck is the moon? Okay, what the fuck? It's gone. The fucking moon is gone. What the fuck?
Sounds like you saw the last bit of the moon.
The moon was
fade.
right in front of me. It's gone.
Saw the last bit of the reflection. Or
Okay, I'm fucking wigging out right now. The moon is gone. It was right in front of me. Like 7 degrees in the air. What? What? What the fuck? I could have taken a picture of it, but it didn't focus in time. What the fuck just happened? It's gone. My fucking moon is gone. What? Okay, please be behind a cloud. Please be behind a cloud. What is that? Is that it? Or is that a plane? Fucking losing my mind. No, I'm not high. Okay. I think it's behind a cloud, boys. Thank God. All right, cool. Fucking freaking out. Okay. Come back. Come back, moon.
are you still stoned from yesterday? I was asking.
No. Dude, I'll be honest with you. I don't see clouds anywhere. So, and there's no clouds above me. So the idea that it's behind the cloud is just kind of weird. There would have to be some like awkward cloud off in the distance that is nowhere else. And there is.
I was in that the other week. I was standing looking out my girlfriend's window at the moon, and then the clouds. All I could see was the moon, and the sky was dark. But then I noticed the moon was shining through a gap in the clouds, and suddenly the clouds were like puffing all around the edge of it and trying to obstruct it.
Okay, there we go. Let's see if I can get some stability. Come on, this cloud needs to fuck off. Go away. Covering my shot.
Saw the moon in the daytime, like about a quarter crescent. The blue sky always looks mad then. And you see like the nighttime thing poking through the daytime sky.
The moon.
Yeah, but sure, as the globe model suggests, or even some flat Earth models suggest, the left-hand side of the moon was glowing or reflecting, and I looked off to the left, and there was the sun.
All right, see, look at this picture, just as proof. Okay, you see that little sliver in the middle? There's no clouds anywhere around me. Like, and I know the picture's not good quality, but
that's a bit
like, there's very good. I have very good visibility from here. There's fucking no clouds anywhere. So
Is that just now?
yeah, I just took it right now. Yeah. The night picture sucks though.
What are those wires?
Yeah, that's just like our electrical and telephone lines. It's an older neighborhood.
Looks like the moon's trying to poke through the clouds, the smog.
Yeah, it's trying,
Yeah.
but seriously, like, there's no smog over there. Like, that's literally just the country. There's no cities or anything. Like, as soon as those lights end, that's the end of the city. And I still don't see the moon. It must be up in the sky, or it must have gone off. I mean, that would be the wrong direction, though. It couldn't have gone the other way. It had to be coming this way. So
Or
maybe it's the
underlit clouds.
I don't know,
the
man.
light.
Let me see if I can zoom in on it again, because I still don't see it. I don't know where the fuck this thing is.
That photo reminds me. It looks like you're in the Middle East, looking out over Israel.
Yeah, no, it's still behind. I can see it with my phone, but I can't see it with my eyes.
Morocco.
Yeah, see, look how fucking. It's like trying to hide. It's the most beautiful moon right now, and it's hiding from me. All right, well, I guess I'll just wait until it decides to come out to play. I hope I didn't wake up all the neighbors.
Clouds can get in the way of the beautiful stuff happening in heaven or the sky. But they
Yeah, I
also
know.
they provide us with rain, don't they? Help dapple the sunlight. That we get varied, nuanced sunlight.
Car still smells like that weed that lady was smoking. Hope she didn't drop something. I gotta have to check. All right, well, I'm kind of pissed off, man. That the moon needs to come back out. This is stupid. But yeah, if you get a chance to see it, it's amazing. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's a nice Jedi meme.
What a legend. That's great. Who made that? Oh, he's not here.
Who?
Someone's made a meme about Jibby.
Okay.
New Perspectives like posted it in the live stream text.
Oh.
It's just nicely done. So saying that's nice.
He always used to talk about like he called it virtual reality, VR. And he thought the Earth was virtual reality, really.
Yeah, that simulation shit.
Bit Buddhist.
He had an out of body experience, and he said it was like a super highway of activity all around him, like spirit world shit.
Yeah, he can see in all spectrums, I guess.
Jibby was just, I don't know.
Well, okay, so follow me. Follow me, Merle. So I actually think information isn't stored in the body, but that the body's just the antenna. That we're receiving this information like a download.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that he could see everything happening in space, like, you know, in the surroundings.
Yeah. He seemed to have an awareness that he called Earth a layer cake graveyard. Like the civilizations just building on top of one another, basically. You know, like a big layer cake with this stuff.
Uh-huh.
And like he could be really like a downer sometimes, but he kind of just knew he was fucked. And that's what I liked about Jibby. He was just kind of at peace with it. He kind of just knew he was fucked. But he was really smart, really perceptive.
It's kind of fucked up.
It is. It is, but
I mean, smartest people are the saddest people because they can see more.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. He was really honest, like brutally honest too, most of the time.
If you want to, that's why I know that Louis C.K. is pretty smart because he's fucking pressed all the time.
Yeah. Mark Passio kind of went mad from knowing all what he knows. Gone offline for like 6 months to a year now.
Interesting. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Raged and ranted into the internet and said, even you guys that know, you don't know properly. And just went crazy and then stopped doing streams.
Wow.
Well, man, can you imagine being part of the group, you know, part of the them, and then finding out everything that they do, and then just like,
yeah,
maybe some people just can't handle it.
You try to tell people, and 2%
Well,
listen.
you can't even try to tell people. You literally just lose your mind because there's
Yeah.
no good options for you.
And a lot of
I
people
mean,
don't want to hear it, right?
yeah, they don't want to hear it. People would lose
They
all
don't
their
wanna hear it.
success. You know, like even if you told people, they wouldn't believe you, and then you'd be broke, made fun of. Your whole career's
Yeah, exactly.
down the drain. Like
They apparently
that's why
told
some
him
people they just suicide themselves. Probably
that would happen to him. They said, "Good luck. You'll be banging your head against the concrete wall."
Yeah.
Well, I love Jibby, but that's kind of what he did. He just got out and went to a house out in the country and just got smashed on moonshine for years. Like, you got to laugh about it in a way because he knew what he was doing.
Well, for the record, my moon is still gone. That fucking sucks. I had like 10 seconds to take a picture and then disappeared.
Interesting. Behind a blanket of smoke
Of
screen.
smog or fog or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah. Oh, it's trying to peek. Nope, that's a street lamp. Fuck me. But yeah, if you can see the moon, it's gorgeous. Today's the day. Today is the day. The weirdest part about it was directly east. Like all of the houses in my area they're calibrated to the east. So it just kind of blew my mind. Like I've never seen it so perfectly east. And then that sliver, I've never seen a sliver that small under the moon. It was directly like 90 degrees under the moon. Let me see what the phase is. I didn't look it up. The phase is waning crescent. Except the waning crescent that I see here on the display shows it from the left, but it's from the bottom. Let's see.
Do you think moonlight's different to sunlight?
I think the sun charges up the moon, and the moon has its own emission. Like you know those fluorescents that you can charge up, like the stars you can put on your ceiling or your fan or whatever. I think it's the moon is like that. I'm not saying it's exactly like that, but it's the same
It's like a kind of
procedure.
white light, right?
Yeah.
Like a colder sort of light, whereas the sun's more a warm, kind of sort of yellowy light. You know, you can get the bulbs that are sort of like they're either white or warm.
Well, so hear me out. Okay,
7-Eleven.
you just hear me out for a second. I think that okay, maybe this is too much, but I think that the light is the effect of the electromagnetic emission. So the emission is causing the heating or the cooling, but then the light is just sort of extra. And that would explain why the moon's emission causes cooling, but then you also get light as like a secondary effect. Because if you're looking at the light as the reason for the cooling, that's I mean, you're fucking chasing your tail. The light doesn't cause the heating or the cooling. It's the emission that causes it.
Hmm. I can kind of follow
The
what you're
light
saying.
is just the visual effect. It's not
Yeah.
what's doing the work.
Because on the other side of it, you could say it's charging up, right? You know, and as it charges
because
up,
in the mainstream, there's no room for the moon to be doing any work. It has to be the emission equal and opposite for the moon and the sun.
positive,
That's the only way
negative.
that works. Yeah, that's the only way that works, but that doesn't work in the mainstream. See, they want to say that light is a photon, and that's what's causing the emission, but that's not it at all. It's just two different things. There's an emission, and that emission also has light. And you can have different types of emission and different types of light as an effect of the emission. So they're trying to say that the after effect is what's causing it. That's not true, you know? I guess one way to explain it maybe would be like yeah, if I farted, you could smell it, but what's causing the fart is like the chemical reaction. It's I don't know. Maybe that's a fucking horrible one, but I think basically what I'm saying is I think the light is connected to but different than the emission itself. Because you can definitely get heating without light. And you can get cooling without light. But the type of light that we're getting from the sun and moon, one of the effects is the light of the day and the light of the night.
Yeah, I've never felt warmth off the moon light that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Look at this son of a bitch is coming out right now. Come on. Oh, it's going fast too. The moon is fucking gunning it right now. Wow. It's like I can actually watch it moving. Come on. Show your waning crescent. I gotta take a picture. Stop being camera shy. God damn it. Yeah, this isn't working. It's right behind that one fucking cloud. Oh, god damn it. No wonder your car sounds like shit. You didn't warm it up. I think I'm the only one up in America on Discord. You know what? I'm gonna watch a couple of these videos. It's been a good chat. I might be back in a little bit, okay? Hello, hello. All right. Be back.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, Crit.
Hey, how are you doing, Jenny?
Having my morning coffee. What about you?
Yeah, me too. I had this dude like, oh my god, Jerry saw it too on this other server, like it's an anarchy server, no mods, just have at it. He told me that he heard the Earth was flat or wasn't flat, and I'm like, well, that sounds like bullshit because it looks flat to me. And he said to me, "What is flat?" I go, well, you need to figure that out first, right? Go back to your source, right? If your source told, like, hey, I have a source that told me Earth is not banana. What's banana? Go back to your source, right? Figure it out.
That makes no sense. Just ask that. To say something isn't and then ask what it is. I mean, sounds like somebody needs some, I don't know, something.
Yeah, then he went on like a 2-hour spiral where all he was doing was posting like GIFs and like animated emojis. And then at the end, he said all the stories about you were true. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm living rent free in your head because I have no idea who you are.
Well, it sounds like it was a good time for you.
Yeah, it was really good. I recorded a bunch of derp and posted in Golden Globies.
Nice.
It's like where you get them to contradict themselves. I'm like, I debunked you. I go, you don't even know what I'm talking about. You don't even know what flat is. Even after you got a source that is, you got a source telling you something is not something, and you don't even know what these somethings are, and you think I'm going to believe you, right?
Like, okay.
What type of coffee do you like?
I go all out on my coffee, man. I use a mocha pot, and I have like the system for flash freezing it really quickly in my freezer for when I want to make a last minute. See, I make an ice blended coffee with my own homemade caramel sauce. So yeah, oh man, it's super strong and it's really sweet and it's just glorious. And the mocha pot is really awesome because it's like the closest you can get to an espresso machine without having one, of course. Oh,
sorry, go.
I used to use a French press, but the mocha pot is just like the best in my opinion.
That's what I was going to say too.
Sometimes. Oh, sorry. You go ahead now.
Okay. Yeah, I used to do like the whole thing where I would buy full beans and grind them on the spot and French press it. And then like my girlfriend was like, my ex-girlfriend now, she would say like, I'm going to do a taste test with coffee because I just drink black, just black, nothing added, just black coffee. She goes, if you're just drinking black coffee, is pretty much any coffee is about the same at that point. I'm like, no, you're wrong, right? I got that acidic, yeah. And then she bought this instant, like a few different coffees, and one was like a soluble freeze dried thing, and I taste tested each one, and I was actually stunned. It was the water soluble freeze dried thing it was really good. It was like, yeah, this is it. I was like, I actually identified it as the French press one.
Whoa, that sounds like a fun experiment. In case you don't know already, Starbucks did come out with their own brand of instant coffee to include the light, medium, and dark roast. And of course, it is expensive, but it comes in a really pretty little tin. You can keep your instant coffee fresh in. So yeah, a small tin of it. I guess, I don't know, if I were to guess, it was like maybe 12 ounces, and it's like $10.
Yeah, mine's a little bit different. It's cafe soluble. It comes from see, where's this come from? Spain, maybe?
Ooh,
Yeah, so it's not
nice.
exactly the Oh, France. Okay. Yeah, I ordered on Amazon because they have a
Okay.
distributor like here in America. So like
So this
EPO
rises
Plus.
above Starbucks, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not because not all solubles are probably equal. You know, some are better than
Now, when
others.
you say solubles, are you referring to just regular freeze-dried coffee like you'd buy in the grocery store, or is this a special process?
Yeah, it's just basically I boil water and I take like a
Yeah.
rounded spoon of
Yes.
stuff, drop it in the water, and it
And you're
dissolves. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Thank you.
Yeah, so
But,
it's like really like in the military. That's the way the coffee was too, you know. And she's like my girlfriend or ex girlfriend. She's always like saying, "Dude, you don't change. You know, the same shit. All you're doing is just adding a bunch of little steps. You know, by doing this French press thing. You know."
wow, I might have to do that myself, man. Hmm.
Yeah, she's like, you don't have this amazing palette where you're gonna pick out the finer hints of different notes in coffee. So I'm like, oh, okay. Let me see. I think you're wrong, but I'll do a blind taste test, and sure enough.
Damn it.
With you though, you add stuff. You have like a whole mixture. You know, it's not just black.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I think
make
she said
I
too
love.
that. Oh, sorry. Go.
No, you're good. You're good. You
I
go.
drink it so hot too. That she's like, it's so hot and it's so dark. You're not getting anything but bitter. It doesn't matter what what you're drinking. You know, at that point.
Have you bought a mocha pot before?
No, and
Have you
then
tried one?
no, the French press actually like because it seems like they're so fragile. I just like ran it through the dishwasher and it broke. I
Your
was like,
French
what
press?
the fuck? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I always took extra special care with mine because it's like a beaker.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
in the chemist lab.
Yeah. But dude, buy a large mocha pot. You will not be disappointed. I really think it brings out. I swear I was drinking. I didn't have caramel in it. I just had it regular, and I could almost taste like a chocolatey flavor to it. It was amazing. I loved it. But I drink mine cold. I mean, we are getting into cold weather, so I might transition back to hot. I'm not sure. But yeah, mocha pots are pretty amazing, and it would be impossible for you to break it. Have you seen one before,
No,
Crit?
I was actually gonna look it up and see
Okay.
what it.
Oh well, this is how it works. There's like three parts to it. You got your bottom chamber, it holds your water, and it has a pressure gauge on it. Then on top of that, you put your funnel, which holds your coffee, and
Oh
then it
yeah,
pushes the water up into the carafe portion on the top. It's really cool piece of
yeah, I got this
equipment.
at home.
Do you?
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know it was a mocha pod.
Oh
Here,
man.
let me take a picture real quick. I'll post it.
Okay. Ooh, somebody has a new black swan. High five. Black Ops. All right. Yep, that's it, dude. That's the smaller one. Now, a lot of times I have to make 2 batches. But you have to use regular coffee. It can't be the instant, of course. But yeah, you were just taking a picture to show me the brand. Cafe Soluble. Okay.
Hey, can you see this moon, Jenny? I take pictures.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine that like the moon is somewhat close to the sun, and that's why it looks like that. Like as it's going across the sky, or are they far
Yeah, well, I
apart?
mean,
Or are they
no, no,
far?
no.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. So it's pretty close, but it's behind it. So what this means is that the moon is a little bit higher than the sun right now.
Right. Well, closer
And
to us.
yeah, like I'm basically looking east where it comes up, and the moon is racing in front of the sun, and the sun is going to come up in a couple hours. But that means that the moon is just a slightly bit higher than the sun, which is just it's just beautiful.
Right, and
Like,
that's why the shine part is facing the earth. Is
yeah.
because the sun's going to come up in a little while. That's what that means.
Well, see, that's the funny part is they would call that earth shine.
That's a bunch of. I saw that and I didn't want to comment. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The funny part is that
Earth shine. It's dark out right now. I mean,
yeah,
I guess I don't. Sorry.
it's
Go
2
ahead. Finish.
hours until the sun comes up here, so
Okay, so
I
earth
mean,
shine. I guess I don't. I've always kind of grasped the meaning out of context, but really, what is it supposed to mean? Earth shine. That just sounds
it
ridiculous.
just means that the sun is reflecting off the earth and lighting the dark side of the moon. That's all that means. Since the earth is so much bigger than the moon, they're saying that
Okay, so
we
the
reflect
sun
light
is
onto the moon.
now. Oh, sorry, Riggs. I apologize.
Oh, did I cut out? I'm sorry. That I finished what I was saying.
No, I was being rude and I cut you off. I'm sorry.
You're good, hon.
Say that last part one more time if you wouldn't mind.
Hun.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I just said that it's basically when the sun supposedly reflects off the earth and lights up the dark side of the moon.
Okay. I'm not saying you're not inaccurate with what you just said or what have you.
I mean,
but
that's what they say.
I know. That's, but it sounds ridiculous. Lighting the dark side of the moon. Do they say
Yeah.
it like that, or do they say the other side? Do they say the dark side?
Well, no, it's not lighting the other side. It's just lighting the dark part of the crescent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, because it doesn't happen that way all the time.
Yeah, this is rare. Yeah, this is just one
Well,
of
it
those
happens
nice
once
moments.
a month like that, given the right visual conditions, right, Riggs?
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just phenomenal. Like I literally walk outside my house and like a painting, it was in the middle of my vision, facing east,
Mhm.
coming up over the mountain, and I was like, "Holy shit! Like that is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." And it's
Mhm.
directly east, and it's directly like the smallest little sliver underneath the moon, and I was like, "Wow, I've never seen anything that perfect." You know, and I just happened to walk outside and see it. It's just amazing.
I'm
And
gonna
now
take
it's
a very.
making
I'm gonna take
now
a
it's
very
making it
fast.
dark.
So, is it low on the horizon or high up in the sky?
Oh, I mean, it's up in the sky now. It's maybe 20 or 30 degrees up, probably 20 or so.
Hmm. Because I'm guessing it might be like this for you, but it's fucking cold out right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a
I'm
little chilly. It's like,
gonna go
I
out
mean, it's
there real
not
quick
that
and
bad.
see if I can see anything. No, but
It's
it's
only
super
50. It's
fucking cloudy.
only 50 here. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's super cloudy. I can't see shit.
Well,
But I know
but
exactly what you're talking about, and I've seen that before, and it is very amazing to look at. You're like tilting your head to the side, kind of squinting, and you're like, how does that happen? Because nobody knows what the moon is. I mean, people think they do, but yeah.
that's
Anyway, what were
just
you gonna
so
say?
beautiful.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, yay!
Is this Santa?
Yeah, what up, Rick?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm up all night.
That's cool.
I, on the other
Yeah,
hand, actually got some sleep.
I've got an appointment in the morning, so I just figured I'd stay up.
It's good, like when you mix like that sort of extreme stuff with like fasting too, like kind of really push your body and just kind of like see where it goes and what type of thoughts or you'll push yourself like outside comfort limits and look at things in a new perspective and
Yeah,
kind of like
sometimes I just walk around naked to see what happens.
Hey, Crit, I don't mind doing what you just described, but it has to be on my day off because I'm too old for that. I don't
oh
know.
yeah, you don't want to affect like a work professional environment. Be like, dude, what's wrong with you today? It's like
Right.
it's like I did a bunch of butt hash and I've been awake for 26 hours.
Just pushing limits all over the place.
Yeah, all over the place. Yeah.
Oh my God, that coffee's so good. Yum. Mm-mm. Hey, you guys. um, nah, never mind.
Don't hold back. This is a safe space. Let it out. Yeah, I had no idea that was called a mocha pot. I thought it was just called
Yeah.
like an Italian steamer or something like that.
Oh
Nope.
no, this is like okay. So you have espresso, then you have the mocha pot, and then you have the French press. In my world, I mean, there's tons of devices, pour overs. I mean, you could talk for probably 3 days in here just about ways to make coffee. You already know.
I was gonna say, come on, let it out, Snowflake, and then this literally came up in my feed.
Dude,
Talk about
that's
synchronicity.
right. Just a little bit of a coinky dinky.
Yeah, and I'm glad I didn't say it.
Nice. So I
Oh,
take it that you went
percolator.
on your Facebook feed.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
just in
God,
my
it's
feed.
so cold. Ugh, this sucks. This is too much fall for me right now. 50 degrees. It's too much.
You hear the light water said, yeah, it depends on where you live. Like in because it's called a percolator, I guess. Also,
Percolator.
yeah, I've heard that term
That,
before too.
that's just where it kind of bubbles.
Okay,
Mixes it together.
so I need to watch, review my so-called knowledge about the mocha pot. But the way I fill up my, how many times have you used it at all? You didn't even know you had it. You forgot you had it.
No, I just didn't know the term
No,
mocha pot.
I got you. So how do you fill your funnel? I mean, you don't tamp it, do you?
No, yeah, I mean, I guess I
Sort
really
of.
don't. I really never really used it per se. Like
Okay, so this
it's
is what I do. This is really funny because this is for my own convenience, not necessarily for anybody else to. Okay, so I bought this little mini plastic jar of Jiffy, or was it Jif or Jiffy? I can't remember. Peanut butter, and I bought it specifically because I thought it would fit my little funnel. So it does. I can put my little funnel in this very short, like travel size peanut butter jar. And then I pour my coffee in it till it becomes a little, like a little pile. And then I kind of just tap it or shake it. And then when I get to where it's like almost full and I overfill it a little bit to a hill, and then I use a straw and I kind of tamp it with the straw. And I kind of make sure that it's,
okay. Yeah, I'm tracking now.
Here,
You see,
I'll show you a picture. I'll take a picture right now. Hold on. Okay, I'm set. I got the funnel in the little plastic peanut butter jar thingy. It's just like perfect. I couldn't have been more tickled. So if I'm in the middle of something and I gotta set the shit down, I don't have to freak out that it's gonna tip over and crap.
Oh,
yeah,
there
I
you
got it.
go.
Yeah.
Just go to the dollar store and see if you can find one. I think it's Jiffy, the one with the blue label. Jif. Is it? Yeah, it's Jif and Skippy. um. So yeah, for me, it's like a whole process, like a Sesame Street version of a science project, kind of.
Yeah. So then, as you can
A
you
ritual.
tap it. Oh, sorry.
Huh?
Oh, I thought someone was trying to jump in.
Well, I've heard someone say you don't need to tamp it, but I kind of do with a straw. I just take it, level with the top and, just to make sure I don't over or under fill the funnel is why I use the straw. Do you get me? I should.
Yeah,
Like,
the exact way
okay.
you can pick up the plastic piece and then tap it on the table, and then it'll settle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, the straw I lay down level and I kind of use that to tamp it with so it's level across the entire part of the top.
Yeah, I guess like a butter knife would work too, right?
Yeah, you could, whatever you wanted, sure. But I just make sure I don't over or under because that'll affect, when you go to clean it and take out the coffee, you gotta turn it upside down and blow through the hole, and it's a puck how it comes out. So it'll be kind of hard. But you should. I was told, well, you should look at the puck and see what it looks like. Because if you don't pack the funnel right, then the right amount of consistent pressure is going to go through the coffee at once. And if you got a hole in your coffee, it's just going to fuck it all up and ain't going to taste good. But yeah, it's a science, dude. It's serious. Some people like weigh everything out and all that. They go all crazy. But I think it's worth it. I mean, wouldn't you almost consider caffeine to be the least harmful drug, quote unquote drug? I mean, if you consider nicotine, alcohol, countless other things. Everybody, you guys,
Yeah, I mean, like really, it's because it's kind of like one of those things where
Hey, we got a heated discussion and text. If you all want the floor, you guys can jump on in. We don't need to talk about coffee. Come on in. Besides, I gotta start almost getting ready for my day anyway, so I'm good to listen, everybody.
Just missed you. Okay, never mind.
Oh, Nathan.
How you doing?
No, I'm gonna still be hanging around. It's just I don't want to be a hog with the floor. There's a big conversation going
No, it
on.
was interesting, man. It was interesting what you were talking about there. Just for a
Oh.
second, I think.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you agree out of the legal, quote unquote, normal, like drugs, you know, caffeine could be considered the least harmful.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, we're going to have to say that. That makes logical sense. Not only that, it's funny you say. What about hemp tea? Now hemp is
Give me
the
some.
least of the least. Yeah, you can buy it. You can buy hemp tea. You can get it online if you really want it. Okay. So if you're
Well,
looking
I
for
bought it as CBD oil. Are you talking about like the green plant, or are you talking about process?
I'm talking about the green plant, dried out, specially made to be infused in hot water, and then you can drink it or you can chill it and have it as a cold drink.
Dude, sign me up. Where do I gotta go? Where?
Yeah.
Where do I got to go?
Just go online. Just go online, click in hemp tea, and then you can order it. Yeah. Anyway, Amazon. I mean, I don't like using Amazon.
Hold on a
After
second, I'll
the
be right back.
Yeah, I don't like using Amazon because of the Jeff Bezos fiasco with his Carmen line crap. So I stopped using Amazon as soon as I knew he was
I
going
was
up
just
there.
gonna say, I'm kind of, disavowing Amazon. I mean, if I can't think of something right offhand that I absolutely had to have and it could only be found on Amazon. I haven't come across that yet. Hopefully I don't.
Yeah. There are other sites you can go to get hemp tea anyway. So just type in hemp tea outlets, and you won't get Amazon only. You'll get obviously others. Nice to hear your voice, by the way. How's ladies' nights? Because I do miss ladies' nights.
As far as I know, they're kicking it. I didn't go to the last one, but the one before, I don't know if you know who this is, but it's kind of back from, she's been around for a while, Tracy. I think it was
probably do. Yeah, Tracy Van. Yeah, I think I know her. Yeah,
Tracy No Van Allen about.
Yes, I know her very well. Yeah.
Yeah, she showed up like 2 weeks ago when I was there, and so it was, you missed out on that one. That was pretty fun. She made it a lot of fun. But other than that, I mean, unfortunately, I've been having to work 6 days a week because a lot of people don't want to work, across the whole world. So, yeah. But I was telling, okay, get this, Jen, you probably, I'm trying to think of when you joined 24/7, but I told Gio that I really liked what he did with the place here, and it kind of almost made me feel like I was in Back to the Future, and this was a segment off of the timeline back from 3 years ago. So it's pretty chill in here. I'm liking it. Kind of takes me back.
Good. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, fantastic.
I know.
I'm glad you said that. Thank you for that input.
Yeah, 24/7 is just too big for me. I liked it better when the Discord was smaller. I mean, I know the whole objective is to get people in, so that's a huge success, but it's not necessarily for me all the time. There's different people that got
I mean,
that part
did you
covered.
know I got banned? Yeah. I got banned from. I got kicked out for no reason.
All I know is they got it covered over there, and I'm not saying I'm not going over there ever again, because of course I am. But I just don't. It doesn't feed my energy all the time. Does that make sense?
Right. I think Gio would be pleased to hear you say that, actually, because this is quite nice, isn't it? Here, a little bit less urgent, although it does get like that from time to time. I have to admit.
Yeah, I think. Hey, you know what? 24/7 is great. It's got a lot of energy put into it, time invested. There's a lot of people over there who know what they're doing. but I don't know. I was thinking of something.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
on a
there's
description.
other things. You say they know what they're doing, but there are times when things just go completely wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, all that is. Oh, I remember.
Moderators have got too
Jen,
much
I remember.
power.
I remember what I was going to say, Jen. Sorry to
Yeah, go
interrupt
on.
you. So there's just too many cooks over there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I said that already.
Oh,
Too
if you
many
did,
chiefs,
I'm
not
like,
enough Indians.
yeah.
Yeah, there's too many chiefs, not enough Indians, and I don't think it achieves its aim all the time. I mean, no one's perfect, but there's a lot of impatience
Stagnation.
I find with them sometimes, especially with the children. You know, they don't seem to term how to bring down the grammar and the language to accommodate the youngsters. After all, they are going to be the future. So to carry on with adult kind of content grammar,
Right.
I feel it's wrong when they should. Yeah, 13-year-olds, 13-year-olds and up. You need to bring it down just a little bit and give it like a parent approach. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I don't mind at all. You know me, I'm used to that. As you were talking, what I was thinking of is, this could be the case with the younger ones that come in, but my guess would be probably not. And that is the younger ones, they don't have elders.
Yeah.
If that makes sense to you.
No, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, some of those.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that's where we need a
Yes.
special kind of way to connect with them. You see, not having that in mind.
That's
So
what I would
I felt
think.
that was being lost over there, and I was always trying to help the youngsters, but I always felt that they seemed to be too quick to be triggered.
Well, the younger ones are a little bit soft, so in a sense, I can almost see it, but I do know what you're referring to without talking about it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to post a video that I just watched. It's called "The Manufacture of Ignorance," and I learned a new word today that I didn't know.
Ooh.
The word
I like
was
it.
coined in 1995 by a Harvard professor. It's called agnotology. Agnotology. That's agnotology. Agnotology. The study of ignorance and how ignorance is being manufactured. The thing about this particular documentary is that I'm sure, be careful not to get triggered, because it talks about the Earth as it's being spherical and gravity as a given. Okay.
Well, yeah.
It covers a myriad of things. It's only 42. It's 45 minutes long, 42 minutes long. But you need to watch it because I feel that this documentary itself is obviously misleading and giving out misinformation. But they're trying to tell us that it's a new thing. This ignorance thing is a new thing. It's how they've actually
It sounds like
and
me.
produced. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
sorry.
really good one.
I'm guessing
it's a really
from the
good
little
one.
bit that you described, this is almost seems like some sort of triumphant hit piece, for the controllers that they've achieved this
Yes,
goal.
that's exactly what it is.
Damn,
exactly
dude,
what it
lay it
is.
on me. Where
They're
is it?
trying.
I want to watch it. Did you post it already?
I'm going to post it in just give.
All right. Anticipation.
I'll post it. Hang on a second. I'm going to. Yeah, it's only 42 minutes long. So if you're having a cup of tea, then it's a good view. That's what I'll say.
My
Just waiting for
connection
my
is.
YouTube to kick in.
Oh my gosh, my connection is totally crap, you guys. Today, I apologize.
Yeah, mine also.
Well,
So
good.
you're not the
I'm
only one
glad.
there. I'm
Okay,
having problems.
cool. Somebody was complaining about being talked over the other day, last night, and I'm like, damn, if I had $1 for every time I couldn't say something for whatever reason, woo, I'd be doing all right. So, yeah.
Seconds. Here we go. Am I going to be able to do it? Let's see. Just searching for Discord. Okay, I found the documentary. It's only 42 minutes long. You would like it. It'll trigger you. Right? It will
bring
trigger
it
you
on.
without a doubt.
I
There it
might make
goes.
notes. I'll have to make notes maybe when I watch it, Jin.
Yeah, yeah. This company, DW, they're German. Okay, they're German, but they look at it's Germany looking at the rest of the world. So this is what the Germans would be watching if you're living in Germany. This would be one of the documentaries you'd watch. Okay, but it's all in
Huh.
English, so you don't have to worry. Where it's in French or in another language, they subtitle it so you can read it. Okay, it's really good though. Really good. Got to watch it. It's a must watch.
I'm super excited. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch
I mean,
it.
from the Germans, that's kind of interesting.
Oh, they're really good. You know what? I love this particular channel because I've
Really?
learned a lot from the German viewpoint, and they cover all the angles. They cover all the angles. But in this particular one, it's exactly what you said. It's a hit piece. Because people are waking up out there. They're trying to say we're waking up, but we're waking up in an ignorant way. And I get the nuance that they might want to shut down the internet because the internet is spreading this misinformation and this ignorance. Do you understand? There's that nuance is implied. I
Yeah.
have to say. All right. So good luck with it.
I'll
Enjoy
have to
it.
check out DW's other material since
Yes,
you
please
approved.
do. Please do. Please do. You'll find a lot in there that, and I like this channel because it's clinical. And I like that. I like them going going right under the carpet and getting in there, bringing everything out to the open. That's what they do. I've learned, for example, that in England, they introduced a new tax, okay, last year or the year before last, ultra low emissions tax. In England, they already had a congestion tax. So in the hotspots, if you go through central London, you've got to pay money to go through central London, okay? Now, they introduced an ultra low emissions tax. So if your car is over 10 or 12 years old, it has to pay an extra tax because of the emissions. But the Germans also introduced it in their country. Now, they tried to outlaw diesel, okay? Now, people were annoyed with that. So some students and some professors did a little bit of studying, and they found out that the government put the sensors by the traffic lights. So there's going to be a spike. And the claim that people were dying from particulates from the exhaust fumes was a complete and utter lie. No deaths. No one has died. You see, and that's what I learned. Yeah, I just learned so much from this one documentary.
Oh, wow. All right. That's from that channel. Okay, cool. So
Yeah, it's
I
from
don't
that
know if
channel.
you
So
noticed, but everybody, the text chat is kind of going pretty fast.
yeah.
Somebody said, let's see here, something I noticed in the chat. The Quiet Riot said, and this is taking out of context, deceitful FE tactics. It's like, WTF? What?
Yeah.
What? What?
Deceitful FE tactics. Yeah, what are you talking about, boy? You're an actonologist. If you're spreading the heliocentric model, you're an
No, not
actonologist.
model, theory. Heliocentric theory, sir.
Heliocentric theory, yeah, with a
There's nothing wrong
wonky
with
model
saying
that
model, guys.
you offer us.
Yes, there is.
There's
Yes,
nothing
there is.
wrong. No,
Yes,
there
there
isn't.
is.
Because it's just an incomplete model. We don't have all the information because we're
Oh, we
actually
just don't
physically
understand.
prevented from having the information. We're physically prevented from going down, checking out Antarctica and all that jazz, right? So it is a model, just incomplete, and there's nothing, we shouldn't be ashamed by that at all.
What? So the heliocentric model is a model? Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
No, for the flat Earth.
Nobody
yeah,
has flat Earth model. Don't be putting words in our mouth. Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah, we're
that.
talking about the heliocentric model. The heliocentric
I
model.
misheard then. My bad.
Yeah.
What's wrong with saying heliocentric model?
Because it's only a theory.
Completely, it's a theory, and it doesn't match our reality, does it?
That's what models are. They're not real. They're
Yeah,
models.
but you're. Come
well,
on.
it's supposed to be a replica of the real thing and brought down to scale. I thought.
Precisely.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
Right. Well, it's nothing of that. It's nothing to do with it. There's nothing that matches our reality. Nothing.
See, where you run into trouble is that calculations are assumed to be measurements. And then you go into the scientism religion, and then we just go off into fairyland and we sprinkle fairy dust into, black holes and stuff like that, Sorry for being facetious and sounding like a dick.
No, but that's
No,
true
no
though, isn't
worries.
it? I mean, that's what it is.
For me, models don't necessarily denote something that's real. Like you could have a model car, or you could have a model like fucking
But those
Optimus
are
Prime
pre-sized.
Transformer.
Yeah,
Right?
I agree. I agree with
Like
that.
the Transformers
Let's not
aren't
get-
real.
Yeah.
And a car is. It doesn't. If it's just a model, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like doesn't kind of distinguish between whether it's fictional or fact. For me.
I think when you ask most people what a model is, they're going to say to you, it's a replica of something that is real already, brought down to scale. That's the first thing you ask a kid that or an adult, that's what they're going to think of. Then there are computer models which are supposed to simulate things. Now that's where we run into trouble. Okay, when we have these kind of models that are not really having any reference to our reality. This is where the problem begins. The heliocentric model is such a model. It's been perpetuated as a truth, okay? And in the documentary that I just posted, they're saying that it's a given that the Earth is a spherical ball. We have gravity. These are givens, there is no doubt on this. And then this documentary the nuance from this documentary was also saying that it's like if we use the scientific method to check the science, we're wrong to do that. And that's when misinformation starts being spread and ignorance is beginning to be manufactured. I say that ignorance was being manufactured from my birth back in 1961. So, so don't, even though they've coined a new word now, 25 years ago, agnotology. This is a new study. It's in its infancy, they said in that documentary. Okay, so there are new jobs now coming out of all this. You can see where it's all going, man. It's leading to the shutdown of the internet. Just watch it and you'll learn. But yeah, I think Jenny was right in what she said, though, But so are you, percentage. You're right in what you said as well. You're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong at all. That's not what I mean, But
No, you might absolutely be correct in terms of model, at first glance for most people, meaning referring to something that's real. So it might be definitely a biased term. I just never considered it.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely is a biased term, especially with the heliocentrists. The model works. There is nothing in that model that meets my reality at all. So how can you claim it works? Show me. And they are unable to do this. Yeah. That's what I was saying yesterday. That,
what can I say? I just love models, man. I'm just partial to them.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's nice to have models and use your computer to make things, but as long as they
I wasn't talking about using
as long
my
as we keep it clean-breasted, and that I love a clean breast. In that this is supposition. This is not real. This is an assumption. If we keep it as clean-breasted as that, then we know where we're going. But they don't do that, do they? They muddy the waters and they make out that this is what's going on now in this model. It's not an assumption. This is actually what's happening. And then when you check it, it's not. And most of the time, you don't check it. If you're the ordinary person, public at large, Joe Public at large, he or she's not checking this because you're the science.